Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome to the Hampton Downs New Zealand Racing Academy KartStars Series 2025. This is the fifth round here at the Sulfur City Sprint at the Century Batteries Raceway at KartSport Rotorua. Heading out the gate now for their first qualifying session of the day is the Cadet Rock field. A small but quality field heading out the gate. We've got some outstanding little drivers in this field today. We've got the 1NZ of Joey Joe, the 2NZ of Freddie Waller, and the 3NZ of Max Gosling. We've also got the Gold Star champion of Heath Phillips and the South Island champion of Taylor Costello. So out on track now, Joey Joe just working his way through the sweeper up to the top of the paperclip. So it's dawned a wet track day here in Rotorua. It's quite a wet weekend. Lots of weather yesterday, lots of water yesterday. Not too many out on the track practicing yesterday. But while it's got a wet track today, there's a little bit of sunlight starting to poke through. Hopefully that'll dry this out. So Joey completes his first lap. Top of the timing at the moment. Works his way up through turn 2, up to turn 3, which is the right-hander. Joey, of course, leading the KartStars series for Cadet Rock, has a healthy 38-point lead over Kaiser Rankin in second. Further 6 points back to Max Gosling in third. So all these karts out here this morning on their wet MG tyres, trying to get any heat into them that they can, but she's pretty cold here at KartSport Rotorua today. Quite a long lap around this track for these kids. 1,241 metres long is KartSport Rotorua, longest track in New Zealand. Down the hill they come, back onto the front straight, crossing over the start-finish line. Let's see what the timings are. Max Gosling back up to the top. Max currently circulating in third place. Top three in the KartStars series, all locked together in this qualifying session. Max is just going to put a little bit of a pass on Kaiser there through turn 3, coming back down the hill into the sweeper. Oh, and Kaiser's put it back onto the inside. They're racing already in this qualifying session. So currently the order is Max Gosling, Freddie Waller, Taylor Costello, Joey Joe in fourth, Kaiser Rankin, Heath Phillips and Sebastian Grant. Back down the hill they come. And around, across the finish, start finish again. Let's see what the timing changes here. Max Gosling still P1. Joey Joe moved up to P2. It's an 8-minute qualifying session for all classes today. Okay, so Freddie Waller now on top. Joey Joe still sitting in second. Max Gosling down to third. Next class we have already forming up on the grid is Rotax Max Jr. Joey Joe back across the start-finish line. Freddie Waller still sitting at the top of the timing. Freddie Waller, another purple lap time, sitting at the top at a 1:11.903. 10th and a half back to Joey Joe. Another 6/10 back to Max Gosling. Those front two have got away on the field a bit here, setting some good lap times and qualifying for Cadet Rock. The Cadet Rock class this weekend, proudly sponsored and brought to you by VIP Plumbing and Gas Fitting. Yeah, the kart's come again down the hill, around the last corner, back across start-finish line. Not much change at the top with the timing here. Still Freddie Waller. Joey Joe second, Max Gosling. Quicker time by a 10th there from Max on that lap in the 3NZ kart. Followed by Heath Phillips, Kaiser Rankin, Taylor Costello and Sebastian Grant. Taylor Costello, the South Island champ, made his way to every round of this KartStars series. Well done, Taylor. Well done for coming north. Currently sitting 4th overall in the championship. Only a minute left now in qualifying for Cadet Rock. They'll all get another lap in here, but that'll be it. Qualifying times remain the same, coming across the stripe that time. Not much change for a few laps now. Not expecting too much in this last lap from these guys. Order still Freddie Waller, Joey Joe, Max Gosling. So that's it. The checkered flag's out. Across the line they come. Joey Joe's across the line, still sitting in second place. And the order's going to remain the same. Freddie Waller puts it on pole for the first 3 heat races of this weekend. Joey Joe will go from 2 on the front row. Max Gosling in 3. Heath Phillips in 4. Taylor Costello, the South Island champ, will be in 5. Kaiser Rankin in 6. And Sebastian Grant will go from P7. That's qualifying for the Cadet Rock field this morning. So that's the Cadet Rock field, all done for their qualifying session. Coming into the in-chute, making their way to the scales and the tech shed. Our next class that we've got already gridded up down here, Rotax Max Jr. All gridded up currently in their qualifying grid in the order that they sit in the championship. Currently leading the championship in Rotax Max Jr. is the 88 kart of Miles Baker. Alongside him on the front row for qualifying will be the number 1 NZ kart of Marco Manson. 25 points there is between them going into this last round. So all to play for. Currently sitting in 3rd place, the number 2 NZ, Cy Finnimore. And then the 33 kart of Zach Tucker from the South Island. Gates open, the hands up to start the karts, and Rotax Max Jr. heading up the gate for their qualifying session. Here we go, this will be a tightly contested field, this one this weekend. Manson leads them away through turn 2 and up to turn 3. Bit of congestion further back in the field. Everyone jostling for a good position to go out and lay a lap time down for qualifying. A little bit of passing going on to the top of the paperclip. People can get themselves into a good order. It's starting to spread out a bit now. Everyone's trying to get some heat in these tyres, but she's pretty cold out there. Track's still wet. Heading up the hill. Rotax Max Jr. brought to you this weekend, class sponsorship of Veloce Karting. Thank you to Veloce for your support of this class this weekend. As everybody comes down onto the front straight. Start their first lap. Manson leads them from Baker. Tommy Hart next over the line. 2NZ, Asai Finnimore in behind Tommy. $19 karts in this field this weekend of this Rotax Max Jr. class. Manson heads around the top right-hand corner, left-hand corner, right-hand corner down onto the back straight. Got to put all 3 of those corners together if you're going to get a good exit and some good speed down into the last corner. So Manson up on the curb and across start-finish line. So we're going to start to see some time set here. Miles Baker goes to the top of the timing sheet, quickest on track in the first lap, followed by Manson, Charlie Jameson and Tommy Hart. Baker's put down a 104.2 in his first lap. He's got someone in front of him in the form of Marco Manson, so we can chase him down. DD2 is the next class, starting to form up on the grid now. They'll be the third class out the gate for the morning for their qualifying session. Currently, Rotax Max Jr on their second lap of their qualifying. Field starting to spread out now. Everyone's getting a little bit of track space. They can really get concentrating, try and get that lap laid down. Manson crosses the stripe with Baker. Still sitting in the same order. Miles Baker, top of the timing chart at the moment. Tommy Hart in third. Cy Finnymore sits in fourth. The Sulfur City event this weekend, the fifth round of the KartStars series, is proudly brought to you by Top Care Trailers New Zealand. Scott and Miriam Hewson, both KartSport New Zealand, KartSport Rotorua committee members, long-time members of the KartSport Rotorua club, and sponsors for the event this weekend. Manson crosses the line. Baker still sits top. Manson still in, oh no. Charlie Jameson's gone into P2. Tommy Hart into 3. Manson's dropped to 4th now. Braxton Cravanger sitting in 5th and Patrick McDonald in 6th. What I can't see on my timing is Seth Comer, cart number 78. Not sure if he's got out on track or not, or he just has a transponder issue, but Seth currently not showing any times. As the front of field head back down the hill into the last corner again. Let's see if there are any changes after that lap as they cross over the start-finish line. Baker sets the fastest time again. Purple again from Miles Baker, a 1:03.1. Manson back up into second. Charlie Jameson into third and Tommy Hart in fourth. It's quite the front four karts of from the Josh Hart Racing team there as the rain starts to come down here at KartSport Rotorua, and that's just going to make this track wet again. This might be how the day is going to go today, folks. Dries out a little, rain comes back. That's the forecast for the day. So Baker still sitting on top of the timing, followed by Manson, Jameson, Hart, Cy Finnymore, the 2NZ in P5, and in 6 is the 98 Sodi card of Lachlan Tombleson. So 6 minutes gone here in this qualifying session for Rotax Max Jr. 2 minutes to go. A couple more laps these guys will get in. And then we'll see who is in what position for the heat racing for the rest of the day. So Baker's now leading this field. Comes through the last turn, coming across the start-finish line. No improvement on the times there. Baker's still at top. Jameson's gone to 2 and Marco Manson's sitting in 3rd. Baker's got 3 tenths on Jameson, 6 tenths on Marco Manson. Finnymore moves up a place to P4. Edmondson moves up to 5. Tommy Hart's dropped to 8th. And Braxton Craving are now in 6th. Tombleson and the Sody Kart in 7. That little bit of rain's made this track all wet again as it was just starting to dry out slightly. But Baker still sitting on the top as his father paces up and down the pit lane. It's Baker back down the hill again and around onto the straight. Baker still sitting on the top from Jameson, Manson, Finney-Moore, Tombleson and Edmondson. Not a lot of change going on here to positions. Not a lot of change going on in times. I think everyone's probably got the best out of these wet tyres that they can. With 8 minutes nearly gone, I'd suggest that that's probably going to be pretty close to being it. That'll be the checkered flag out now. If you're not crossing the line, you're not going to get another lap in. So Baker and Manson across the start-finish line. They are done with their qualifying. Baker still on top. Jamison's jumped to 2, pushed Manson back to 3. Finney-Moore will finish in 4th. Tombleson into 5th. Just a few more at the rear of the field yet to get across the start-finish line. But that looks like your top qualifying grids there are done. So that is qualifying done in Rotax Max Jr. Your grids for your heats this afternoon. Miles Baker will go from 1. Alongside him on the front row is Charlie Jamison, the number 31. In 3rd, the 1NZ of Marco Manson. And in 4th, the 2NZ of Cy Finney-Moore. From row 3 will be Lachlan Tombleson and William Edmondson. Then McDonald, Cravanger, Hart, Phillips, and Pilcher. There's some pretty quick karts going to be up the front of that Rotax Max Jr field, which is going to make for some exciting racing. But Baker, who leads the championship, will also be going from pole for the 3 heat races. So he's done the first job that he needs to do of the weekend to hold that lead in the championship, and that's put it on pole. So the 36 kart of William Edmondson just being pushed back to the pits, parked up after the start-finish line, with our next field already on the grid, Rotax DD2. Okay, so the gate is open and the hand is up. Engines have started for Rotax DD2 and out the gate they head. Six karts in this DD2 field this weekend. Championship currently led by Darren Walker. Number 14 kart with a 10-point lead over the 2NZ kart of Olivia Lorenzen. Further 32 points back to 51 kart of Dylan Bryant. 4th in the championship is the master of Simon Mosby, not here this weekend. Well, we also have out there, you'll see circulating, is the number 30 kart of Matt Kinsman in a DD2, first time for quite some time, getting in a bit of practice for the upcoming Rotax Max Challenge. Trying to get himself back to the Rotax Worlds. Trying to do better than that position 2 that he took last year. So there's a kart parked up at the exit of the bottom of the paperclip there. I think that's number 9, Arlie Hewitt from Bay of Plenty Club. Not sure what's happened there, but the first lap of qualifying has not gone so well for him. So he'll be going for the rear of the field for the first 3 heats. We've also got a legend in this field this weekend, the 66 kart of Glenn Ellis out of the KartSport Auckland Club. Running the black and white plate out there, heading up the hill now. So Darren Walker crosses the line, heads up through turn 2 and turn 3, currently sitting at the top of the timing with a 101.1. Olivia Lorenzen next across with a 105. Dylan Bryant goes into P2, the 51 kart, with a 104.3. A little bit of sunlight trying to poke through here at KartSport Rotorua. That'll help dry the track out. She's pretty windy out there as well, so if you can get a bit of sunshine, this place will dry very quickly. Matt Kinsman in the 30 kart heads up into turn 3. Down the hill into the sweeper. Through the first, over the curb. Doesn't take the second curb, up into the top of the paperclip. So Walker still sitting top. Lorenzen now coming along the straight to cross the start-finish line. Lorenzen moves into P2. Dylan Bryant hits back, moves into P2. Oh, Glenn Ellis into P2 now. 66 legend of Glenn Ellis moves into P2. Next class we've got forming up on the grid is the Vortex Mini Rock class. So Walker leads from Kinsman now into P2 to Glenn Ellis, Dylan Bryant, Olivia Lorenzen, and unfortunately for Arlie Hewitt, parked up. Walker crosses the line again, no improvement on time that time. Lorenzen down the hill into the last corner as Kinsman heads up the hill. Olivia Lorenzen stays in P4. Actually drops to 5. Dylan Bryant now into P4. And just as that sun came out, straight after it, the rain is back. It's starting to drizzle here again. It's just going to be a full morning of wet running, I'd suggest. So Walker back across. Walker goes purple, still sitting on top with a 101 flat. Matthew Kinsman still in P2. Glenn Ellis still in 3. Lorenzen crosses the line, moves into P3. Dylan Bryant in 4, crossing the line. Here comes Glenn Ellis. What can he do on that lap? Stays in the same position. Kinsman goes top. Kinsman to the top with a 1 minute flat. Got half a second on Darren Walker in P2. Kinsman's currently purple halfway through this qualifying session for DD2. Walker still in P2, crosses the line, pulls back a tenth of a second on Kinsman. But Kinsman's still got 14th at the top of the timing at the moment. Lorenzen into 3. Here comes Dylan Bryant, stays in 4. Nearly 6 minutes gone in this qualifying session. Just like the last couple of sessions, these sort of times have set around the middle of the session and they pretty much stand. Kinsman through the sweeper, right on the back of Glenn Ellis here. Going to get a little bit held up on this lap. Decides to hang back and not put a pass on the top of the paper clip. Still holds on to P1 though, Kinsman. Next field of the Vortex Mini Rock already lined up on the grid. 19 Vortex Mini Rocks this weekend. So Kinsman won't improve. Held up a little bit on that lap with a bit of traffic. Across the stripe, we'll get one more lap in. See if he can improve on his time. One minute to go in qualifying here for Rotax DD2. So Lorenzen back across the start finish, stays in 3rd place. Dylan Bryant stays in 4th. Here's Kinsman, goes purple late in this qualifying session. Another 1 minute flat with 3/10 of a second. So he's got 5/10 on Darren Walker in P2 and 8/10 on Olivia Lorenzen. And out comes the checkered flag. So if you are not on a lap now, you will not get another one. So here comes everybody to cross the stripe for the last time. See if there's any improvement. Lorenzen stays in 3. Dylan Bryant brings it into the pit chute. Matt Kinsman's going to do the same. So that's your order that's going to stay at the end of qualifying for Rotax DD2. Matthew Kinsman will go from P1. Darren Walker from P2. Olivia Lorenzen, the 2NZ, will go from 3. Dylan Bryant from 4th. The 66 legend of Glenn Ellis from 5. And Ali Hewlett will go from 6. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay while we get a bit of recovery here for Ali's kart. The next class that we've got on the grid is the Vortex Mini Rock class. And the Vortex Mini Rock class led in the championship by the largest margin of any of the classes by 89 points, Nixon Cripps, the current 1NZ and current reigning KartStars championship, leads the VMR class by 89 points, back to the 3NZ of Nico Thomason, and then a further 14 points back to the number 7 in the Josh Hart kart of Bray Milne. So Nixon's done an outstanding job to build a lead of that much in this class, in this championship. 89 points is going to be hard to beat this weekend, but anything can happen. As the recovery vehicle heads out through turn 1 to go and get Ali Hewlett's kart. $19 VMR in this field this weekend. Nixon Cripps from the Southland Club in Invercargill does a lot of travel for his karting, a lot of travel. So the recovery trailer heads up the hill with Ali's kart on board. As soon as we get that in the chute, we'll be good to go. So our qualifying grid down here with our current champion sitting in P1, Nico Thomason in 3, Bray Milne, Nico Thomason in 2, sorry, Bray Milne in 3. Looking out the window, looks like Ivor Spence in 4, a North Island champion of Matthew Shaw sitting in 5. And Benji Bellamy sitting in 6 on the 3rd row to go out the gate for qualifying. I can see local boy number 35, Nico Hewson, sitting there in 8. Nico will know his way around this track in all conditions. So the Vortex Mini Rock class this weekend, proudly brought to you by the class sponsor of International Kart Supplies, the Sodi kart supplier in New Zealand, Matt and Freya Kinsman. Always ongoing class supporters wherever we go of a class, so thank you to Matt and Freya. Okay, so the recovery vehicle back down to turn 1, backing back into the pit chute. And the gate's being opened. So this will be an exciting qualifying class to watch. Sam's got his hands up to start the engines. Still got a hand up on the front row here. We've got an issue. Nope, we've cleared it and we're all go. Out the gate they come. Bit of bumping out the gate. These VMR kids, they race hard. Okay, so Cripps leads them away from Thomason up into turn 3. "19 VMR carts out the gate as all the parents go out the gates to the flag points. Oh, Nixon Cripps is off through the sweeper. He's parked it up on the inside, getting out of his cart. Not sure what happened, missed that. Saw a lot of dads with hands on their heads. None more than Darren. He's walking away from his cart, but there's no reason why he can't get going again, I would have thought. Nope, that's it. He's out. Nixon Cripps, the championship leader, is out of qualifying. Here comes the rest of the field. Nico Thomason across the start-finish line. Everyone heading down the hill into the last corner. All starting out on their first qualifying lap. But yeah, the news of this class is that Nixon Cripps' cart is parked up through the sweeper. So the championship leader, by 89 points, will be going from the rear of this field for the first 3 heats. Wow, anything can happen. Okay, so this field is spreading out now. Nico Thomason has gone off the front, coming through the top corner now. Everyone else starting to spread out, starting to find some space on this track that they can put a qualifying lap down. So Thomason comes down the hill. This will be the first time to cross the stripe to set your time for the weekend. Let's see who goes to the top of the timing. So Thomason across the line with a 109. Ivor Spence, Matthew Shaw, Charlie Clark jumps to second. Nico Thomason has got 7/10 of a second on Charlie Clark in second. So they all feed through turn 1, 2 and 3 again. So once again, like the other classes, we expect these quick lap times to be pretty much set halfway through this session. So inside of the next 3 laps.
I've got all weekend to keep going.
Okay, so they all come across the stripe for the second time. Nico Thomason still leads. Ivor Spence has jumped above Charlie Clark into P2. Charlie's holding on to 3. Benja Bellamy in 4th and Aaron Lee in 5th. And North Island champion Matthew Shaw in 6th. So everyone heading through the paperclip section of this track before they head back up the hill. Everyone seems to have some clear space now to work with. A few packs chasing each other. So Thomason now through the last corner as the rest of the field heads down the hill. See if he can improve on his lap time. Thomason's still in 1. Charlie Clark into 3. Matthew Shaw now jumps into 4th. Aaron Lee, cart number 79 in 6th place. out of the Canterbury club. Nico Hewson, local man number 35 in P10 currently, followed by the 22 out of Auckland, Elliot Armstrong. Dominic Evers, the 77 out of Auckland, sits in P8. Looking at my timing here, still Nixon Cripps sitting at the rear of that field. Not sure what happened there, but we all know he's good enough to have a good drive from the rear of the field this weekend. So Thomason again through the last corner, coming across the start-finish line. Still sitting on top. Nico Thomason in P1 currently. Ivor Spence in 2, Charlie Clark in 3. Current North Island champion Matthew Shaw in 4th. Five minutes gone in this qualifying session. So 3 minutes to go. Bray Milne currently sitting in 9th place. Who's your position 3 in the championship? The 7 kart from the Josh Hart Racing team. Thomason again down the hill into the last quarter. Let's see if we get any changes as everyone comes across the start-finish line this time. No, Thomason still sits top. No changes in the time. Ivor Spence is in 2nd now. Charlie Clark in 3rd. Aaron Lee is in 6th. These kids out of the South Island, out of Canterbury, are going pretty well here at KartSport Rotorua. So that's 6.5 minutes gone here in qualifying. Not long to go now. So Thomason across the start-finish line. Ivor Spence across the line. Benji Bellamy, the North Island champ Matthew Shaw, Charlie Clark, Dominic Evers. No change in the top of the timing. Nico Thomason still leads from Ivor Spence, from Charlie Clark, and from Benji Bellamy. And the checkered flag is out. That's qualifying. If you're not on a lap now, you don't get another one. So Nico Thomason crosses the line to receive the checkered flag, still sitting on top of the timing. Ivor Spence across the line, still sitting in P2. I think our order is done here with Charlie Clark in 3, Benji Bellamy in 4th, Matthew Shaw in 5th, and Aaron Lee in 6th. Dominic Evers will come home in 7th in qualifying, and Van Walker in 8th. Quite the qualifying there, I think, from Aaron Lee from Canterbury, making strides forward in his karting. In a quality VMR field here today. So that is VMR qualifying done. Nico Thomason will send it from pole for the first 3 heats of this weekend. Alongside him on the front row will be the 9 kart of Ivor Spence, the second row of Charlie Clark and Benji Bellamy, and on the third row, Matthew Shaw and Aaron Lee, followed by Evers, Walker, O'Malley, Milne, Armstrong, Hewson, Thompson, Dennison, Hart, Lee, Dobson, Merritt, McIntosh, and at the rear of the field, your 1NZ of Nixon Cripps. So we'll have a little bit of a delay here with the kart recovery for Nixon's kart out there. And then we're going to get underway with our next class on the grid of Rotax ROK DVS Junior.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. KartStars tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Okay, welcome back, karting fans. We've got our next class going out the gate for their qualifying session of this morning. The Rotax ROK DVS Junior class, which happens to be our tightest class in the championship across all fields. In the Rotax ROK DVS Junior class, brought to you by HGD Detailing as a class sponsor, Miles Baker has a 5-point lead in the championship over the 1NZ of Marco Manson. Followed another 39 points back to Lachlan Tomlinson in the 98 Sodi kart. So Manson and Baker are going to be around each other all weekend long. So we've got a kart parked up down here at the end of the straight into the entry of turn 1. Didn't quite get out the gate as hoped. Yellow flags are out, yellow flashing lights at turn 1 as Marco Manson crosses the stripe. So these DVS Junior drivers starting to set their first lap time. And they've got that kart going, that 98 kart going of Lachlan Tomlinson, who it was parked up into turn 1. The field form comes around the top corner, around the right-hander, around the left, onto the right, coming down the back straight. So Manson's going to lead them into the last corner to put down the first time across the stripe. Hops over that entry curb, that apex, 103.4. Miles Baker goes quicker with a 103.4 flat. Very close, only 0.003 of a second in that one. So Baker sitting top from Manson, Tommy Hart, Seth Comer, Cravanger and Lachlan Tomlinson. Just a field of 6 karts this weekend. Seem to have lost a couple off my start sheet here. Off the entry list, no Braden Watson or Van Merritt out there. So 6 karts in DVS Junior this weekend. As I say, a very close championship with only 5 points separating the top 2. You make up 1 point in every race this weekend and suddenly things are really close for the championship. So Manson again through the last corner, coming across the stripe. Manson goes to the top with a 102. Baker into 2 with a 102.9. So Manson's got 0.3 of a second here on Baker in his second lap. Tommy Hart in 3, Seth Comer in 4, Cravanger in 5. Tomlinson jumps into 5 ahead of Cravanger. Got the Rotax Light field forming up on the grid. I can tell you that's going to be an exciting class this weekend. A very large class. A lot of quality in that field. A few people we haven't seen around the lights class for a while making a comeback this weekend as well. The DVS Junior out on track at the moment, led by Marco Manson with a 102.6. Baker 0.3 behind, with a 102.9. These two are going to battle this championship out all weekend, I can tell you that. So, Manson across the line. P1, Baker in P2. No one setting a faster lap time on their third lap around. 3 minutes gone in qualifying. There's a meatball flag that's just come out there for somebody. So someone's got an issue with their kart and they're being called into the pits. Couldn't see the number there. I've just been informed it's kart number 78 that's got their mechanical flag. So 78 is missing their chain guard, is going to have to come into the pits. So that is Seth Comer's qualifying done. He currently sits in P4. So here comes Manson again, crossing the stripe. Baker through the last turn. Manson stays at the top at the moment. And Baker stays in P2. Oh, Tommy Hart. Tommy Hart crosses the line and jumps into P2. So that pushes Miles Baker, the championship leader, down into P3. Seth Comer still sitting in 4th. Set a quick enough lap time early that he'll probably still hold that position even if he's had to come into the pits early with his mechanical flag. Cravanger in 5th and Tombleson in 6th. And unsurprisingly, the rain is back. So Manson heads up the hill. Baker following him. Manson goes purple, a 102.4. Miles Baker gets back into 2nd place over Tommy Hart. And Hart stays in 3rd now. So Manson put down a quicker time there after 5.5 minutes of qualifying. And Seth Comer, kart 78, into the pits, currently sitting in 4th place. So Manson's got 3/10 here on Miles Baker, with nearly 6 minutes gone in qualifying. And the drizzle continues to come across KartSport Rotorua today, keeping this track wet, which is a good thing for these wet tyres. You don't want to dry this track out too much. So Lachlan Tombleson sitting in 3rd in this championship, but currently sitting in 6th place on track in qualifying, as the leaders now cross the start-finish line again. No changes in the order. Manson leads Baker from Tommy Hart, Cravanger, Comer and Tombleson. 1.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. Baker through the sweeper, chasing Manson. They both go through the top of the paperclip, down to the bottom, and up the hill. So less than a minute left in qualifying as Manson crosses the line again. Oh, Miles Baker's gone to the top of the timing. He's laid down a 102.4. He's got 0.03 of a second over Marco Manson, who's moved into 2, and Tommy Hart still sits in 3. So Baker's put down a lap late here. With nearly 8 minutes gone, that is probably the lap that's going to get it done for the day. These two boys are going to be battling with each other in 2 classes all weekend long, but it looks like Miles Baker is going to put it on pole position here for the Rotax ROK DVS Junior class, which with only a 5-point lead in the championship, he's going to be pretty happy going from pole. So the checkered flag is out, and that is qualifying done for Rotax ROK DVS Junior. Manson's got his hand up. He's coming in the pits. Baker's going to put another lap across the stripe here and see if he can improve his time. But he's not going to. But Miles Baker is going to go from P1 for Rotax ROK DVS Junior. Okay, so that's Lachlan Tomlinson coming down the hill. He'll put it into the pit chute. And that'll mean that Sam will open the gate. And this large field of Rotax Max Light karts will head out for their qualifying session of the day. Led out the gate by the championship leader, the 3NZ, and the current reigning KartStars championship for Rotax Light. The CRG kart of Ashton Phipps will lead this field away in their qualifying. Alongside him will be Jamie Thompson, also out the gate behind them, Chris Benton, Matthew Johnson, the South Island champ, Caleb Cross. And that's a sight to behold. Look at that field of number 31 Rotax Max Light karts this weekend. Jackson Rooney, the Sodi kart number 30, last one out the gate. Last year's 1NZ and Rotax Max Light. The 40 kart of Hero Sheridan going through the sweeper. Hero chosen to run in the light field this weekend rather than in heavies. A few karts going a bit slow through here, through the sweeper. 2NZ Orion Crombie. Looks like he may have an issue. But here comes Phipps down through the last corner to cross the stripe and start his first lap. He's followed by Thompson, Benton, Johnson, Caleb Cross, Scott McDonald, Ollie Workman. And making a pass into turn one is the current 1NZ of Lucas McGill. A few cold looking bodies on the pit wall here watching this qualifying. The wind's starting to pick up here. So Phipps heads into the bottom of the paperclip. He'll lead the field up the hill. Crombie going okay now, starting to try and get some heat in those tyres as he comes down the front straight. Phipps coming down the hill, he'll take the last corner and he'll set the first lap of this session. Let's see who's quick early. So Phipps, Jamie Thompson ahead of Phipps, Johnson into 2. Caleb Cross in 4. The 1NZ Lucas McGill moves into 4, pushes Cross back to 5th. Chris Benton from the Whangarei Club, in the kart 25, moves into 6th place. 33 kart of Scott McDonald out of Auckland into 7. So Thompson leads from Johnson, Phipps and McGill. Those are all the quick karts in the championship as well. Phipps leads the championship with 34-point lead over Jamie Thompson. Further 25 back to Chris Benton, Matthew Johnson, Caleb Cross and Scott McDonald. So those are your competitors that are sitting at the top of the timing at the moment, battling for the championship and for their qualifying positions. Jackson Rooney through 2, followed by the 2NZ of Ryan Crombie. Everyone spreading out now. Phipps goes top. Phipps sets quickest time. Johnson into 2. CRG 1 and 2. Jamie Thompson into 3. Lucas McGill jumps to 2 now. So the CRG karts are split by the 1NZ of Lucas McGill. Little over 2 minutes gone in qualifying, so a little bit to go. Everyone heading through the first quarter of the sweeper. Oh, somebody's got their hand up. It's the Sodi kart, number 82, James Vandenberg, is chosen to run in the Rotax Light field this weekend because there's no Rotax DVS Junior. He's parked it up on the inside of turn 2. The yellow lights are out at turn 1. No passing and a caution for that kart parked up on the inside of 2. Ryan Crombie has gone to the top of the timing. The 2NZ of Ryan Crombie lays down a 1:03.4. Phipps still in 2, Johnson in 3, Thompson and McGill. So the 2NZ of Ryan Crombie, quite the driver of the wet. Hasn't much of a lead on Phipps. Only 700ths of a second at the moment. Field coming across the start-finish line. Jackson Rooney's got himself up to 9th in the number 30 Sodi kart. But Vandenberg is out, parked on the exit of turn 2. Crombie still leads. Tyler Edney, the 51 kart into P6. Logan Manson, kart number 16, a name we haven't seen for a while on the karting tracks. Number 16, Logan Manson, sitting in the middle of the field at the moment. So Crombie still leads from Johnson, Phipps, Thompson and McGill. Front end of the field goes through the sweeper, top of the paper clip. So not much change in the timing here. Ryan Crombie leads Matthew Johnson, Ashton Phipps and Jamie Thompson. Jackson Rooney's got himself up to 5th place. And then a return to karting also by the 92 kart. Riley Spargo into 6th. The 1NZ of Lucas McGill is in 7 and Tyler Edney, 51 kart in 8. Chris Benton, the 25 kart from the Whangarei Club, currently sitting in 9th, and Blake Evans rounds up your top 10. So Phipps is top now. Ashton Phipps, 3NZ, current reigning champion of KartStars, has gone to the top of the timing sheet. Crombie into 2nd, splitting the CRG karts of 48, Matthew Johnson. Thompson in 4th, and Rooney up to 5th. 6 minutes of qualifying gone here. 2 minutes to go. Crombie crosses the line again, stays in 2nd. Phipps has got 1/1000th of a second on Ryan Crombie. It's that close. Lucas McGill now gone into P3 and pushed Johnson down to 4th. Jamie Thompson, P2 in the championship, is in 5th. Jackson Rooney in 6th. Not much left in this qualifying session now. Only a little over a minute to go. Can somebody put down a late lap here? So here comes Rooney across the line. He's going to get another lap in. Stays in P6 at the moment. Crombie's going to get another lap in. 45 seconds to go. Who can get to the line and get a last lap in this qualifying session for Rotax Max Light? Phipps crosses the line. Stays in P1. No improvement on the times for anybody at the moment. Few changes in times in the second half of the field, but the top's looking pretty solid. Only got a couple of seconds to go in this qualifying. The checkered flag is going to come out. So some of those are on a lap. Here comes Rooney down the hill. Into the last corner. He's going to cross the line. Let's see what he can do. He's going to stay in 6th. Ryan Crombie's going to stay in 2nd. Here comes the rest of the front end of this field coming down the hill around the last corner. Set their last lap time. Phipps is across the line and Phipps stays in P1. So your championship leader, your defending champion, your 3NZ of Ashton Phipps is going to go from pole position for the first 3 heat races of this weekend. Alongside him is going to be the 2NZ of Ryan Crombie. Second of the championship, the 96 card of Jamie Thompson. Alongside him will be the 1NZ of Lucas McGill. So the 3 top Rotax Max Light competitors are at the top 2 rows. Followed in 5th by the 48 CRG card of Matthew Johnson. Jackson Rooney will go alongside in the 3rd row. Then Benton and Spargo, Edney and Evans. The South Island champ Caleb Cross will go alongside Lewis Draper. And then Noble, Sheridan, Workman, Barnes, Nathan Grammer, Scott McDonald, Holmes, Wang, Lee, Logan Manson, Amelia Phillips, Jack Bridgman, Amelia Carter, Daniel Coleman, Buster Bailey, James Vandenberg, who is parked up, and then not sure what happened to these others that were either parked up or didn't set a time. Jet Price, Ty Eglinton, and Asher Happy. So that is Rotax Max Light qualifying. As I say, a thousandth of a second at the top of that field across the front row. So we're going to have some pretty tight racing. It's another 10th back to Thompson and another 10th back to McGill. So the recovery vehicle will head out, pick up the Sodi cart with James Vandenberg parked up past turn 2. So once they're done, we'll be able to get the next class out the gate, which will be the Rotax Max Heavy class. Rotax Max Heavy brought to you by KartZone, who are their class sponsor this weekend. So all the lights field sitting in the pit chute, ahead of the weigh scales, just being checked for their any pushback nose cones.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. Carter's Tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Okay, we're back here again. Gates open. And Rotax Max Heavy are going to head out, led by the 3NZ and championship leader of Darren Walker. Followed by Trent Ingham. So another close class this weekend. There's 3 close classes, the DVS Junior, the KZ, and this heavy class. Only 8 points separating Darren Walker and Trent Ingham in the championship after 4 rounds. So this will be one to watch. Currently sitting a further 30 places back is the number 4 card of Tom Van Can. And then Adam Bell. And then not Hero Sheridan, because Hero has gone to the lights class for the weekend. So that then leaves a further 1 point back to Aaron Tahu. Aaron, last year's Rotax Max Heavy KartStars Championship, 48 kart. So Walker leads the field down the hill. He'll cross the stripe first and start his first lap. Followed by Ingham, Bell, Van Can, Brendan Hart, Mitch Vi, got a Masters out there with the green plate of Shane Wilson, the kart number 52, leading Riley Brown into turn 3. And Aaron Tahu will be the last kart in this field, heading up to turn 3 now. So the rain is back again. It's just relentless. And it's even heavier this time. It's starting to come down here. So as the field heads up the hill into the right-hander, patiently through the left and right to get some good speed down the hill and around the last corner. So let's see what Walker's got on his first lap. Let's see what everybody else has got behind him. So Walker does a 1:04.9, followed by Adam Bell and Trent Ingham, 3 tenths and 5 tenths back. Van Can gets into third, half a second off the time posted by Darren Walker. Your 52 master Shane Wilson gets into 5th place. Aaron Tahu, 48 kart, into 4th. Ash Higgins, the Sodi kart number 83 out of the Manawatu Club. He'll be in 6th. And Trent Ingham has actually been pushed down to 7th in the first lap. Mitch Vi out of Auckland, the number 17 kart, in 8th. Followed by the 69 of Brendan Hart and the 97 of Riley Brown. That's your order in qualifying in the first lap for Rotax Max Heavy. Rotax Max Heavy, brought to you by the class sponsor of Kart Zone, Adam and Rachel Bell. Thank you for your continued support. Darren Walker crosses the stripe again, puts down a 1:04.4. Adam Bell in 2. Van Can in 3. Tahu in 4th. Darren Walker's got half a second on Adam Bell in 2nd. Trent Ingham, P2 in the championship, is in 5th. He's going to need to lay down a lap time and get himself to the front of this field if he's going to challenge Darren Walker for the championship on the weekend. And after this class is done, we'll have our last qualifying session of the morning, which will be the KZ2 class. Starting to form up on the grid down here now. Bell crosses the line. I can't see Walker. Oh, Walker is off before the last turn. Walker is parked up on the inside of the track on the back straight before the last turn. Not sure what's happened to Walker there, but Adam Bell now leads his field around the track. Has Walker put down a good enough time early to stay in pole position? Or will somebody take this from him late? So Walker walks to the flag point 7. There'll be a recovery after this, obviously, to get that kart. But let's see if somebody can get themselves above Walker now that he's parked up. Adam Bell's leading the field. Down through the top, onto the back straight. He'll see Walker parked up there. He'll feel invigorated that maybe he can get himself above him. So Adam Bell is going to cross the stripe here. Let's see. And Adam Bell goes to the top. So that DNF from Walker is going to cost him. Adam Bell now sits 0.2 of a second ahead of Darren Walker. But Darren Walker is still holding on to P2, still holding on to that front row, even though he's not going anywhere. You can see the rear of the field starting to go through the entry to the sweeper. Round through the first left-hander. Aaron Tahu through the sweeper. Tahu 48 cut, currently sitting in 4th. Trent Ingham still in 5th. See if anybody can make any improvements on their lap times this time around. As our leader, Adam Bell, comes through the last corner and across the line. Hasn't improved on his lap time, but stays in P1. Walker is still holding on to the front row. Tom Van Can in 3rd, and Trent Ingham has now moved up onto the 2nd row into P4. So Trent's starting to chip away and get himself forward, which is exactly what he needs to do. Watching the field now go through turn 3. Bunch of 4 karts through there, down into the sweeper. Around the first left-hander. The second left-hander, and they'll all pile into the top of the paperclip. Down through the right-hander, very important to get a good exit off this corner. This gives you everything you need up the hill. Got to get a great exit off that corner to get up the hill with any speed. So here comes Bell again across the line. Can he improve? Yes, he can. Purple for Adam Bell, a 104.1. 2.5 tenths back to P2. Tom Van Can, kart number 4. Darren Walker has now been pushed by Tom Van Can down into P3, onto the 2nd row, where he's currently going to sit alongside P2 in the championship, Trent Ingham. So 7 minutes done now in qualifying, 1 minute to go. We'll have a recovery after this, and then we'll have the KZ2 class out the gate for the last qualifying session of the morning. Rain stopped again, but I have a feeling it won't be the last we've seen of it. So Bell from Van Can, from Walker, from Ingham. There's that field of 4 karts again through the bottom of the paperclip and up the hill. So here comes Bell. He's going to cross the line before this checkered flag's out, so he's going to get another lap. Stays P1. Tom Van Can chasing him down, still in 2. Walker in 3. Ingham crosses the line and stays in 4. That's that bunch of 4 karts going into turn 1 now, led there by Mitch Vai, number 17. Followed by Brendan Hart, the master of Shane Wilson, and the 83 kart of Ash Higgins as they come up into turn 3 now. So that's the checkered flag out here for Rotax Max Heavy in qualifying. These last karts, some of them are on their last lap, see if they can improve. But currently Adam Bell leads in P1. Here comes Bell across the last corner, across the line. Tom Van Cam will be P2. Trent Ingham crosses the line in P4. No checkered flag for Darren Walker because he's parked up, but he will hold on to P3 on the second row. The championship leader. Aaron Tahu will be in 5th. Ash Higgins will be in 6th. Followed in 7 by Mitch Vi. 8 Brendan Hart. 9 our master of Shane Wilson. And then followed by the 97 kart of Riley Brown. That is Rotax Max Heavy qualifying. So as Darren Walker pushes his kart into the chute, Sam will open the gate and we're going to get underway with our last qualifying session of the morning. Our big bangers, our 6-speed KZ2 class. Here they come, folks. Leading us out the gate will be the championship leader, the number 224 kart out of the Auckland Club of Graham Smythe. Followed by the current KartStars champion, the Sodi kart, number 9 of Jacob Cranston out of the Manawa 2 Club. And followed up into turn 3 by the 99 kart of Mitchell Corrin. Mitchell Corrin, interestingly, a cadet champion, national champion here. The last time the Nationals ran in Rotorua in 2018, Mitchell Corrin won the cadet class. Now he's out there in a KZ kart. So Smythe is slowing through the sweeper. Maybe warming up his brakes a bit. Followed through the sweeper by the 2NZ of Raymond Mellon. Smythe's let this field go. But don't worry about him. He knows what he's doing. Okay, so Jacob Cranston's coming through the last corner. He's going to be the first one across here to start his first lap. Followed by Blake Corrid, Luke Thompson, Raymond Mellon. And the rain continues to fall here at KartSport Rotorua. You can see it on the live stream. It's pretty dark. It's pretty grey. So, Cranston, kart number 9. P2 in the championship. Over the apex curb, crossing the stripe. He's set in the first lap. He's done a 1 flat. Luke Thompson into 2. Blake Corrin into 3. Only 2 tenths between Cranston and Thompson. It's only the first lap. Trying to get those Vega tyres going. Jason Lee, number 5, crossing the stripe now. Graham Smythe now, straight to the top. First lap's down. Graham Smythe, first kart into the 59s. A 59.9 with half a second on Jacob Cranston in P2. As the field heads up the hill, into the clouds, up at the top of the mountain. Cranston down the back straight. Let's see what Cranston's got for Smythe. So Cranston goes top now. Takes 2/10 out of Smythe with a 59.7. Mitchell Corrin across the line. Moves into P3. Oh, Jason Lee to the top now. The 5 car to Jason Lee. 300ths of a second over Cranston. Smythe in third, but here comes Smythe crossing the line. What's he got? He's got the top. 59 flat for Graham Smythe, 24 kart. Raymond Mellon across the line into P5. Mellon's still a second off the lead. Graham Smythe has set down a very quick time here. He's got 7/10 on Jason Lee and 7/10 on Jacob Cranston. So here comes Cranston now across the line. He moves into P2, but he's still 2/10 off Graham Smythe at the start of the field. Thompson hard under brakes into one. These KZ karts trying to run a narrow line, find the grip, get it pulled up under brakes, get it turned, get it straight so they can get the power off the corner. So Smythe leads from Cranston. Graham Smythe, your championship leader by 9 points, leads P2. Great Jacob Cranston. Still more rain coming here. It's getting heavier here all the time. Smythe going through the sweeper. As the field heads up the hill, Cranston crosses the line, can't improve. Still a 10th off Graham Smythe at the top. Raymond Mellon is in second, is in third. The 2NZ of Raymond Mellon, 2/10 from the top of the field. Mitchell Corrin now moves into third spot. Ethan Sayer crossing the line, currently in 9th position, two seconds off the lead. Smythe over the line, can't improve on his last lap time. I think he's slowed on that lap. Mellon moves into second. Raymond Mellon, the 2NZ, is leading Jacob Cranston. The 2 Sodi karts. So it's Drago 1, Sodi 2 and 3, Drago 4, Blake Corrin in 7th. Luke Thompson into 6th. No change for Blake Corrin, still sitting in 7th. Here comes Jason Lee. What's Jason got? Jason stays in 5th. 5 minutes gone here in this qualifying session for KZ2. Brought to you by TCL Apparel Master. Here comes Smythe across the line. Oh, he sets another purple, Graham Smythe. He's got this on a string. 58.5. 3/10 on the Sodi kart. The 2NZ of Raymond Mellon. Cranston still sits in third. Corrin, Mitchell that is, in 4th. So Smythe still leads, only 2 minutes left in qualifying in KZ2. Dave Malcolm crosses the line. Ethan Sayer has actually jumped Dave Malcolm into 8th place. Mellon crosses the line and Mellon goes to the top late. Raymond Mellon, the 2NZ, has done a 58.5, 1,000ths of a second on Graham Smythe. That is close at the top, folks. Raymond Mellon has laid down a lap. With only 1 minute to go in qualifying, what has Graham Smythe got late? There's a cart parked up in the top of the paperclip. Looks like it's the 31 car to Luke Thompson. So here comes some carts across the line. There's Blake Corrin, Mitchell Corrin. No changes in that order. Here comes Jason Lee, the kart 5. Jason Lee in 5th. Graham Smythe is coming down the hill. He is going to get to the line before the checkered, so he is going to get another lap. Can he hit back in this lap or the next? Mellon sitting in pole. Graham Smythe goes to the top. The master Graham Smythe, 58.4, 1/10 of a second ahead of Raymond Mellon in P2. Mellon will be on a lap. Mellon through turn 2, heading up to 3. Can Mellon hit back? Graham Smythe currently sitting on pole. Still on a lap here, could still get better. The rain stopped here again, but I'm telling you, it's coming back. So Smythe leads from Mellon, Cranston, Thompson, Lee, the 2 Corrin brothers. Blake leads his brother Mitchell, followed by Dave Malcolm and Ethan Sayer. So here comes Graham Smythe. This will be the last lap that he gets coming across the line now. Can he improve? No, he doesn't. Stays in P1. The only one that can beat him here is Mellon, who will stay in 2. So the front row is Graham Smythe, led by over Raymond Mellon. Here comes Luke Thompson across the line. Jacob Cranston will be in 3. Luke Thompson will be in 4. So it's Drago, Sodi. So that is KZ2, brought to you by TCL Apparel Master. Qualifying done. Your front row will be Graham Smythe and Jacob Cranston. The 2 leaders in the championship will battle it out from the front row in these first 3 heats, with only 9 points separating them in the championship. So those KZ2 starts in this weather are going to be one to watch. Who can get it off the line into that turn 1 first? Okay. Okay, everybody, here's your first heat race of the day. This is where the racing starts. Qualifying's done. And our first class going out the gate for their first heat of 7 laps is the Cadet Rock class. Sam's got his hand up, and everybody's starting their engines. All still on wet tyres, obviously. Track is very wet. And out the gate they go, leading them out the gate. Going from pole position is the 2NZ card of Freddie Waller. Alongside him on the front row will be the 1NZ Cosmic Kart of Joey Joe. The second row, the 3NZ of Max Gosling, beside the 6 card of Heath Phillips, followed by Taylor Costello, the South Island champ, Kaiser Rankin, and the 99 cart of Sebastian Grant. This race is all going to be about making no mistakes, keeping your kart on the track in these testing conditions for these young kids, 6 to 9 year olds in this Cadet Rock class. Racing wheel to wheel as they head up the hill, warming their tyres side to side, trying to get some heat in them so they work under brakes into turn 1. So 7 laps for heat 1 and all heats for all classes today across this 1,241 metre circuit at KartSport Rotorua. So they cross the line in their first formation lap. When Freddie brings him out of the bottom of the paperclip, he'll cross the blue line heading up the hill. He'll slow down and he'll start to form up the field. So by the time they're coming down the back straight and they hit the red formation line, they're in 2 perfect lines and they're ready to race. Freddie will be setting the pace as they enter the tram lines. When those lights go out, they're all free to go. The small but quality field at Cadet Rock. Very lucky to have the top 3 in the country here this weekend. That'll make for some great racing. The official up there at flag point 6, just waving them to slow down as they cross the blue line. Freddie doing a good job of forming this field up. Sebastian Grant will join them from the rear as they come down through the right-hander off the top of the hill, through the left and through the right onto the back straight. The red lights are on down here on the gantry. We're going to be set for a start. Our race director, Graham Knight, down here. He'll check they're ready to go and he'll let them go if he's happy. Field looks good. They're moving into the tram lines. Somebody's a little bit out of position here. Moves in late. That was Gosling moving in late. Lights are out though and these boys are racing. Great start from Freddie Waller. He's gone off the front without any problems at all. Max Gosling's having a little bit of a look around the outside of Joey Joe, but no, decides better of it, tucks into 3rd place. So your top 3 stay as they were gridded. Freddie Waller, Joey Joe, Max Gosling, heading into turn 3, coming down the hill into the sweeper. So Freddie's starting to get away from here a little bit. Joey won't let him go. Through the second part of the sweeper and into the top of the paperclip. There's a pass coming on here later in the field. No, somebody thinks better of it, pulls the kart up under brakes. So Waller leads Joe. Gosling, your South Island champ, Taylor Costello's got himself up to 4th as the field heads up the hill to the top corner. Under a shower of spray. Round the right-hander, then through the left and right and back down the back straight. So Freddie Waller's just extending his lead a little bit here. Field starting to spread out. Round the last corner. Oh, nice. Quite the slide there from Freddie. Held it. Crossed the line. Still leading after lap 1. Joe, good under brakes into 1. Made up probably 3 kart leaks on Waller here. So he's chasing him up the hill now into turn 3. Waller just leading Joe. Joe right on him into the entry of the sweeper. Gosling in 3rd. So you're 1, 2 and 3 NZ, the top 3 in the field, but led by the 2 NZ and setting the fastest lap in the first lap of Freddie Waller with a 1:13. Waller into the bottom of the paperclip. Got a little bit sideways on the exit, which has given Joe a good run up the hill behind him. So 7 karts, all still on track. Here comes the field, down the back straight, down the hills, still led by Freddie Waller. An even space between first and second and third. And they cross the line again, leading Freddie Waller, Joey Joe, Max Gosling and Taylor Costello. Rankin started to make grounds on the back of Costello into 1. These kids doing a good job of keeping these karts on the track, on the edge. The pit wall's got a line of others watching it. Rotax Junior class watching these cadet kids get around this track in the wet. Waller through the sweeper, up into the top of the paperclip. Cadet Rock class brought to you by VIP Plumbing and Gas Fitting. Joey Joe with a 38-point lead over Kaiser Rankin in the championship. So as the field makes its way through the top corners, back down the back straight, Freddie Waller through the last turn. Still leads this race from the 1NZ of Joey Joe and the 3NZ of Max Gosling. So Waller sets the fastest lap again, starting to put a bit of time here on Joe in 2. Rankin's got past the South Island champ of Costello. Rankin needs to move his way forward if he's going to challenge Joe at all in this championship. Currently sitting in 4th place as the field goes around the exit of the sweeper. Still 4 laps to go in this cadet Heat 1. Up through the top of the track goes this field again. Through the right, through the left. Down the hill comes Freddie Waller. Chased by Joe. Gosling's actually getting a little bit closer to Joe here. Gosling started to come back at the 1NZ. Right on the edge of grip, coming around that last corner. As they come into turn 1. Yeah, Gosling is certainly coming at Joe here. Can the 1NZ hold on for P2? 3 laps to go. But way out in front, Freddie Waller's got a good lead here. One little mistake from it. Yep, and Gosling's dropped back again a bit. Must have been a little bit of a mistake through 3. Doesn't take much to drop a few kart lengths. Through the bottom of the paperclip and back up the hill goes Freddie Waller, the 2NZ, leading this Heat 1 of Cadet Rock. The rain has stopped here again, but this track is still very wet. Rotax Jr sitting down on the grid, ready to go out the gate. Down the hill again. Gosling's just holding on in P3 onto Joe here. Got a bit closer on the last lap. It's dropped back a bit again. Onto the front straight across the line. Freddie Waller still leading this heat. 2 laps to go now. Freddie up through turn 3. A slight double right-hander through turn 3. Back down the hill into the sweeper. Field's pretty spread out now in Cadet Rock over 7 laps. It's a long way around this KartSport Rotorua track in the wet. These cadets currently lapping in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Up the hill goes the field again, through the top corner. Freddie Waller, 2NZ unchallenged at the moment. Down the hill. Gosling's coming back at Joe again a bit. But Joe's got a good exit out of the top. Puts another length or two on him down the hill. Around the last corner they come. Freddie Waller still leads with 1 lap to go. The last lap board is out. 1,241 metres from home. Gosling's closing in on Joe, but I'm not sure he's going to get there with 1 lap to go. Waller leads from Joe, Gosling, Rankin, Costello, Phillips and Grant. Sebastian Grant crossing the start-finish line now to start his last lap. So Freddie Waller pulls it up at the bottom corner. Up the hill he'll go on his last lap. Last time up the hill for Freddie Waller. Joe's still holding off Gosling up the hill. Not sure we're going to see a change here on the last lap. So down the hill comes your leader, Freddie Waller, doing what he needs to do. Put it on pole at the start of the day. He's going to come around the last corner here, and Freddie Waller, your 2NZ, is going to take the first heat race for Cadet Rock. Across the line, Joey Joe will take second, Max Gosling in third. Kaiser Rankin will come home in fourth, followed by your South Island champion of Taylor Costello, Kart 6 of Heath Phillips, and Kart 99 of Sebastian Grant. So that's your first heat of the day. Cadet Rock, run and done. Okay, here we go, folks. We've got our next heat race of the day. Okay, so our next heat race of the day, our first heat for Rotax Max Jr. Already out the gate, coming around on their first warm-up lap. So, Miles Baker will lead them out on this race from position number 1, alongside the 31 kart of Charlie Jamison. On the second row will be your 1NZ car of Marco Manson, alongside the 2NZ of Cy Finnimore. So your Max Jr points have Baker leading the championship over Manson by 25 points. The further 19 back to Finnimore and a further 15 back to Zach Tucker. So it's Baker and Manson who are going to fight this championship out with a 25-point gap at this last round, round 5 at Sulfur City, KartSport Rotorua. As Baker leads them up the hill to the blue line, he will slow and he will form the field behind him. As the last of the field heads up the hill now to take their respective grids, Baker leads them around the right-hander at the top of the hill, through the S's down the hill, to the red formation line, where he will slow to start speed, and our starter Graham Knight, if he's happy, he'll let them go. Down the hill now, Baker leading from P1 alongside Charlie Jameson. Manson, P3 will be tucked in behind Baker as they form up on the tram lines now. Lights are gone and we're off. Baker into one, tentatively under brakes. Jamison around the outside. Jamison, oh, there's some pushing going on and Jamison's going to get through, followed by Baker and Manson. Jamison's got himself around the outside of 1 and the inside of 2. So Jamison leads now through the third turn. Miles Baker was alongside for a moment, but tucks in behind around the sweeper. So Jamison, Baker, Manson, Cy Finnimore in the green helmet there in P4 as they all pile into the top of the paperclip under brakes. Lots of karts close to each other in the middle of that pack. But it looks like they all get through the first few corners cleanly. Up the hill they go. Jamison leads from Baker. Small gap back to Manson with Finnimore right on his rear bumper. Round the top right-hander, through the S's down onto the back straight. It's Jamison who leads from Baker, from Manson, from Finnimore. Lachlan Tombleson and Edmondson. Round the last corner, all hopping up over that inside curb. Across the line and everyone into 1. Same order, no one making a pass into 1. Same order right the way through 2 and 3. This field's starting to spread out now. Jamison's got a little bit of a lead here on Baker. A little bit more of a lead back to Manson, Finnimore, Tombleson, and Jack Phillips, the 17 kart. So on their second lap now, no change in the order. Charlie Jamison's got the fastest lap time, he's purple. As the sun starts to poke through here, still a shiny wet track, still the spray going up the hill. So no change in the order all the way through the top. This field's starting to spread out now. So currently as it stands, Baker will take another point on Manson in the championship, make it 26 points. We've got a long way to go here in this heat. Cravanger has a look down the inside into turn 1, but decides better of it, pulls the kart up. Not much passing going on here, this field is spreading out. Really got to be brave if you're going to put a pass here on the wet off that grippy line that these leaders are following. So Jamison leads into the top of the paperclip. Baker closes up well under brakes into that corner. Trying to get a good exit off the bottom of the paperclip for the run up the hill. Cravanger puts a move down the inside of Edmondson on the bottom of the paperclip. Stays on that inside line up the hill. And is going to hold it through the top. So 5 laps to go. Jamison still leads from Baker. These two have put a bit of a gap on Manson, who's put a gap on Finnimore. So the field's starting to spread out there now. Oh, somebody's put it off on the last corner. Hard into the bags. There's water in the sky. I'm not sure who that was. Somebody running over there to have a look. Hopefully that competitor is okay. The rest of the field filing through the sweeper. The driver's out of the kart, so the driver is out of that kart. Looks okay from here. Jamison leads Baker and Manson. Manson's come back at Baker here a bit. Put a little bit of a gap on Finney-Moore. So it looks like to me that person that's in the bags is the person at the bottom of this timing list, and it looks to me that it might be Tommy Hart. The rest of the field filing down through the S's down onto the back straight. Still a yellow out flashing at flag point 7 on the last turn, so there'll be no passing through there. But no one's in a position to pass now anyway. This field has spread out. It's going to be a race of no mistakes. So that driver is out of the kart, and it does look like it is Tommy Hart, and he is walking back with his helmet off down the pit chute. His Heat 1 race is over. So the rest of the field, 3 laps to go. Jamison leads Baker, Manson, Finney-Moore, Tombleson. Jack Phillips coming through the sweeper. Followed by Patrick McDonald and Braxton Cravanger. Up the hill the field goes. 3 laps to go. Next class we've got on the grid down here is the Rotax DD2 field. Nice for the rain to have stopped. It's got a little bit brighter here. And across the stripe again goes the 31 kart of Jamison with 2 laps to go, followed by Baker, Manson, Finney-Moore and Tombleson. Charlie Jamison currently the fastest lap of the race with a 1:03 flat, which is half a tenth on Miles Baker. Well, half a second, I should say, on Miles Baker in P2. So Jamison's got this kart hooked up in the wet. Those front 3 have gone. Hart karts 1, 2 and 3. Followed by the Arrow Finney-Moore, the black Sody kart of Tombleson, and the Paralyn of Jack Phillips. So Jamison's going to lead this field down the hill, around the last corner, over that apex curb, and Jamison is going to have 1 lap to go, leading this Heat 1 here in Rotax Max Light. Seth Comer makes a pass down into turn 1. Puts a pass on Braxton Cravanger. Comer and Cravanger battling for a 9th and 10th place. So Jamison through the top of the paperclip, through the bottom. Gets an exit, heads up the hill. Pretty much the same gap between these top karts for the last 3 laps. Craving is going to have another look on Comer, but can't get it done at the bottom of the paperclip. They're going to race up the hill. So Craving is going to follow Comer. But here at the front of the field, Charlie Jamison's going to come around the last corner, and he's going to take out the first heat here in the Rotax Max Jr class, followed by Miles Baker, Marco Manson, and Cy Finney-Moore. Comer just about got to McDonald, but that is your first heat of Rotax Max Light. As these karts now go around the track on their cool-down lap. But Baker puts 1 more point on Marco Manson in the championship. So he now leads his championship by 26 points. He knows what he's got to do this weekend. He's just got to keep that kart on the track, cross the finish line and rack up the points. So that's the first heat of Rotax Max Jr. done. Won by the 31 kart of Charlie Jamison. He's got a kart out on track here at turn 1 that's parked up that they are currently pushing back to the pits. And then we will get into Rotax DD2. Sitting down here ready to go on the grid. Matthew Kinsman, the Kart 30 multiple national champion, and also second at the Rotax Challenge Worlds last year in DD2, will lead them away out the gate in the 30 kart. Alongside him will be the 10 kart of Darren Walker, currently the leader in the championship for DD2. Olivia Lorenzen, the current 2NZ, will go from P3. Second in the championship, only 10 points behind Darren Walker. Third in the championship is our 51 kart of Dylan Bryant, who will go from P4. And then followed on the back row by our 66 legend of Glenn Ellis and our number 9 of Ali Hewlett. So here comes this kart past the pit gate being carried now. And that'll go through the next gate into the pit chute. It was unfortunately the 84 kart parked up there of Angus Wilton, all the way from Southland. Okay, so that kart being pushed into the gate. Sam Buffton, our pit marshal, will walk back, open up the gate, and send this DD2 field out for their first heat of the weekend. Okay, the engines are started and we're underway. Out the gate, led by the 30 kart, the Sodi kart of Matthew Kinsman. Then Darren Walker, Olivia Lorenzen, Dylan Bryant, Glenn Ellis and Ali Hewlett. That is your field for the first heat of Rotax DD2. So Kinsman crosses the line in the first of the warm-ups. Warming up those brakes and those tyres. Brand new kart, that Sodi kart this weekend. Not the best conditions to take a brand new kart out in, but so be it. Bright orange Sodi kart of Matt Kinsman leading away from Darren Walker, Olivia Lorenzen, Dylan Bryant, Glenn Ellis and Ali Hewlett. So 125cc, 2-speed gearbox, these DD2s. Slowing the field at the top of the hill, across the blue line, Matt Kinsman will form them up from pole to bring them to the start. Down the hill they come. Matt Kinsman on pole. I can see his mum watching from the pit wall. as they come around the last turn and they come into the tram lines. In the lines now, having a look at the lights. The lights will go out, we'll start racing. Kinsman leads him into one. Walker's moved himself across into the inside of the track to hold P2, and he's turned himself around, or he might have got a tap from behind. Hard to say from here, but Walker will go to the rear of the field. So Olivia Lorenzen will be out there seeking to take some points off Walker in this race, given what's just happened. So she sits in P2, the current 2NZ. But Kinsman leads him on the first lap into the top of the paperclip. So it's Kinsman from Lorenzen. Ali Hewlett's got himself up into third place ahead of 51 Dylan Bryant as they go up to the top of the hill. So Kinsman down through the S's onto the back straight. Has developed quite the lead on the first lap. I can't even count the number of kart links there, but it's a long way away from P2. So Lorenzen in P2 comes across the line. Ali Hewlett, 51 of Bryant, the 66 Legend of Alice, and at the rear for the moment is the number 10 kart of Darren Walker, currently the leader in this championship. He won't be there for long. And as I say that, he puts it into turn 3 and a little bit into the side of the 66 kart of Ellis. But he gets the pass done and he moves up into 5th place. Meanwhile, front of the field is Kinsman. Matthew Kinsman leading this field up the hill. Mikey Kinsman down on the pit wall watching. But he's built quite the lead here. Walker still in 5th. Chasing Dylan Bryant up the hill, trying to make up places, trying to make up points. So Kinsman has nearly the whole length of the back straight now on P2. As Kinsman crosses the line, Olivia Lorenzen around the last corner of the 2NZ in second. Ali Hewlett in third, Dylan Bryant fourth. Here comes Walker. He's going to have a look down the inside of Bryant into turn 1. Pulls it up under brakes, a little bit of curb, and gets the job done. So Walker moved into 4th now, through turn 2, up into turn 3. There'll be 5 laps to go, so there's plenty of time of... Oh, Dylan had another look at Walker through turn 3, but Walker remains in 4th. Plenty of time for Walker to get to the 2 in front with 5 laps to go. Kinsman leads up the hill. Lorenzen out of the bottom of the paper clip. Walker in 4th up the hill. So Matt Kinsman will come down the back straight and around the last corner to cross the line and make it 4 laps to go. Remember, 7-lap heat races for all classes all day. Longer pre-finals and finals tomorrow for all classes. So Kinsman leads from Lorenzen, from Hewlett, Walker, Bryant and Ellis. 4 laps to go. Can Darren Walker get to the back of P2 and P3? Kinsman through the exit of the sweeper into the top of the paperclip. Field relatively spread out, but Darren Walker will be pushing hard to try and make up points here. Not much water being cleared from the track here, even though it's not raining. Not a big field, so quite a lot of water still on this track. Quite a lot of spray, and somebody has come off at the bottom of the paperclip. Can't see who that is yet, but yep, looks like it's Ali Hewlett. Ali Hewlett has come off at the bottom of the paperclip, and that brings Darren Walker up into 3rd position. Olivia Lorenzen, the 2NZ, still holds on to 2nd. And Hewlett drops to the rear of the field in 6th. Bryant still leading from Ellis, from Hewlett. Kinsman through the sweeper. 3 laps to go. Lorenzen in 2, Walker in 3. Walker still pushing hard, but he's only got 2.5 laps to get to Lorenzen. I'm not sure he's going to get there. DD2 field out on Vega tyres, a lot stickier than the MGs that a lot of classes are on. So Kinsman comes down the back straight. Kinsman will come through the last corner to cross the line and make it 2 laps to go in this DD2 Heat 1. It's pretty much the same gap between 2 and 3. Walker's not making enough inroads on Lorenzen here with 2 laps to go to pick up any more points. So Lorenzen, hopefully for her, she'll take another point back in the championship, and then there'll only be 9 points to go. Kinsman through the sweeper, up on the first curb, misses the second one, pulls it up under brakes. Lorenzen holding off Walker, and an even gap between the rest of the field. Dylan Bryant will be in 4th, Glenn Ellis in 5th, and Ali Hewlett, after coming off, will be at the rear of the field. So Kinsman down through the S's onto the back straight. Oh, and Ali Hewlett's come off again in the bottom of the paperclip. So not sure what he's got going on there, but at the front of the field, Kinsman crosses the line to take the last lap board. So Kinsman up into turn 3. So Kinsman's at turn 3 when Lorenzen is at turn 1. Walker has made up some space on Lorenzen, but I'm still not sure he's going to get there in 1 lap. So Hewlett now across the stripe to start his last lap. And Matthew Kinsman, a 1 minute flat, is the quickest lap time around here today in a DD2. So Kinsman up the hill. So Kinsman is going to come down through the S's to the back straight on his last lap. And Matthew Kinsman is going to take out the first heat in this Rotax DD2 field across the line. That's a win for Matthew Kinsman. Lorenzen coming down the back straight. Walker chasing her, but Lorenzen around the last turn. Lorenzen is going to get it done for P2. And Walker, only 4 kart lengths back, is going to come home in P3. That's your first 3 home. They'll be followed by Dylan Bryant, Glenn Ellis, coming down the hill for the last turn to be in 6th place, the number 9 kart of Ali Hewlett. Okay, so for our next exciting first heat race of the day, the gates open and we're going to do the VMR class. So the 3NZ of Nico Thomason will lead them away from pole position with the 9 of Ivor Spence from the Canterbury Club alongside him. Charlie Clark will go from 3, Benji Bellamy from 4, the North Island champ Matthew Shaw from 5, and Aaron Lee from Canterbury from 6. The interesting story of this class, obviously, is the 1NZ of Nixon Cripps, who parked it up on qualifying, will go from the rear of this field. The defending KartStars championship with the black and white plate and the number 1NZ on it, who has an 89-point lead in this field, the largest of any class, will go from the rear of the field. So let's see what Nixon can do and how far up this field he can get and how many points he can put in the bag. But the 3NZ of Nico Thomason will lead them away. Further down the field, we've got Dominic Evers from Auckland in the Energy Kart from 7th. Van Walker from Hamilton in 8th. Jed O'Malley, Bray Milne. Now, Bray Milne is further down the field, given that he currently sits 3rd in the championship. 14 points behind Nico Thomason. However, Riley Craig, who is 4th in the championship, not here this weekend. So, even though Bray Milne's further down the field, he's looking okay for that 3rd place on the podium for the KartStars series. He'll be followed by Elliot Armstrong, Nico Hewson, the local man, 35 and from Rotorua, and Toby Thompson, 34 in the Sodi Kart. Then Dennison, Hart, Iris Lee, Dobson, Merritt, McIntosh, and as I said, the 1NZ of Nixon Cripps from the rear of the field. So Thomason leads them up to turn 3, in the first of the warm-up, second of the warm-up laps. Ivor Spence will be in 2, Charlie Clark in 3, Benji Mallaby in 4th, Matthew Shaw, the North Island champion, in 5th. Interesting start in the wet into turn 1, through turn 2, up into turn 3. Lots of opportunities to make up places at the start, lots of opportunities to lose places. So up the hill goes Thomason. 3NZ being slowed by the official up there at the blue line. Forming up this field well. This field will come up nicely from the rear. By the time we hit the formation line down the hill, we'll be ready to go. And they'll be in the starters' hands. They'll decide if they're ready to go. And off will go the lights. So Thomason from pole. Spencer on 2. Down the back straight. Round the last corner, into the tram lines, having a look at the lights now. The lights will go out and they will start racing. Thomason's going to lead them into 1. Tucked in behind him is Charlie Clark. Oh, Ivor Spence has been left on the outside, but he's got himself back into 3rd. Matthew Shaw drops into 5th, had a look at making a pass through 2, but decided better of it. Through 3 they go, down the hill into the first quarter of the sweeper. Thomason from Clark from Spence. In a line now as they make their way into the top of the paperclip. Anyone thinking of a pass a little bit further back in the field? There's that green helmet of Nixon Cripps, who's already a 3rd of the way through this field. Going to have another look to the inside of the bottom of the paperclip. Makes up another place. So Cripps is making up places willy-nilly here. Up to the top of the hill and around the top. Nico Thomason leads them through the right-hander. Through the left and right S's, it's going to bring them back down onto it. But Charlie Clark is right on his rear bumper here. Charlie Clark's got a great run out of that corner. He's not going to have a look. He's going to tuck in behind. Around the last corner they come. So Thomason leads from Clark as they come into 1. No passing going on. Evers comes down the inside of the North Island champion. Makes a pass. 24 kart. Chasing Evers down in a bit of a line into turn 3. Charlie Clark has made a pass and got himself ahead of Nico Thomason. So Charlie Clark now leads Thomason, Spence, Bellamy, Evers. Evers has come from further back on the grid. Evers making up time now as well. There goes Cripps. Another pass further back. Pulls it up into the top of the paperclip. That bright green helmet. But unfortunately, he's going to get switched back. Got held out on the outside there. So doesn't make up that place through those sets of corners. Charlie Clark leads up the hill. Thomason in 2nd. And there's a cart parked up between the top and the bottom of the paperclip. There's a parent out there to help drag that cart off the track. And that competitor will go to that flag point. So Charlie Clark down the hill, leading through the last turn. Made a little bit of a gap on Nico Thomason. Not going to be any passing at the front of the field into turn 1. Here comes the rest of the field through here now. Nobody look. Oh, Cripps is going to put it down the inside of the North Island champion. No, he's not. He thought better of it. He was a fair way back going in. Up the hill they go into turn 3. So these front 2 are broken away. Charlie Clark sets the fastest lap of the race of a 109.2. followed closely by Nico Thomason in the Cosmic Kart. Benji Bellamy in the Hard Kart, and Dominic Evers, Kart 77 in the Energy Kart, is in 4th place. And Cripps is going to have another look down the inside. He's looking at making up 2 places at once, but he's not going to get the job done on the second. Or is he? Yes, he is. Great pass by Cripps through those 2 sets of corners. Makes up 2 places in 2 corners as the field head up the hill. Charlie Clark still leads around the top corner, followed by Nico Thomason coming down the hill now. So that looks like the number 9 kart that's parked up at flag point 4. Reviver Spence, who was so far up the field, has now got his kart parked up there and is out of this race. Leaders cross the line. It's getting a bit congested further back in the field. North Island champion right on the back of the 24 kart. The 24 kart of Jet O'Malley as they file through turn 2. Close back together there. Toby Thompson and Nico Hewson battling through 2 into turn 3. Thomason has got past Charlie Clark now and leads this race again. 3NZ of Nico Thomason leads this race into the top of the paperclip. Charlie Clark all over his rear bumper. Nixon Cripps has got himself up from the rear of the field into 5th place now. And he's right on the back of Dominic Evers as well. So Nixon Cripps on the back of Evers, 77 and 4th. Toby Thompson makes a pass into the bottom of the paperclip. Up the top of the course, Nico Thomason still leads Charlie Clark. So Thomason from Clark down the hill into the last corner. But quite the gap back down to P3. Here comes Cripps on the back of Dominic Evers. He's going to have a look down the inside into turn 1. Can he put it up? Oh, no. Evers has got around the outside of that corner quite quickly, and Cripps hasn't been able to get down the inside. So those two are battling hard. There's more battles going on all the way back through the pack, but right at the front, these two have gone. Thomason leads from Charlie Clark. Further back in P3, staying out of trouble is Benji Bellamy. Cripps has got past Evers now at turn 3. Cripps has moved into 4th. Oh, there's a bit of bumping between the front 2 into the top of the paperclip. They're going to battle this out. Charlie Clark puts it down the inside. Gets the job done. Got to move to the right-hand side and cover this up the hill, or Thomason's going to get back in. But no, he can't. Charlie Clark holds on to the lead. The rest of the field form up the hill with 3 laps to go. Charlie Clark's now leading this race down the back straight. These front 2 are going to battle to the end. Quite a gap there. Oh, Cripps has got a good exit out of that top corner. Is he going to have a look in the last corner? No, he thinks better of it, but he'll get a good exit out of here, and he'll be all over the back of Benji Bellamy. Here comes Nixon Cripps. No, doesn't decide he's going to pass into turn 1. No more passing into turn 1 from any of this field. But there's a battle hard going on here. Oh, Thomason has a little bit of a block on Charlie Clark into 3. So Thomason leads. And there's a battle for 3rd and 4th going on hard here as well. So Thomason leads Charlie Clark. 2 laps to go through the sweeper. Nixon Cripps has got past Benji Bellamy. So Charlie Clark right on the bumper of the leader here into the top of the paperclip. Is he going to have a look into the bottom? No, he's not. So Nico Thomason still leads. Nixon Cripps has pulled a gap on Benji Bellamy, and Nico Thomason has come from last on the grid to get on into P3. The rest of the field spread out here, but this battle is still going on at the top of the field. These front 2 come down the back straight. They're going to come around this last corner, and then they're going to see the last lap board. So here they go, Nico Thomason through the last, leading Charlie Clark. Now Charlie right near, I don't think he's close enough to have a look into 1. He's not, so Nico Thomason's going to lead us on the last lap into turn 1, leading this race. Nixon Cripps in 3rd, Benji Bellamy in 4th. No other passing going on through 1. Thomason blocks into the 3rd corner. Gets a reasonable but not perfect exit. Oh, side by side coming into the entry of the sweeper. Charlie Clark thinks better, pulls him behind Nico, and is going to follow him into the top of the paperclip. Too far back from there. Somebody has spun off into the sweeper, and it looks like it's Bellamy. Bellamy, who was all by himself in 4th, looks like he's handed fourth to Dominic Evers. So up the top of the hill for the final time. Thomason leading Clark around the top. Clark's 1 length back through the right-hander, through the left and right. They'll come on to the back straight for the final time. Thomason looks like he's got a lead of about a kart length, 2 kart. He's actually got a great exit out of there. Put even more time on Charlie Clark. If he can get round this last corner cleanly, Nico Thomason is going to win the first heat here in VMR, followed by Charlie Clark, Nixon Cripps from the rear of the field, Dominic Evers and Jet O'Malley. Going to have a recovery here after this race of that 9 kart of Ivor Spence parked up in the middle of the field there. But Nico Thomason is going to take out the first Vortex Mini Rock heat of the day. Thomason and Clark really had the speed on the rest of the field there, with the exception of Nixon, who obviously came from the back row. So Nixon hasn't let too many points slide there, so he'll be happy about that drive. A great first lap, made up a number of places in that first lap.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. KartStars. Whatever you do, tread true.
Okay, so that cart is recovered of Ivor Spence from VMR. He'll be disappointed given where he started that race to have to park it up like that. But the gate is open, and we are going to do Rotax ROK DVS Junior Heat 1. As I said, the closest class that's being contested in the championship this weekend, with Miles Baker only having a 1-point lead over the 1NZ of Marco Manson. So Baker will go from pole, Manson will go from 2, Tommy Hart will go from 3, Braxton Cravanger will go from 4, Seth Comer from 5, and Lachlan Tomlinson will go from 6. By my count, that makes it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Josh Hart Racing Team grid. So that's 5 Hart carts and 1 Sodi cart in this small but quality field of Rotax ROK DVS Junior Heat 1. The 88 Baker leading them away from our double current 1NZ of Marco Manson. So on to their second lap of warm-up. Okay, so Baker will lead them down the hill in P1 to form up this field. 6 carts, close in the championship. Baker needs to get the job done here. So as he comes down the hill, around the last corner to face the start, when those lights go out, we're racing. Into the tram lines they go. Baker leads from Manson and P2. Lights are out and we're off racing. So Baker has a look into 1. Somebody's having a look down the inside up on the curb. I'm not sure that's too tidy, but Baker gets the job done. Manson gets back into 2nd. Tommy Hart's in 3rd. Jostling for position into turn 3, but Baker holds the lead. Manson holds 2. Tommy Hart in 3. Cravanger in 4. Tomlinson's got himself up to 5th. And Seth Comer in 6th. So as they all pile into the top of the paperclip, Baker's got a clean set of heels here. He's off and the others are fighting behind him. There's Hart carts everywhere out on that track as they head up the hill. That bright helmet of Miles Baker up through the right-hander. Pretty even space between all those carts at the moment as they head through the S's and come down the hill. So Baker's going to lead them into the last corner to complete the first lap. Baker from Manson, from Hart, Cravanger, Seth Comer has got in front of Lachlan Tomlinson in 6th place, who's going to put another pass in on Comer into the last corner. Heading up into turn 3 now, Baker leading Manson. Oh, Manson's late into that corner onto Baker. A little bit into the rear there, but Baker holds the lead. From Manson and Hart through the second part of the sweeper into the top of the paperclip. Manson's coming here at Baker. Manson's not going to give this championship away easily. Baker leading. Baker leading up the top of the hill from Manson from Hart. Tomlinson's been able to put a gap on Comer at the rear of the field. Cravanger's in no man's land a bit, but he's trying to get to the back of this 3 in front of him. So Miles Baker's got the fastest lap of the race at a 1:04.1 at the moment. Down the hill they come. Manson, not such a great exit out of that corner. That's sprung Tommy Hart back onto the back of him. He's dropped away from Baker there a bit. So Baker, Manson, Hart, Cravehanger, Tombleson, Comer. 5 laps to go in this Rotax ROK DVS Junior class. It's not much between these front 3. They all close up on each other through 3, coming down the hill into the sweeper. Baker's still leading. No one wants to make a mistake. You make a mistake here, you're gone. Baker in 1, Manson 2, Hart in 3. Trying to put it up, get the cart loaded on the front, on those wet tyres down the bottom and get a good exit to get up the hill. There's not much between these front 3. They keep coming and going at each other. Only a few cart lengths in it. Baker still leads down the hill. So Baker will come down the last corner and he'll face 4 laps to go. Oh, something has happened to Manson. Manson has dropped to 4th. Oh, I think he's got an issue here. He's getting past. Manson's now in 5th. Oh, those are not the championship points to slide that Manson wanted. I'm not sure what happened there. He seemed to lose some power and they were just driving by him. That means Baker's all out in front by himself. Tommy Hart chasing him. Baker just doesn't need to do anything stupid here. He just needs to put the points in the bag, bring this home. So Manson's in 5th now, closing up on the back of Tombleson in 4th. Otherwise, this field is pretty spread out. Manson trying to get on the back of Tombleson. He's right there, coming into the top corner. He's going to need to pull every point back that he can get, depending on what happens here this weekend. Manson on the back of Tombleson. Nope, dropped right off there, made a mistake. Not sure what's going on with Marco, but he's dropped right off the back of Tombleson. This field is spread right out, 3 laps to go, and Miles Baker still leads. Through 2, up into 3. The quickest lap of the race is actually the kart 69 of Tommy Hart, who's done a 1:02.5. So Miles Baker currently has 0.8 of a second lead on Tommy Hart. Manson can't make too many inroads on Tombleson here, heading up the hill. So if this race stays like it is, that 5-point lead that Miles Baker has got will be extended. Down the hill comes Baker, into the last turn. When he crosses the stripe this time, he's going to have 2 to go. Miles Baker doing what he needs to do. Where is Tommy Hart? Cravehanger has gone into 2, and I have missed where Tommy Hart... Oh, Tommy Hart has parked up before the last turn on the side of the track. So Tommy Hart was in P2 and is now in last. That puts an even greater lead out in front for Baker, so Baker doesn't need to do anything stupid here as the rain comes back. Cravehanger in 2, that puts Tombleson up into 3. But Tombleson is trying to hold off Manson, who's charging at him here. When they come around this time, there'll only be 1 to go, but Manson is right on the back of Tombleson. So the race is for 3rd and 4th. Baker is gone. Cravehanger is gone. Manson's on the back of Tombleson, but Manson again has dropped even more time coming out of that top corner. I do not know what Manson's got going on coming through those S's and out of the top, but he just continues to drop links on karts coming down the hill. Meanwhile, last lap board's out and Miles Baker will lead the field up into turn 3. Baker's got quite the lead. He's going to come down into the sweeper for the final time. Baker's done all he needs to do in this race, that 88 kart. And the rain is back quite heavily now. while the Rotax Light field sits on the grid, ready to go out the gate. Baker up to the top of the hill for the final time. The spray is really coming back now. It's going to be some spray in this lights race with a field of 30 karts going into turn one, I can tell you that. But in the meantime, Miles Baker's going to come down to the last corner. He's going to hop over that curb, come across the line. He's going to take out Heat 1 and Rotax ROK DVS Junior. That's a win for the 88 car to Miles Baker, followed by the 14er Cravanger, the 98 Sodi car to Tomlinson. Madsen will come home, the 1NZ in fourth. Seth Comer will be fifth. And Tommy Hart, parked up down here at flag point 7, will be last. So in the meantime, while we've got this kart recovery going on, we are going to head downstairs to our roving reporter for the weekend, Regan Hall, trying to stay down there. I'll send over to you now, Regan.
Hey Miles, we'll just get a quick word off you, mate. That was a pretty dominant victory. How'd it go for you out there?
Yeah, struggled to start a bit, but I just kept getting more wet as the rain came down, and we seemed to get better and better. So, these wets just get better as it gets more wet. So I found we just kept going better.
Is that because the track's getting wetter, or the tyres heating up, or?
I honestly think the tyres go better when it's more wet. So I think it just helped it raining a bit more, and then the tyres heating up a bit as well.
Awesome, well, good victory. The two behind you came off, so that probably helped a bit, but I think you're already out front, so well done. Good luck for the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll go back to you, Simon.
Thank you, Regan, for those interviews down there. If you can keep that going all weekend, I'm sure people would like to hear from more drivers throughout the fields. Try and stay dry as they get that kart back in the chute for DVS Junior. We have got our Rotax Max Light field on the grid. 31 karts gridded up in the rain for this Rotax Max Light field. So your start grids are up on the screen. Your 3NZ, Ashton Phipps, the defending KartStars champion, is going to lead them out in P1. Alongside him is going to be your 2NZ of Ryan Crombie in the energy kart. P3 will be 96 of Jamie Thompson. P4, your 1NZ of Lucas McGill. So your top three in the country in the top four. P5 will be Matthew Johnson. A past multiple national champion, number 30, Jackson Rooney, will go from 6. So there is some quality at the top of this field, and there is going to be some hard, close racing in this weather. Chris Benton, the 25 kart from Whangarei, will go from 7. Riley Spargo in 92 will go from 8. Your Super Karts champion, 51, Tyler Edney, will go from 9. And your 69 kart, Blake Evans, will go from 10. So the engines are being started and the gate is open. Out they come, led by Ashton Phipps in his blue tyre power helmet. This rain is coming down and the start to turn 1 is going to be all spray. If you're not on the front row, all you're going to see is spray. So it's going to be quite the field for Ash to form up here. He's coming through the bottom of the paperclip, and the rest of the field's only coming through 3 at the moment. Great to see such a large field of Rotax Max Lights, a very strong class at the moment. All these kids coming through from years ago that were racing here back in the 2018 Nationals at KartSport Rotorua. So across the line, completing their first lap of warm-up. Everyone driving side to side to warm up those tyres, trying to get some heat in those MG wets, trying to get some heat in those brakes as well, trying to have some confidence when you pile into turn 1 at the start. So Phipps doing the right thing, just slowing up early, trying to bring this field back to him. The red lights are on, and this time around, we're all good to go. We'll get a start. So Phipps leads this championship by 34 points over Jamie Thompson, with a further 25 back to Chris Benton and another 4 back to Matthew Johnson. Then we've got Caleb Cross and Scott McDonald rounding up the top 6 in the championship. All here this weekend. A few round entries that aren't in the championship, but they'll be making it hard for others to get those points that they need. So Phipps brings them through the top corner. Rest of the field coming up around the top corner now. Slowing it up down the hill. Looks like the rear of the field's going to comfortably get there. So Phipps has done a good job of forming this field up. It's a good looking start speed at the moment as they cross the red line. They'll be in the starters' hands now as they come around into the tram lines. And everyone will be watching these lights. This is going to be a hell of a race, everybody. Keep your eyes on turn 1. Lights are going out. We're racing. Phipps is going to lead them into turn 1. Oh, there's a few locks of brakes, but he's got around cleanly, and the whole field has got through turn 1 cleanly. Oh, Jackson Rooney's made up a couple of places already, and he's actually going to have a look into turn 3 as well. And he gets up on the curb, and Thompson doesn't want to give it up, but he hasn't got a choice. Rooney gets to 3. Johnson in 4th. Thompson in 6th. But it's Phipps at the front of the field. Oh, Lucas McGill's going to put it in on Jamie Thompson at the top of the paperclip. Oh, they're all piling in there. And the 2 card of Ryan Crombie is going to pass Ashton Phipps into the bottom of the paperclip and lead this field up the hill. So Crombie leads from Phipps. As they go around the right-hander, Phipps is right there on his bumper. That's Jackson Rooney that's got up from 6th into 3rd place in the 30 Sodi cart. Further back from there is Johnson in the white helmet, followed down the hill by Jamie Thompson and Lucas McGill. Chris Benton in behind there with the South Island champ of Caleb Cross there also. So Crombie into 1, Phipps. They lead. There's some passing going to go on through here into turn 1. Lewis Draper gets up on the curb, gets the pass done on cart number 33, his Auckland teammate Scott McDonald. So Crombie leads them through the sweeper, pulling a gap on Phipps. Phipps holding 2nd place. Rooney is coming at Phipps. As the field starts to spread out a bit more tidy now, through the sweeper, through the paper clips and up the hill. And, oh, there's a lot of crisscross going over here between Ollie Workman and Hero Sheridan, who's moved into the lights class this weekend. Full crisscross both corners through the paper clip. Lots of passing and jostling for positions in the rear of the field. But down the hill comes Crombie. Put a little bit more time on Phipps. Jackson Rooney in 3rd place. Matthew Johnson in 4th in the other CRG. That leaves Thompson and Benton. And I don't know where McGill's gone. Where has the national champion, Lucas McGill, gone? So Crombie from Phipps. Here comes Rooney, is making some time up on Phipps. Here comes the other CRG cart of Matthew Johnson. I don't know where Lucas McGill is gone, but our current 1NZ is out of this race. down in the pit chute. Actually, no, he's come off and he's pushing it through the chute. So that is unfortunate for Lucas. But Crombie leads with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.4. Some of this field is really tight further back in the field, but they've started to spread out at the front. Phipps is trying to hold off the charge of Rooney, and chasing them is the other CRG of Johnson in the white helmet around the last turn now. So the front of this field's spread out, but Crombie leads it. Oh no, he's gone. Phipps is gone. The hand's up. He's got a mechanical. He's dropped out of 2. Oh, and that's not what he wants in the first heat of the weekend. He does not want to drop points in the championship, but that's exactly what he's done. He's parked up there at turn 3 at flag point 2. He's trying to do something on his kart, but he's dropped right to the rear of the field. That is hugely unfortunate for Phipps. And that is a lot of points to drop in a field that is this big. There are no drops in the KartStars series. All points count. And Phipps had a 34-point lead over Jamie Thompson. Well, he's going to give more than half of that up at the moment because Thompson's still in this race. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, clearing out with the gap, here comes Crombie. Crombie has the fastest lap of the race and leads from Jackson Rooney and Matthew Johnson, the other CRG, in third place. Phipps is still trying to work on his card up the top there at flag point 2. There's still a yellow out. He'd be better placed to pull that to the side and get on that flag point. This yellow is still out at flag point 1. Crombie through the sweeper, Jackson Rooney in 2. Rooney has come from P6 to now be P2. Round comes Johnson. There's Jamie Thompson, second in the championship in 4th place. So these conditions and this racing are throwing up a few surprises here in these championship fields. You just don't know what's going to happen. Ollie Workman down the inside, down there in the bottom of the paperclip. People making up places further back in the field, but there's no change at the front. Crombie still leads. He's going to come around when he crosses the line this time, and there's going to be 2 laps to go. So Ryan Crombie, the 2NZ, leads from Jackson Rooney in the Sodi kart. Matthew Johnson, the 48 CRG. Here comes Jamie Thompson, Tyler Edney, Chris Benton, and Riley Spargo. This field spread out now. There's not too much passing going on. I tell you what, Hero Sheridan coming out of Heavy's being overweight's doing okay. He's right on the back of the South Island champion, Caleb Cross, into turn 3. But the front of the field, no change, and quite the gap between all these karts out the front. They have certainly got a lot of pace on the rest of this field. Crombie leads from Rooney, Johnson, Thompson, Edney, Benton. The story of this race, parked up at flag point 2, is the championship leader, Ashton Phipps. There's a pass into the bottom of the paperclip there. No, there's not. Somebody thought better of it. Here comes Crombie around the last corner onto his final lap. That yellow final lap borders out, and Crombie leads from Rooney, Johnson, Thompson and Edney. Still quite a lot of spray out here now. No one's following behind. They all move off the line so they can see where they're going. Sheridan still all over the back of the South Island champion Caleb Cross on the last lap. Cross has a look behind him. He's a bit worried about Sheridan coming at him. Hasn't blocked the quarter, but he's looking. So the lead is now Crombie into the bottom of the paperclip, and he's going to head up the hill for the final time. Crombie leads with quite the gap to Rooney and then back to Johnson. All lapping around in a similar lap time now. So this is the final lap of the race, and Crombie still leads. He comes down the back straight for the final time. He's going to hop that curb at the apex for the final time. And Ryan Crombie is going to take the first heat win in Rotax Max Light for this weekend. Followed home by Jackson Rooney, Matthew Johnson, Jamie Thompson, who's P2 in the championship, and Tyler Edney. So that was a hell of a race. I'm going to have to do some maths on that to see where the championship points are sitting at the moment as the field circulates on their warm down lap. Ryan Crombie's going to come into the pit chute and we're going to have some recovery to do. So as Crombie comes in, I'm going to fire down to our reporter, Regan Hall in the pit chute to have a bit of a chat with some people.
Thanks, Churchy. All right, we'll catch up with man of the moment here. How'd that go, Ryan?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, good race to start the weekend. Good way to start the weekend also. Yeah, on the grid it started bucketing down, so...
What grid did you start on?
Grid 2.
Yeah, okay, and Ashton got the jump at the start, didn't he? And then you managed to get past him and you kind of drove away. He actually had a mechanical failure, but you were still driving away anyway, I think.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is just track position, trying not to be in that spray from the tyres in front. So hard to see as it is, so yeah. But happy with that, and we'll try again in the next one.
Yeah. Well done, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
We'll catch up with, we'll see if Ashton Phipps is down there. Where is he? He might be on the recovery trailer, so I can't see Ashton, so...
Thanks, Sam, for that information. As Sam's just said, there's going to be no lunch break, so we're going to push on through. There's a lot of water out there, slow races and darkness coming, so that's a good idea. Let's get this day done as soon as we can. So the 3NZ Phipps cart being unloaded off the trailer down here at the pit chute. Not sure what happened there, but those are unfortunately dropped points. Still, it's a long weekend, and Phipps is a quality driver with a quality team. So down on the grid now, on the dummy grid, we have Rotax Max Heavy. So Rotax Max Heavy with their engines started, gates open, and this field's going to go out. Yeah, cart number 5, Adam Bell, is going to lead them away from pole position. Tom Van Can is going to go from P2. Your series leader in Rotax Heavy, Darren Walker, your 3NZ, is going to go from P3 after he parked it up in qualifying, didn't get any late laps in and dropped from where he was sitting. Trainingham, your P2 in the championship, he's going to go from alongside Darren Walker from P4. Followed by last year's KartStars Rotax Heavy winner, the 48 kart of Aaron Tahu. Alongside him will be the 83 Sodi kart of Ash Higgins from the Manawatu. Behind them will be the 17 kart, the Cosmic of Mitch Vi from Auckland, and the 69 of Brendan Hart from the Manawatu also. On the back row will be your 52 Master kart, the Sodi kart of Shane Wilson, and alongside him will be the 97 Hart kart of Riley Brown. Rain stopped again, but plenty of water still out there. Little bit of brightness coming through. The rain radar shows a bit of a gap in the weather. Maybe it'll stop raining for a while, but it's probably not going to be the end of it for the rest of the day. So that's your first warm-up lap done. Adam Bell leading them through turn 3. Your last class out for the first heats of the day will be KZ2. I'll be next on the grid, and then we'll go straight into Heat 2, starting again with Cadet ROK. Another mention of our event sponsor here for the Sulfur City Sprint, Top Gear Trailers, based here in Rotorua. Scott and Miriam Hewson building many of the kart trailers that you'll see out here in the pits. Even starting to ship them over to Australia, people want them that much. So if you're after a outstanding kart trailer of quality, go and see Top Gear in Rotorua. I've got one myself. Okay, coming down the hill now. Forming these guys up, Adam Bell, your kart number 5, is going to go from pole position coming around the last corner. And the rain radar's made a lie out of me, and it's raining again. Here comes Adam Bell facing the start. And the lights are going to go out. No, they're not. The lights did not go out, so we are going to go around for another lap. I'm not sure these guys know this just yet, but they're racing. No, we're just going to let them go, so they're off. Adam Bell leads in the top of the paperclip on the first lap. Darren Walker has got himself up into second place, which means that Tom Van Can, Tom's down the inside at the bottom of the paperclip, and he's going to have a run at the hill, but Darren's probably going to tuck it back up the inside on the switchback. He knows his way around here, and he's got that position up through the right-hander. So Walker goes back into 2, Tom Van Can in 3. Trent Ingham watching all this go on in front of him. But Trent has dropped back into 5th place now. It's Tahu that's got himself up into 4th. Moving to the side to get out of the spray of the karts in front. Ingham in 5th. So Ingham's unfortunately dropping the places and the points that he needs in the championship here to Walker. The 3NZ of Walker is now in P2. Bell, though, clear out in front. Clear out in front of that kart zone kart, around the second part of the sweeper. Quite the puddle building on the apex of the second piece of the sweeper. Got to be a little bit careful dropping a wheel into there that it doesn't fire you off into the fence. Up the hill goes Bell in P1. Bell with the fastest lap of the race so far at a 1:05.3. Few even gaps starting to develop between 2, 3 and 4. Got a bit of a jump on Ingham in 5. Crossing the line again. Going pretty good in P6 is the 17 kart in the wet of Mitch Vi. Closes up on Ingham quite considerably under brakes. But the positions remain unchanged. It's Bell from Walker, from Van Can and Tahu. 28 kart of Trent Ingham, Mitch Vi. Ash Higgins in the Sodi kart, the 83 out of the Manawatu club. Chased by his Manawatu teammate, or Manawatu clubmate of Brendan Hart. Looks like Shane Wilson has got past Riley Brown at the rear of the field. The master with the green plate of Shane Wilson in that Sodi kart, heading up the hill now. On the other side, heading down the hill is your race leader, Adam Bell. Fastest lap of the race, 1:04.5. He's got 1.3 seconds on Darren Walker. Let's see if Darren Walker can start to chip away from that. He's dropped Tom Van Can here a bit. Walker's making inroads. Let's see if he can lower this time and get to the front of the field. Can Adam Bell hold him off with 4 laps to go? This rain that just keeps coming, it's got a bit of standing water forming on a few apexes around the track. You've got to be really careful. It's very easy to make a very small mistake in this wet weather and end up off the track. So Bell still leads. Let's see what Walker's got the next time. He's already dropped it down to a second. So he's taken 3/10 out over the last half a lap. Darren Walker now with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:04.3. But Bell seems to be holding quite a lead on this one. Let's have a look at the time when they cross the stripe this time around with 3 laps to go. There goes Bell. There goes Walker. It's back up to 1.3 seconds. So Bell has responded. Three laps to go in this Rotax Max Heavy Heat 1. Darren Walker's doing what he needs to do to continue to build a points lead over Trenningham so he can get this championship done. Only 8 points at the start of the weekend, but this will help his cause a lot. Darren Walker in P2, chasing down Alan Bell in P1. Bell down the back straight into the last corner. He's going to face 2 laps to go when he crosses the stripe this time. So Bell leads from Walker, Tom Van Can, Aaron Tahu, Trenningham, Mitch Vai, Ashley Higgins, Brendan Hart, Shane Wilson and Riley Brown. Ash Higgins trying to get onto the back of that 17 Cosmic Kart and that bright orange 83 Sodi. Trying to pull back one more place. 2 laps to get it done. But the gaps out in front stay pretty much the same. 1.3 seconds again exactly on that last lap. So not much is changing between P1 and 2. Adam Bell is doing exactly what he needs to do. So the field heads up the hill for the second to last time. And the front of the field heads down the hill. Adam Bell from Darren Walker. So the last lap board is out. Bell's seen the last lap board. He just needs to keep this on the track and bring it home. The field's in the same order. Spread out here right the way through. Higgins still trying to get to Vi. Just can't close that few kart links. Vi and Higgins and Hart all setting their fastest laps of the race. Further down the field. So Bell is heading up the hill for the last time. Bell's only got a few more corners to go to get this job done in his first heat of the weekend. Through the S's, onto the back straight. Rain's back, but Alan Bell's going to climb over the last corner, line it up, come across the strike, and Adam Bell's going to take the first heat of Rotax Max Heavy this weekend. Followed home by Darren Walker, Tom Van Can, Aaron Tahu, Trent Ingham. Mitch Vi holds off Ash Higgins. Brendan Hart will come home in 8th. Your master, 52, Shane Wilson in 9th. And Riley Brown in 10th will round out the Rotax Max Heavy field in Heat 1. Okay, so out the gate goes our last class of the Heat 1 round. It'll be our big bangers, our KZ boys in their 6-speed gearbox karts. And they're going to be led out by Graham Smythe, the championship leader with 9 points on Jacob Cranston. Like the other classes, we're going to keep these things tight because Jacob Cranston, he's going to go off the front row right alongside Smythe. Then we're going to go back to the 2NZ and P3 of Raymond Mellon, 31 of Luke Thompson. On the third row will be the number 5 of Jason Lee and the 99 kart of Blake Corrin. Behind him in P7 will be his brother Mitchell Corrin and the 93 kart of Ethan Sayer. And closing out this field will be the 18 kart, the Paralyn of Dave Malcolm. So Graham Smythe at the front of the field in that bright orange helmet in that Drago kart. So we've got a Drago, a Sodi, a Sodi, a Sodi to make up the front couple of rows. And this will be a great start to watch. Folks, come down here and hang over the wall because these standing starts by these KZs are something to behold. It's all about getting the power down and getting off the line, not stalling, not getting the wheel spin, getting yourself to turn 1. So they're on their second formation lap here now. Done a bit of tyre weaving. Now they'll start to work on warming up their brakes. You can see Smythe slow it down into the sweeper here. Really working those brakes, trying to get them ready for turn 1. Balatahu down here will form up the front of the field. Get that red flag up. Get those people to stop in their start boxes. And when we've got that green flag from the rear of the field, it'll be in the hands of the starter. 4 red lights will come on, and when they go off, it's race time. So another 7-lap race for this field as well. 7 laps for all the heats, for all the classes today. See how far we can get through the heats today, and then we'll have any little left over in a pre-finals and finals tomorrow. So coming down the hill on the last time for their warm-up lap. A few other KZ drivers looking over the rail here to see how this goes. Matthew Kinsman down there with a bit of interest. So here comes Graham Smythe. He'll put it up into the P1 box. Alongside him on the front row will be the number 9, the defending KartStars champion in the Sodi kart of Jacob Cranston. Here they come. They're all forming up now. They're going to sit back from these front lines a bit. Remember, the start rule is now your front wheels have to be behind the white line when you start. The green and red flags move aside and these boys roll their karts forward. The lights, watch the lights. They'll come on when the starter's ready. Here's your first, there's your second, third, fourth. Oh, lights are out. There's a little bit of a jumping going on at the start, but it looks like Smythe will lead them into 1. Mellon's turned it around. Mellon, P3, the 2NZ. No, Mellon's okay. It's the other Sodi kart. It's the other Sodi kart of Luke Thompson who's turned it around. So, Smythe leads them down into the sweeper, followed by Cranston, Mellon, Corrin, Mitchell that is, Jason Lee. So Smythe has built quite the lead already halfway through this lap. Cranston chasing him, other Sodi kart of Mellon and P3 as the field heads up the hill in the first lap. Thompson, rear of field in the 31 Sodi kart. Got himself turned around on turn 1. Down the hill, Graham Smythe leads into the last corner of the first lap. Over the curb, across the line, and Graham Smythe leads from Cranston, Mellon, Mitchell Corrin, Lee. Blake Corrin's dropped back there a little bit. the 99 kart further down the field. Corrin 99 having a bit of a battle with number 18, Dave Malcolm in the Paralyn. Corrin decides to put it up the inside into turn 3. Gets the job done. No changes at the front of the field. Smythe here has gapped the field. Cranston, has he got an answer? Cranston's got Mellon all over the back of him in the other Sody kart. Has Cranston got an answer for the pace of Smythe? Smythe is gone up the hill. Further back in the field, Luke Thompson puts it down the inside of Ethan Sayer at the bottom of the paperclip. Gets the job done. Fastest out there in the first lap, 1:01.3 from the 2NZ of Raymond Mellon in the Sody kart. But out the front, no change. Graham Smythe over the curb, crosses the line. He's going to lead this race, this Heat 1 race for KZ2. Cranston, Mellon, Corrin, Lee. Further back in the field, Luke Thompson looks to make a move on Malcolm, but he can't get it done. Can't live on the outside of 2. Tucks in behind the 18 kart. Thompson trying to make up places from the ones that he lost at the start. Thompson all over the back of Dave Malcolm through the sweeper. He's also got Ethan Sayer. Ethan Sayer's having a look at Thompson, but he decides better of it at the top of the paperclip. Positions remain the same. Rain's coming down again in Rotorua. I'm going to stop trying to guess the weather. But out in front, Graham Smythe still leading this race by quite the margin. He's going to cross the finish line here and he's going to have 4 laps to go. The rest of the field remains unchanged. Last year's KartStars champion, the number 9 Sody kart of Jacob Cranston's in P2. Your 2NZ from Hamilton this year. And the other Sody kart, Raymond Mellon, is in 3. Still the battle going on between Dave Malcolm and Luke Thompson further down the field. Other than that, they're all spread out. So 4 laps to go, or 3.5 laps to go now. Smythe heads up the hill in the Drago kart with the bright orange helmet. The 24 kart from Auckland. Oh, Thompson's having another look at Dave Malcolm at the bottom of the paperclip, but that was from a long way back with a lot of locked brakes, so that wasn't going to work. Smythe down the hill, around the last corner. 2 Sody karts behind him are pretty much even on pace now later in the race. Smythe with 3 laps to go. Pulls it up under brakes into turn 1, gets to the curb. Gets up on the curb to get the kart rotated. Through 2 and up to 3. Sideways rain now. Rear of the field still chasing each other hard. But Smythe is handing out a bit of a lesson out in front here. All by himself in this wet weather conditions at KartSport Rotorua. He's going to come around down the hill and he's only going to have 2 laps to go. Dave Malcolm's been able to pull away from Luke Thompson, and now Luke Thompson's got Ethan Sayer chasing him down. Fastest lap of the race is Graham Smythe with a 58.7. 2.4 seconds back to Jacob Cranston, 2.9 back to Raymond Mellon. 2 to go now for Smythe. Oh, a little bit sideways coming out of there for Blake Corrin. The 99 just drops a little bit of a wheel on the exit of the last corner. Manages to control it. So I can see the cadet class starting to form up on the grid beside me. They'll be the next one out the gate for their Heat 2. In the meantime, Graham Smythe still leads. Jacob Cranston has actually now set the fastest lap on the race with a 58.5. That's a 58.5 from Jacob Cranston. Kart's coming on, but the kart's coming on too late, Jacob. Down the hill again comes Smythe. He's going to see the last lap board when he crosses the line this time. 1 to go for Graham Smythe. Out in the lead comfortably. 1 to go. KZ2 brought to you this weekend by TCL Apparel Master. That's Terry and Karen Corrin. Great supporters of their kids, great supporters of karting, been in the sport a long time. So we thank you guys for your sponsorship of this class at this round. All those sponsors' monies help this club hugely, and every club. So up the hill again goes Graham Smythe. Last time up the hill, Smythe has set the fastest lap of the race. He's taken it back by another 10th. He's done a 58.4. He's got a 2.3 second lead on Cranston. And he's going to get the job done easily here in this first heat of KZ2 at Sulfur City. Cross the line, your Heat 1 winner, the number 24 Drago card of Graham Smythe. Followed by Jacob Cranston, Raymond Mellon, Corrin, Lee, Corrin, Malcolm. And it's going to be Thompson and Sayer to round out that field of KZ2. Okay, so all the KZs are in the gate. That means we've got Cadet Rock about to head out. Engines are starting. And as per the qualifying, Freddie Waller's going to lead them out in the 2NZ, followed by Joey Joe, the 1NZ, and the 3NZ of Max Gosling. So that's our 1, 2, and 3 national champions heading out in the first 3 places. So this is going to be a good race, people. P4 will be Heath Phillips. As all the dads walk out to the flag points in the rain. Freddie Waller leads them around on the first warm-up lap. So Waller from Joe, from Gosling. Heath Phillips. Sebastian Grad at the rear of the field, the 99 kart. As was said before, there's no lunch break, so if you're hungry, make your way to the kitchen as soon as you can and get something in you. There's no break. We're going to push on through and get as much of this racing done as we can today. Sure, everybody wants to get home in this weather. So 7 laps again for this Heat 2 of Cadet Rock. And then we're going to have the Rotax Max Jr back for the next heat, their second heat. Heading up the hill for the final warm-up time. The 2NZ, Freddie Waller, is going to form them up and lead them to the start. The red lights are on. And Given the weather, there's not too many people on the fence watching this. So down the hill they come. Freddie Waller's got this class under control. This field is all formed up and they'll be in the hands of the starter when they come around the corner. Looks like a good speed from Freddie there. And they're coming into the tram lines and they'll face the red lights. Heat 2, Cadet Rock. Looking for the lights to go out. Up they go and we're racing. So Waller leads them into turn 1. Gosling's going to have a look down the side of Joe. Oh, Gosling has got it done for net. No, into turn 2 and Joe got it back. So Waller from Joe, from Gosling. Joe blocks a little coming into that third corner. He's worried about Gosling and that slowed him up a bit. Gosling's all over his tail. So Gosling over the tail of Joe. Freddie Waller is gone. Rankin is managing to hold on to this front bunch just for now. There's more battles going out between Phillips and Costello all over the back of him. And Gosling's put it down the inside on the bottom of the paper clip quite easily and he's got it done on Joe. Needs to move to the right going up the hill to cover that position. Does so, takes over P2. Oh, he's got a bit wide and Joe's going to have a look. No, holds on to it. So Gosling in 2 now. Waller is gone. Joe down the hill. Gaps remain the same. Joe's closed up a little bit in the last corner. No mistakes from anybody through the last corner. So Waller leads from Gosling, from Joe, from Rankin, Phillips and Costello. So Waller through turn 2. Gosling's got away a little bit from Joe. So Gosling's got good pace here in the wet. No mistakes. Get his head down. Maybe he can get to Waller. So through the sweeper again. No one make any mistakes. Everybody keep it on the track. These little 6 to 9 year olds at this pace and this wet do a fantastic job. Costello all over the back of Phillips into the top of the paper clip. The rest of the gaps are pretty even. It's just going to come down to mistakes on this one, I think. All got a good exit off the bottom, coming up the hill. Waller out in front. At 2NZ. Waller's set the fastest lap in the early stages. 1 minute 12.7. The rest of these boys are chasing him hard. Gosling, Joe, Rankin, all trying to get to the front. All around the last corner. Costello all over the back of Phillips coming down the front straight. Too far back to get a pass done though, I think. Doesn't have a look. Rest of the field. Through 2, through that puddle on the apex of 2 and up to turn 3. So Waller still leads from Max Gosling. It's Max Gosling who set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:11.8. Max Gosling is purple. Freddie Waller still leads though. If Max can bang out a few more quick laps like that, he might get to the back of him. The key is no mistakes. Up the hill again. 5 laps to go. So Waller around the top corner. Into the S's, down the hill, onto the back straight. Joe's starting to come back here a little bit. At Gosling, got a little bit more of an exit out of that last corner. Down the hill, getting to the back of the Goslings. Going to start to put the pressure on him now. Costello's dropped off the back of Phillips a little bit. But no change at the front. 4 laps to go, and it's still Freddie Waller. Freddie Waller puts down the fastest lap of the race, the 2NZ, a 1:11.6. 2/10 faster than Gosling's time. Joe's getting to the back of Gosling here through turn 3. Joe has certainly made up time on Gosling. Can Gosling hold on for these last 3.5 laps? Maintains the same gap through the last of the sweeper. Joe on him through brakes into the top of the paperclip. Needs a clean exit off this corner, Gosling. Doesn't do too bad. Moves over to the right-hand side. This will be an interesting fight for 2 and 3 in these final laps. Gosling holding on. They're going to face 3 laps to go when they come over the start-finish line next time. But no change out in front. Freddie Waller is driving away from the field on this one. The battle's going to be for 2nd and 3rd. Gosling, number 3, leads the 1NZ of Joe across the line. Into turn 1 with 3 laps to go. Oh, it's a good corner through there from Gosling. Gosling managing to hold off the New Zealand champion behind him. Joe closes under brakes. Gosling gets away from him again. Down into the sweeper. Waller leads. Max Gosling just needs to make no mistakes and be fast. Costello's still all over the back of Phillips again, further back. Oh, down the inside goes Joey Joe. I'm not sure he had complete control of that, but he did get the job done. Sliding across the track there a little bit. Gosling had to open the wheel just so he didn't crash. Anyway, they're going through the top corner. Joe leads from Gosling. Gosling's right on him. Had a look through the top as well. He's right on his back coming down the hill. They're going to cross the line. They're going to have 2 laps to go. Gosling's right on the back of Joe. Freddie Waller's way out in front. Gosling on the back. There's a kart length in it. Maybe a bit more. Will he have a look down here? Not this lap. So, 2 laps to go. Was it not on? 2 laps to go. Freddie Waller still leading. Freddie Waller still leading by quite the margin through the sweeper. Joey Joe started to put a bit of a gap on Gosling after Gosling had sat in P2 for most of the race. Down to the bottom of the paperclip. Joe still leading Gosling in P2 from 3. Rankin in 4th. Phillips in 5th. Costello in 6th. And 99er Sebastian Grant in 7th. Oh, it's close up the top. Gosling's all over the back of him up through the top corner again. And he's within a kart length coming down the hill, and they're going to cross this line here, and there's only going to be a lap to go. But well out in front, Freddie Waller's going to get this done if he can hold on for another lap. The race is for P2 and P3. But through the last corner, Joe had enough of a gap that Gosling's not going to be able to pass him on this corner. He's going to have to come up with another plan. He runs narrow through there. He's right on the back of him through here. Gosling, Joe's blocking a little bit, sweeps back out again, had enough of a gap. This is going to be tit for tat all the way to the finish. Gosling chasing Joe through the sweeper. Oh, Joe a little bit wide through the into the top of the paperclip. 2 lengths in it. Gosling can't make a pass. Joe's holding on for P2. Joe half blocks it a little bit. Gosling, can he switch back underneath them? He's right on his rear bumper. Joe has a look, but he covers the inside into the top corner. Joe's going to hold on through the top corner. Oh, Gosling has just put it in. Gosling, oh, Joe's put it back in again. They're side by side, coming on to the back straight. Oh, he's gone wide. Joe has gone wide. Gosling was right alongside him. I don't know who's going to sort that out. I can't see it from here. But over the line, Freddie Waller's going to win it. Gosling's going to be 2nd, and Joe, the 1NZ, is going to be 3rd. Oh, they were side by side all the way through the top, all the way down through the hill, and somebody lost out on the outside, but can't sort that out from here. So that is your result, people. Freddie Waller 1st, Max Gosling 2nd, Joey Joe 3rd, Kaiser Rankin 4th, Heath Phillips in 5th, Taylor Costello in 6th, and Sebastian Grant in 7th. That is your 2nd heat for Cadet Rock. No, I'm going to have to... Well, that was an exciting cadet race for P2 and P3. I don't know what happened through the top there. Hopefully it was all clean and that was just the result that it was. But the gate is open for our next class. And out the gate is going to go our Rotax Max Jr field. And again, all up at the front of the field of these heart carts. And again, Miles Baker going to lead them away with Charlie Jameson on P2. And the battle in the championship of Marco Manson, the 1NZ in P3. Cy Finney in fourth. So keep an eye on this race. Rotax Max Jr always delivers. So track's still very wet. So Baker crosses the stripe on the first warm-up lap. Nearly 20 karts in this field this weekend, so always fun racing to come and watch. Juniors doing junior things. So Baker will start to slow as he turns them up the hill so he can form them up. Okay, so Baker up to the blue line, moves into his inside P1 position, allows the field to form up behind him. Still quite a bit of water on the track, so there's going to be quite some spray heading into turn 1. Trying to get your kart in a position where you can see what's going on in front of you as everybody comes into turn 1 under brakes. So Baker leads him down the hill. He'll slow, ready for a start this time. I'll come around the last corner, moving the tram lines, and then the lights will hopefully go out. So Manson, Baker on the front row alongside Jamison, Manson on 3. Lining up for a start now. Lights are going to go out. So Baker's going to possibly lead them into 1. Jamison on the outside, looking for a way around the outside. So far he's got it, and he's going to put it in on 2, and he's going to get the job done. Baker had to give that one up. He would have ended up in the grass, so Jamison got it done. Baker moves into 2. Coming down the hill from turn 3, Marco Manson in 3, Tomlinson in 4. Tomlinson in that black unstickered Sodi kart, Cy Finney more in 5. Little bit of passing going on further back in the pack. I think that was Phillips that put it in there at the top of the paper clip. Oh, Finney-Moore put it in down at the bottom, but he didn't have control of it. Passed 2, lost 2, and now he's got another kart all over him going up the hill. They go around the top corner. It's Jamison leading from Baker, from Manson. Side by side through the S's there further back in the pack. But they're all through there cleanly. Whole field still in this race. First lap complete. It's Jamison, fastest lap from Baker. Manson, Tomlinson, Finney-Moore, Edmondson, McDonald. So they're in the line now. A little bit of passing going on into turn 1 further back in the pack. Jamison still holds the lead. Jamison with the fastest lap, a 105 flat. Baker in 2, Manson in 3. Field coming through the sweeper now. Jamison starting to build a bit of a lead here. The 3 heart carts out in front. Being chased down by the Sodi and the Arrow. Further back in the pack, there's a bit of passing going on into the bottom of the paperclip. And down the hill comes your race leader. It's the 31 of Charlie Jamison. Leading from Baker and Manson. Oh, and somebody's pulled off to the side down the hill. Not quite sure who that is now, but when all these carts cross this loop, we're going to be able to tell. It is dropping down the order. It's Patrick McDonald. Patrick McDonald is parked up before the last corner on the inside of the track. That's his race done. Therefore, there's a yellow light up at flag point 6. No passing after there. But still out in front, it's Jamison. Cleanly out in front, the 31 cart. Tombleton's got Finnymore all over the back of him for 4th place. That bright green helmet of Finnymore coming up the hill now. Down the inside, there was a pass made, but the pass is made back at the bottom of the paperclip, further back in the field. McDonald parked up on the last turn. He's in the flag point, so the yellow light is out. Jamison leads. Round the last corner, he'll have 4 laps to go. Everyone hopping over that apex curve in that last corner to get that cart turned around. There's more grip up on those concrete curbs here at Rotorua than there is on the black stuff. So the field files through. No changes in the lead. No changes in 2 or 3. It's Jamison from Baker, from Manson. Tombleton holding on to 4th ahead of Finnymore. Then we go back to Edmondson, Phillips, Cravanger and Coma. No passing through the infield this time around. Everyone lining up behind each other. No one close enough to look at making a pass. Jamison's going to come round here and he's going to face 3 laps to go. So, Jamison, Baker, Manson, Tombleton, Finnymore. Finnymore's all over the back of Tombleton still. And Comer's going to have a look on Edmondson into turn 1. Puts the nose in. Edmondson holds on the outside. And Edmondson holds the place through 2. Comer's going to have a look through 3. Puts it in there. Again, hasn't got the job done. He can get the nose in, but he can't get the whole cart in. Edmondson holds on to that place. Zach Tucker all over the back of a cart coming through the infield as well. He's going to put it in on the top of the paperclip. On Tommy Hart. So that's Tucker on Hart. But still no changes at the front. Charlie Jamison, fastest lap of the race, 1:03.2. Coming around to get the 2 lap to go board. Still a few opportunities for passes further up the hill. Tucker's got past Tommy Hart, but Tommy's still going with him. So 3 Hart carts at the front of the field, followed by the Sodi and the Arrow. And we go back to the Paralyn of Phillips, another Hart cart with the blue helmet of Cravanger. That's all the field across with 2 laps to go. But Jamison still out in front. Baker can't get to him, but Baker's doing what he needs to do in the championship. He's staying ahead of Marco Manson. He puts another point on the board. So what was 5, then what was 6 is now becoming 7. That's still not many points. Edmondson down the inside of Cravanger. But Jamison still leads. Jamison will come across the line and he will see the last lap board. Baker and Manson haven't been able to get to him. He just needs to put one more lap together and Jamison will take out the second heat. Still this battle rages between Tucker and Hart further back in the field. Tucker's got the inside line into 1. Hart tried to switch it back but got in a little bit early, so Hart follows Tucker up into turn 3. No passing going on there. Still close in front of them. Phillips just in front of Edmondson, but at the front of the pack, no change. Charlie Jamieson still leads this race going up the hill for the final time. Rain's still here and this track just gets wetter and wetter. So there's a few jostling for position going up the hill, but Craving is going to cover the inside if he holds on to it. Somebody's had a look down the inside of him, but he hasn't got it done. But at the front, Charlie Jamieson is going to get heat 2 for Rotax Max Jr. One and done, followed by Baker, the 88 kart, and the 1NZ of Marco Manson. Followed home by Tombleson and Finney-Moore. That is your second heat in Rotax Max Jr. So that's the car to Patrick McDonald, unfortunately being pushed back into the pits. Pulled up before the last corner early in the race and didn't finish. So when they get that card off the track, we'll be ready to let the next field go, which is our Rotax Max Heavy class. No, it's not. It's DD2. So McDonald is in the pit chute and the gate has been opened. So Matt Kinsman in the 30 kart leading this field away in Rotax DD2 again, with Darren Walker alongside him on the front row. P3, the 2NZ of Olivia Lorenzen, who was able to take a point back out of Darren Walker in the championship in that last race. So what was a 10-point lead that Walker had is now a 9-point lead going into Heat 2. So Walker just needs to keep this card on the track and stay around Lorenzen all weekend, and even though the points are tight, it's a small field and he'll get the job done. You can see the Kinsman girls about to take their place on the fence to watch Matt out in the front of this DD2 field. We've still got 6 karts lining up in the DD field. Glenn Ellis, 66, our legend with the white plate. Interestingly, Glenn Ellis raced here in DD2 in 2018 at the Nationals and got 8th. It wasn't that long ago. also back in 2018 in the DD field. Another interesting fact, Matt Kinsman won it that year. The very same year that Tiffany Chittenden was second in the DD2 field. And Matt's brother Dan Kinsman was third in the DD2 field. So here we are back at Rotorua as Kinsman comes down the back straight to line this field up for their start in Rotax DD2 Heat 2. So around the last corner into the hands of the starter, Graham Knight. Red lights are on. Lining up for a start here at Heat 2 DD2. Lights are out. Kinsman will lead them away. Walker's done well to get from the outside to the inside and gets through in P2. Lorenzen's been hung out on the outside and Ali Hewlett's got up into third place. So Lorenzen's gone back to fourth. But out the front, it's Kinsman, Walker, Hewlett, Lorenzen, Dylan Bryant in the 51 kart, followed by the 66 of Glenn Ellis. Lorenzen had a look at Hewlett under brakes into the top of the paperclip, but thought better of it. So same order going up the hill. It's Kinsman from Walker. So Walker on the back of Kinsman coming down the hill. Into the last turn to complete the first lap. Coming across the stripe now. Kinsman's going to set the fastest lap on the opening lap, but Walker's not letting him get away quickly. Hewlett still in third, Lorenzen fourth, Bryant and Ellis. Kinsman still leading from Walker. Looking for the grip under brakes through the bottom of the paperclip. Running a little bit of a wider line there. Just starting to put a little bit of time between him and Walker now on the second lap around. So down the hill again, starting to stretch the legs now, Kinsman. Going to cross the line, he's going to have 5 laps to go. Kinsman's got the fastest time of the lap so far, a 101.5. Walker's still sticking with him, he doesn't want to let him get away. Hewlett in third, Lorenzen in fourth. Next class I can see on the grid out my window here is the Vortex Mini Rock class. So Kinsman leads from Walker. The battle might well be back here for the third and fourth places. Up around the top corner. Down through the left-right S's that lead you on to the back straight. Kinsman in the number 30 Sodi kart. Around the last corner, crossing the line to have 4 to go. Sort of even gaps between 3, 4, 5 and 6. Circulating in a similar lap time. Kinsman seems to put a little bit more time here on Darren Walker. Just 1 second in the last lap. 1 second difference. Still quite a bit of spray coming off these karts, heading up the hill, down the back straight, along the front straight, and they're at full speed. So Kinsman stretching it out now. He's got 3 laps to go. Let's see what the gap is this time. It was the second last time. It's 2 seconds this time. Kinsman starting to pull away now. Rest of the field keeping and maintaining the similar sort of gap between themselves, all lapping at a similar lap time. Kinsman around through the sweeper. That's the orange safety car into the top of the paperclip. Down through this bottom corner of the infield at the bottom and then back up the hill. Runs out wide to that white line, cuts back into the inside of the track, searching for grip in the wet around the top of the corner, keeping it tight, and he's going to have a left right-hander before he heads down the hill. Rest of the field following through the top. Kinsman out of the last corner along the main straight, and he's got 2 laps to go now. Under brakes into turn 1. Gets it pulled up, under brakes with his front brakes on a DD2 class. Through 2 and up, past flag point 2 into turn 3. Down the hill he comes, past flag point 3. Around through this double left-hander that we call the sweeper. And into these sections of corners that we call the paperclip. That's the top of it. This next corner is the bottom of it. As we say, you've got to get off this bottom corner well because you need that speed coming up the hill. So coming into there at the top of the hill now is the 30 kart of Matt Kinsman, the second to last lap. Down through the S's, takes a bit of curb on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Into the last corner. Doesn't take that curb this time round along the front straight. And that's the big yellow last lap board in front of him. So Kinsman's got 1 lap to go. Walker still in second. Lorenzen has got past Hewlett. Lorenzen, that I haven't seen, has got past Hewlett somewhere and holds on to 3rd place now. Hewlett chasing her into turn 3. The 2NZ and the current top half champion in the DD2 class, Olivia Lorenzen in the Cosmic Kart, around through the sweeper. Hewlett chasing her, but out in front, still Kinsman. Lorenzen can hold on here. These places might just stay the same. Lorenzen heading up the hill, Hewlett following. Kinsman down through the top. Through the right-hander and down the hill comes Kinsman. And around to get the checkered flag for a Heat 2 win. That's number 30, Matt Kinsman, followed by Darren Walker, the number 10 kart in P2. Lorenzen gets it done in P3, followed home by Hewlett. And the Master 66, Glenn Ellis, followed home by 51 and Dylan Bryant. Okay, so that's all of the DD2 field up the chute, which means the gate's going to open for our second heat of the Vortex Mini Rock class. Nico Thomason, our P1, is going to lead them out the gate. The story again is the South Island, the 1NZ coming from the rear of the field. Once again, the second heat. That bright green helmet of the KartStars Championship leader, Nixon Cripps. Let's see what he can do in this race. And let's see if Ivor Spence can get this race finished. He had to park it up on the first race, unfortunately. So Ivor Spence, who is going out of P2, the number 9 kart, the CS Carlos Sainz kart. Unfortunately, didn't finish that first heat, so he's going from P2 again. He'll be looking to get some points on the board. Charlie Clark, 54. Had a great first race and a great first battle with Nico. He'll be going from P3. And I can tell you the rain is probably coming down heavier now than it has all day. So we're going to get some water on this track. Off 4 will be the 95 car of Benji Bellamy. The North Island champion, Matthew Shaw, will go from 5. Aaron Lee from 6. 77 in the energy cart from Auckland. Dominic Evers will go from 7. And Van Walker will go from 8. Then we'll have Jed O'Malley and Bray Milne, Elliot Armstrong and Nico Hewson. You can see the rain coming down on the live stream now, people. And it's coming down heavy. Hopefully it doesn't stick around too long and we can get this race done before we get too much water. A few pensive looking faces up here at race control, just keeping an eye on the track conditions to see what happens. But there's certainly some standing water on the track. So as they go around the track now in this downpour on their second warm-up lap. Nico Thomason will lead them up the hill in P1. He'll get the call to slow it down from the race official up by flag point 6 where he crosses that blue line. And he'll wait to bring the field and form the field up behind him. Just going to have to slow it up a little bit here. The rear of this field struggling to catch him a little bit at the moment. Hopefully this rear of this field can get there and we don't have to do another lap in this sort of weather. Cripps is hanging off the back quite a bit. He needs to get himself there because they're lining up in the tram lines here. And the red lights are on and we're going to let this go. And off we go now. So Thomason's going to lead them into 1. Cripps is going to come from the back of the field and search for a light around the outside. But it's Thomason through 1 into 2, leading from Charlie Clark. Big puddle there. Thomason's gone around and Charlie Clark's gone with him. Clark's gone into the fence and Thomason's going to join back from the rear of the field. Unfortunately, he had nowhere to go as soon as Thomason turned around himself there. And that puts Ivor Spence in the lead. Ivor Spence, the number 9 kart. Thomason is back on the track, but he's probably 2/3 of the way down this field. Charlie Clark's been helped out of the fence by the dads down there. Going to try and get it going again. And he's going up the hill towards flag point 3. But he's lost some places there. Unfortunately, none of his doing. Nowhere to go once Thomason went around in that puddle on the inside of 2. And he ended up in the fence. So he's back on the track racing again though, but there's no change at the front now. Ivor Spence is going to lead this field around and come down onto the back straight. So Ivor Spence is leading in kart 9 after not finishing the first race. He's going to lead the second. He's around through the last turn. We've got to watch this around through here. There's a lot of water. Everyone looking to stay on the track. You want to stay out of these puddles. Spence leads. Nixon Cripps has already made his way forward, makes another pass through turn 1. Oh, but he's got in deep. He's got in deep and he's turned himself around. He got past the first kart, but he's hit the second one. And Nixon Cripps is going to go to the back of the field. These kids are going to have to learn pretty quickly to stay away from these puddles on the insides of these corners if they're going to finish their races. Ivor Spence leads this race into the top of the paperclip. Field's starting to spread out here now. Rain's still coming down, but the track's coping at this stage. Not too much standing water on the straights, but there's certainly some big puddles on some of these apexes. Spence leads them up the top of the hill. Some passing going on the bottom of the paperclip. They've got to be smart, these kids. They've got to think about where the puddles are and stay out of them. They've got to stay out of the standing water. They've got to be clever. You do well in this race. You be smart, you're going to win it. Spence comes down, last corner. Let's have a look at these kids coming around the last corner. Spence gets through cleanly, front of the field gets through cleanly. Somebody's coming into the pits. Somebody's pulled into the pits already. The rest of these kids are getting around there. And they're doing a top job so far. So Cripps is still trying to come from the back once again. Currently second to last. There's somebody parked up on the exit of the top of the hill before the back straight. Being helped out there by a dad trying to get going again and has got going. Ivor Spence, fastest lap of the race, 1:11.2. So that cart that was parked up there now coming down along the front straight. That's 24 cart that's dropped down the field. The 24 cart of Jet O'Malley. Oh, there's quite some water out there, but these kids are doing well. Charlie Clark is still out there in the 54 cart circulating, and it looks like that cart that came in the pits is the 95 of Benji Bellamy. So that's Benji Bellamy out of this race in the pits. As this field charges up the hill, down the other side comes Ivor Spence, still leading this race, still building quite a lead. Ivor Spence around the last corner. He's going to be followed by, who was that got a bit sideways? Followed by Matthew Shaw, but he held on to it. But Dominic Evers has been able to get down the inside of Matthew Shaw into turn 1 to take P2. Rest of the field coming along the straight, but Ivor Spence is up to turn 3 clean. No one near him. So there's a bit of water on that last turn that all these kids need to work out how to get themselves around there cleanly. Oh, and somebody's gone around in the turn 2 water. Oh, and he's just been missed. The lights are out at yellow, and that is 41. 41 cart of Holly Hart turned around in the water on the apex of turn 2. There's 2 carts off on the side of the track on the back straight heading down the hill, being helped by some dads there. This race has got everything going on. Charlie Clark still circulating in 54, still banging his steering wheel, not happy with how his race has gone. Eyes forward, Charlie. So down the hill comes Ivor Spence leading this race. He's going to come across the line. He's going to have 3 laps to go. Let's have a look at everyone coming through this last corner. Yeah, they've all learned a few lessons now late in the race. No one hitting that puddle on the inside. All clean through the last turn, turn 11. Got to stay out of that puddle on the apex of turn 2, and everyone's learnt that lesson as well. Oh, Toby Thompson just caught a wheel there, but he's managed to keep his cart straight. Oh, Nixon Cripps having a look, but didn't make a pass at one. This field's really spread out now. Oh, the NI cart is off on the outside of the sweeper. Somebody's trying to live on the outside, but also somebody made a contact on the inside. Officials will work that one out again. Oh, somebody's off down here on the front straight. Through the grass, through the mud. That's the 24 cart off. Jet O'Malley off on the front straight. Recovered it, off again. Well done. Not too many laps to go here now. Here comes Ivor Spence down the back straight. He's going to cross the line and he's going to have 2 laps to go when he does. So the North Island champion has dropped back with that excursion across the grass on the exit of the sweeper. But Ivor Spence still leading this race from Dominic Evers, Aaron Lee, Nico Thomason, who's actually had the fastest lap of the race and has made his way back from that first early spin from being well back in the pack to get himself back up to 4th. So Nico Thomason's got a hell of a drive here. And he's still coming. He's got past Toby Thompson. A few carts parked up out of here. There's going to be a bit of recovery. A few kids in flag points. Across the line comes a 24 cart of Jet O'Malley. Where's our leader? Ivor Spence coming down the hill now. So that's Ivor coming down the hill around the last corner. When he crosses the line this time, he's going to see the last lap board. He's got quite the lead here. In P2 is Dominic Evers. In P3 is Aaron Lee, Nico Thomason, Toby Thompson. That's your top 5. The North Island champion just crossing the line now after his excursion across the grass. Your top 5 look like a pretty even gap. I don't think we're going to see too many changes in there unless somebody makes a mistake. Ivor Spence around the sweeper on the last lap. So Ivor Spence is going to come out of the top of the paperclip into the bottom. He's going to go up the hill for the last time. Nixon Cripps trying to get past the cart here into the top of the paperclip, and he's going to put a move on there and make up another place. Here comes Ivor Spence through the S's, coming down the hill, your race leader, the number 9 CS cart, Ivor Spence. He's going to come around the corner for the last time, and in this torrid race with carts everywhere and people off the track and lots of passes, Ivor Spence is going to take this Heat 2 win. Dominic Evers is going to be second. Aaron Lee from Canterbury is going to be third. Nico Thomason in fourth. And Toby Thompson's going to round out your top 5.
Treat true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles.
Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener to reduce cost.
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair.
Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
do the job right.
Okay then, we're back here for the next class. There's quite a bit to unpick in that last one. Lots of water, lots of turns, lots of crashes. However, we now have our next class down on the grid, which is our Rotax ROK DVS Junior. About to go out the gate. Again, another one of our close classes. Only 5 points in it at the start of the day. But Baker did what he needed to do in the first race. Took another point back. Put another point on, I should say. He needs to get the job done here if he's going to win this championship. On the front row with him is the man that's chasing him in P2, the 1NZ of Marco Manson. So only 5 went out the gate in this. Looks like we're missing one from the last race. To me, it looks like we're missing Seth Comer. So not sure what's happened there. Maybe Seth's just going to concentrate on the Max Jr kart for the rest of the day. So 5 will grid up. Baker will lead them away. After this class, loading the carts onto the grid here at the moment. It's the Rotax Max Light field. You can see the 3NZ card of Ashton Phipps being put on the ground. Unfortunately, Ash didn't finish the last race. Popped the chain by the sounds of things, and that's why he was trying hard to get it on there when he's parked up at turn 3. So the second warm-up lap, and the sun has come out. So we've got everything going on here. Torrential rain to sunshine. Even a little bit of blue sky, but as has been the weekend, I'm not entirely sure that's going to stay. So Baker leads them up the field, form them up at the top of the hill. Just the 5 in this class this time around. Baker and Manson on the front row. Hart in P3. Cravanger on the outside. And P4. And Lachlan Tombleson will be the last cart. As they come around to face the start now, they're in the tram lines. In the hands of the starter. Then the lights are out. So Baker gets away okay, but he's got everyone else around him. Marco's going to try and live around the outside, but he's going to try and put it in. Baker's going to have to give this up. Yep, and he does. So Manson gets this done. Baker holds on to 2 through turn 3. Down the hill now. He's got Tommy Hart all over him. Tommy's going to put his nose in down here. Oh, and Baker just holds on the outside. Oh, Baker's going backwards. Tommy Hart's got past him, and the next cart's got in there as well. Tombleton's got his nose in too. So Baker goes from the lead to 4th in about 5 corners. But no, Baker fights back, puts it back in on Tombleton at the bottom of the paperclip, covers the inside going up the hill. That's allowed the leaders to skip away. Manson and Hart out in 1 and 2, Baker in 3, Tombleton 4, and Cravanger in 5. So Manson has cleared out in the first lap. He put it in on turn 2, got the job done, and then everything else unravelled behind him. So Baker is in 3rd now. So the leader is Marco Manson. The 1NZ goes through turn 2 under this glorious sunshine. Tommy Hart in 2, Baker in 3rd. Tombleton 4 and Cravanger in 5. So that's the first lap done, 6 to go. So Manson is clear. Tommy Hart in 2. Baker in 3. Baker will be looking to get a point or two back here. Otherwise, that championship's going to tighten up even more than it was at the start of the day. Manson knew what he had to do. He was aggressive at the start around the outside of 1 and into 2, but he got the job done. So Manson, through the final turn, comes on to the front straight to lead this race. Tommy Hart, the 69 kart in 2, followed by the 88 of Baker, Tombleson and Cravanger. Marco Manson set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:02.5. Manson leads from Hart and Baker through turn 3. So the 1NZ of Marco Manson, clean out in front. The gaps are starting to form in this field. Baker really needs to get onto the back of Tommy Hart here and at least get another point back. There's this field of 5 head up the hill. Next class out, all watching from the fence, will be the Rotax Max Light field. It's going to be another great race coming up. Manson over the curb on the last corner. Crosses the line, got 4 laps to go. Hart karts 1, 2 and 3 again, but it's just in a bit of a different order than the last time out. So no change at the front, no change through the field. We've still got Manson, Hart, Baker, Tombleson, Cravanger. Manson comes down the hill, final corner, crosses the line, 3 laps to go. These following classes will be watching this track closely. These 31 karts going out for lights are going to clear a bit of water pretty quick, and if the sun stays out and this wind stays up, things can change here pretty quick at KartSport Rotorua. But out on track now, DVS Junior, still the same order, still the same gaps. Manson, Hart, Baker, Tombleson and Cravanger. Manson across the line, 2 to go. Not many changes going on here. Only mistakes are going to change the result of this race. Mechanicals or mistakes. Drop a wheel into the water, drop a wheel into the grass. It may change it, but right now, it's the same order. Manson from Hart and Baker, Tombleson and Cravanger. Manson's going to come down the back straight onto the front, and he's going to get the last lap board. That's Manson across the stripe, 1 lap to go. Rotax Rock DVS Jr. proudly brought to you by HGD Detailing. 1 lap to go, Manson leads. So Manson through the sweeper for the last time, through the top and the bottom of the paperclip, and then he'll go up the hill for the last time. Marco Manson leads this Heat 2 in Rotax ROK DVS Junior. The result stays the same now. Manson will take a couple of points back from Baker, so I make that only 4 points in the championship with 3 races to go. This is going to be a tight one, folks. This championship's going to come down to the end of the weekend. Those mechanics are going to have to be on their game. Any little mechanical DNF is really going to change the result of this championship. But here comes Marco Manson. The 1NZ kart's going to cross the stripe, take the checkered flag for the win in Heat 2 of Rotax ROK DVS Jr. Followed by Tommy Hart, Miles Baker, Lachlan Tombleson and Braxton Cravanger. Okay, so that's DVS Junior done. We've got our next one going out the gate. We're moving through these races nice and quick. Gates open, and our next class out is the Rotax Max Light class. Leading them away will be the 3NZ, the black plate, the defending champion of the KartStars series, Ashton Phipps in the CRG kart. Unfortunately, a DNF parked up at flag point 2 in the last race. By all accounts, dropped the chain. And you could see Ash trying to get it back on, but to no avail. So that was a last place, unfortunately. So that's given some points back to Jamie Thompson in the championship. The 96 kart going off P3. This is not done yet. I haven't done the maths, but I'll do the maths tonight. So Phipps will lead them away from the first heat winner, the 2NZ of Ryan Crombie in the energy kart. Jamie Thompson will start from 3. Lucas McGill, the 1NZ, will start from 4. Chris Benton, Matthew Johnson, the 48 will go from 5. Rooney will go from 6. Chris Benton, the 25 kart, from 7, alongside Riley Spargo. 51, Tyler Edney and Blake Evans on the next row, followed by Caleb Cross, the South Island champion, and number 12, the energy kart, Lewis Draper from Auckland. The next row of Cody Noble, Hero Sheridan, we come to Workman, Grammar, Barnes, McDonald. Patrick Holmes and Sam Wang, Amelia Phillips, Jack Bridgman, Amelia Carter. So as they go around their second warm-up lap, Phipps will present this field to the start from pole position with the number 3 black plate. And there's quite some quality in this lights field. Multiple different champions and multiple different events. South Island champions, nationals, North Island champions, recent, some in the past years. This is a stacked lights field. So Phipps will form them up at the top of the hill. Still quite a bit of water on this track now. It's 7 laps of 31 karts will help to dry it out. So as the rear of the field start to join the back of the grid, they all look like they're there. Phipps on pole. Everyone looking to close up the formation, not leave any gaps, not try and jump the start, staying in the white lines. So Phipps brings them around to face the lights, face the start. Keep an eye out, folks. This is going to be a good one. Lights are out and off we go. Phipps leads them into one. Crombie tried all over around the outside and somebody's turned around on the front straight. Some wheels that have come together and the 66 kart's gone to the rear. I've gone through the first 2 turns cleanly. Everyone's having a look, about 4 wide going into 3, but everyone's trying to make up places early. They know if they don't do it here, it's harder to do later. Phipps leads them through the sweeper on the first lap. Going into the top of the paperclip, still leads. Oh, Johnson's going to have a look at P3 down the inside. And he's got the job done, but is he going to get switched back? He's got to cover the inside. He is going to keep it down the inside, and Rooney's going to go with him. Jamie Thompson Lee loses 2 places in 2 corners. Oh, there's a bit of a coming together right back at the rear of the field. There's a good 10 karts involved in that. Hopping and banging going up the hill. But at the front, no change at the front. Phipps still leads, but Crombie, who was fast in the last race, is coming. Crombie is going with Phipps. Johnson trying to get it around there with Rooney behind him. Is Rooney going to have a look this far back? Johnson moves. Yep, Rooney's going to put it down the inside. And he's going to get the job done on Johnson if he doesn't get switched back, and he doesn't. Rooney moves into 3. Phipps has been overtaken by Crombie into 1, so Phipps has dropped back to 2. The rest of the field starting to spread out now. So your order is Crombie, Phipps, Rooney, Johnson, Thompson, and your 1 in Zeta, Lucas McGill, is in 6th place. Everyone comes into the top of the paperclip. No passing going on at the front of the field. Starting to spread out now, starting to tidy up as they head up the hill. 6 laps to go. Side by side further back in the field up the hill, but somebody gets the job done. Some passing in the rear of the field, but at the front there's no change. Crombie from Phipps, Rooney, Johnson, Thompson. Thompson not hoping that Phipps doesn't get too many more points back on him in the championship. Spread out down the front straight, no passing going on all through the last corner cleanly. But at the front of the field, the 2NZ kart, the energy kart of Crombie's starting to get away from Phipps, and Rudy's starting to come to the back of him. So there might be a few changes later on in this race. 5 laps to go. Crombie has got the pace on this field. He's starting to stretch his legs out the front. Phipps trying to hold on for 2nd place, but the field is starting to come to him. Everyone in single file now, no passing through the infield. As the main field head up the hill. Crombie around the right-hander, through the S's down the hill. Rooney is certainly slowly getting to Phipps. Let's have a look at what the gaps are between these out the front as they cross the line. Crombie's going to cross the line in first. He's going to have 7 tenths on Phipps. He'll have 3 tenths on Rooney. Rooney has got past Phipps. Rooney's got past Phipps into second as they head into turn 3. So Crombie out in front still, all by himself. Has Rooney got the pace to get to him in the last 4 laps to go? I don't think he has. Phipps trying to stay with Rooney through the infield. Field's still starting to close up on the back of that bunch as well. Johnson's coming in the other CRG car. Thompson's behind him. Oh, who's having a look down there? That was Edney in 51. Decided better of it. Follows Thompson up the hill. But clear out in front is Crombie. No one's touching Crombie in the first 2 races. All filing through the top. Crombie around the last corner. He'll have 3 to go now when he crosses the line. from Rooney and Phipps and Johnson, Thompson, Edney, Lucas McGill. The 92 kart of Riley Spargo. So we've got 3 to go. This field has pretty much sorted itself out. There's not too much passing going on. Ryan Crombie at a 1.2 second lead over the line last time over. 1.6 back to Phipps. Phipps has managed to stay away from Johnson. There's a few stacking up behind Rooney. There seems to be a few gaps between them though. No changes right at the moment. Crombie still leads as he comes down through the S's onto the back straight. He's going to have 2 to go this time. Oh, something's happened on the outside there. Something happened to Rooney there, and Phipps has managed to get past him coming down the hill. Didn't really see what happened there, but Rooney's going to have another look at Phipps at 1. Gets the pass done at 1. Through 2. It's just going to bring these others in behind them. So not sure what happened coming off the corner down the hill there, but Phipps got past Rooney, but he's got it back again. Still got Johnson and Thompson chasing from behind as well, but I can tell you Crombie has cleared out while these guys battle along. He has cleared right out. He leads this race easily. He's going to head up the hill for the second to last time. Thompson's going to put it down the inside of Johnson at the bottom of the paperclip. And is he going to get it done? Oh, there's some wheel rubbing. Johnson's trying to stay in. And Thompson gets it done as they come around the top. So there's a few changes just a little bit further back in the pack. They're pretty close together coming down here, and they're going to come around and they're going to get the last lap board. Oh, Phipps has got past Rooney again. Phipps, Rooney, Thompson, Edney's blocking into 1, blocking Johnson. Johnson's going to go the wrong way around the outside and hope he can switch him back. Oh, Johnson's going to put his nose in, but he's got it chopped off and Edney stays ahead of him. In the meantime, Crombie's gone. Rooney's in 2 now. Phipps is in 3. These guys are in the championship. They've got to be smart. They can't battle these guys too hard that are not in the championship and DNF. Oh, they're all diving into the top of the paperclip. All stacking up. There's a lot of bumper rubbing going on. Oh, Johnson's managed to just hold on to the inside of those 2 carts behind him, but yep, this last lap's all on at the rear of the field too, but Crombie's gone. Crombie is still gone. Rooney manages to be holding on to 2, Phipps in 3. It looks like Thompson coming down the hill in 4th. Oh, there's going to be somebody. McGill's going to dive in late here on the last corner, and Spargo has to give it up, but he didn't really give it up, but he ended up in the grass. Oh, I'm out of breath. But clearly Ryan Crombie's got the pace on the field here. Bit of battling going on there, Phipps and Rooney. Bit of other battling further back in the pack involving Johnson as well. But everybody gets their cart home in this lights field, which is good.
Right, we're down here in the pit chute with Rotax Light. Jackson, pretty good race there. fired it off a couple of times. Is that what happened over there? And Ash got back past you twice.
We just had a motor issue. About 4 laps to go, motor started cutting out in certain spots, and yeah, I just had to work around it. But it was a weird one, really.
Yeah, it was. Well, I was watching and I thought you might have put a wheel off, but so definitely a mechanical issue.
Yeah, definitely motor. It's happened it did this. So we're still having some teething problems with it. But
well, you fired it back in under brakes pretty quickly. That was impressive. So well done, mate.
Yeah, no, cool. It was a fun race.
We're going to put you under Ash. Ash and Fitz. What happened in the previous race? I didn't manage to catch you after that.
I just went through turn 2 and I popped the chain heading over the curb and I landed off the curb and it just popped off and I tried to get it back on but I just couldn't get it on.
Oh, well, there was a good P3 in that race, so well done. Hopefully you can keep it up.
Yeah, cheers. I'm just trying to play it safe this round because we had a good points lead heading into this round for the KartStars Championship, but after that race, after that first race, it's kind of dropped down a little bit, so I think I'm just trying to play it safe for the rest of the races.
Nice one. Cheers. Good luck.
Thanks, Regan, for those interviews. Good, insightful stuff for what was happening to Rooney exiting the top there, so thank you for that. So we've got Rotax Max Heavy out on track now. Number 5 kart of Adam Bell going to lead them away again. On the front row with him, the number 4 kart of Tom Van Can and Darren Walker in P3. Darren Walker, of course, leading the championship in Rotax Max Heavy. Was only by 8 points from Trent Ingham at the first race, but he did put up a few points on Trent in that race, so a little bit more of a buffer for Darren Walker, but as I've said in a few of these classes, a DNF in any of these races can change your championship very, very quickly. So that little bit of sun didn't make much difference on the track. Still pretty wet out there. Still spray off the tyres.
Mr. Steve Church. Oh, Simon Church.
So it's a heavy field. Exits the bottom of the paper clip. Starts to head up the hill. Adam Bell will form them up, ready for the start. Slows up there by that official. Waits for the rest of the class to form up behind him. Then he'll bring them down through the S's, down the back straight, round the last corner, and form them up, ready for the start. Through the tram lines. So here comes the second heat of Rotax Max Heavy. Brought to you by Kart Zone. Round the last corner. Coming to face the start. The red lights are out and we're going to go racing. Bell doesn't get the greatest of starts, but that inside line's going to help him a lot, and he's going to manage to get through there in P1. Van Can's going to follow him through too, as is Darren Walker in P3. They're going to go into turn 3. Van Can's going to have a look, but he's going to decide better of it. So the order remains Bell, Van Can, Walker, Trent Ingham. The 83 kart of Ash Higgins in 5th place. No passing. Oh, yeah. Shane Wilson, our master's going to have a look through the top of the paper clip, but then he's going to give it back, and Mitch Vye's going to take the place back. They're going to head up the hill in the very same order. Adam Bell's going to lead this race through the top corner. Tom Van Can's holding on to second. Darren Walker is in 3rd. Trent Ingham in 4th, Ash Higgins in 5th. Round the last corner for the first time, they're going to have 6 to go. Adam Bell leads, 4 kart of Van Can. Darren Walker is going to have a look at a pass into turn 1, and he's going to get it done. The 3 NZ Darren Walker, he's going to show Van Can the outside through 2, and that is how it's done. So Darren Walker moves into 2nd. But Adam Bell is able to clear out in front with all this going on behind him. Trent Ingham is holding on to this bunch, sitting in 4th place. Really knows he needs to chip some points back. So they head up the hill again. Bell leads. Darren Walker in second. Tom Van Can from the DCR race team out there in third in the Arrow. Fourth in the Hart Cart, a 28 of Trent Ingham. Trent, a big supporter of KartSport Auckland, the Top Half Series, class sponsors. Trent and the Ingham Motor Group. Aaron Tahu's going to have a look down the side of Ash Higgins into one. Gets in quick and deep. Ash Higgins is going to fight it back, and Ash is going to get it done back on the outside through two. So Ash holds on to P5. Oh, Shane Wilson's gone through the big puddle on the inside of two. He hasn't learned that lesson yet. There's steam and water everywhere. So Bell leads from Walker, from Van Can and Trent Ingham. Trent's getting to the back of Van Can. Higgins still in fifth. Tahu in sixth. Tahu looks like he wants to get past Higgins. Mum Bella down there watching on the race on the wall. So Adam Bell's done the fastest lap of the race, the 104.4. Out in front. But to be fair, I think Walker's coming back at him. Walker, I think, is coming back with 4 laps to go. Walker's got away from Van Can and now he's chasing down Bell out in front. Trent Ingham all over the back of Van Can, trying to get that third place. Tahu's dropped off the back of Higgins here a bit. So down the hill into the sweeper they come. Walker is certainly coming at Bell. And Ingham's coming at Van Can. Got a couple of fights developing here in this Heavy's Heat 2. Tahu still on the back of the 83 of Ash Higgins. There's these two. Oh, Tahu's down the inside of Higgins, but he might have got into... Oh, he's managed to cover the inside, but I don't know if he's got off too well. But he has covered the inside, so I think he might get this job done, and he has. So there's a battle going to come for first and second at some stage. There's one for second and third and fourth, and there's one for fifth and sixth. Walker's not coming as quick at Bell anymore, though. So Bell is going to have 3 to go. Can he hold off Walker? Tahu sweeps across to the inside to cover off his corner from Higgins. Higgins is going to try and switch him back. Tahu makes his cut nice and wide, holds on through 2, gets up on the curb. Didn't get the greatest exit, but had enough. Oh, Ash is right behind him now. Higgins is right behind Tahu in the battle for 5th and 6th. 1, 2, 3 and 4 are pretty much spread out. Doesn't take much to drop 3 or 4 lengths here. You put something in the water or on the curb or not on the curb or in the grass, and those little mistakes cost you a few lengths. So the field heads up the hill again. Adam Bell still leading. Kart number 5 from Kart Zone still leading this Heavies race. Walker's certainly not coming in him as quickly as he was before. So 2 to go for Bell. Walker, Van Can, Ingham, Tahu, Higgins, Mitch Vai, Brendan Hart, Shane Wilson, and Riley Brown. That's your order with 2 laps to go. But no change in front for this whole race. 5 laps done, 2 to go for the leader, the number 5 kart of Adam Bell. So Bell up the hill for the second to last time. So Adam Bell over the curb at the last corner, comes down the main straight, crosses the line. He's going to receive the last lap board. No change in the order, not much change in the distance between them either. It's Bell over Walker, over Van Can, over Ingham. Here comes the rear of the field now, crossing over it, and everybody is now on their last lap. Bell makes his way through the sweeper. Up over the curb. Into the top of the paperclip. Heads up the hill for the last time, Bell. Can't see a change in these places unless something dramatic happens between now and very shortly. Bell comes around the right-hander. Puts together the left-right of the S as he comes onto the back straight. Adam Bell's going to come down the hill, climb the curb on the last turn. He's going to straighten up. He's going to cross the finish line and take the checkered flag for the race win in Heat 2 of Rotax Max Heavy. He's going to be followed home by the 3-car Darren Walker, Tom Van Can, Trent Ingham, Aaron Tahu, Ashley Higgins, Mitch Vi. Oh, a little bit sideways out of the last corner will be the 69 of Brendan Hart, followed home by the master of 52 of Wilson and the 97 of Riley Brown.
All right, we're down here in the pit lane with the Rotax Heavy boys. You should thought you were going to get out. I was going to say you should stay in that. Adam Bell, pretty good win.
Yeah, no,
how'd it feel?
Yeah, no, it wasn't too good. Yeah, just got clear at the start and thought I'd just drive away.
Yeah, just buggered off. Nice one.
Yeah.
Oh well, good luck for the next one.
Cheers, mate.
We'll have a quick chat to Darren Walker. We've got time. Darren Walker, P2 in that one. Did it all go to plan, or would you rather? I'm sure you would have been one wheel further up.
Yeah, I lost the train in qualifying, which didn't really help. Yeah, obviously it's nice to start at the front, but yeah, no, I did it myself, and yeah, I'll work on it for later on.
Yeah, keep chipping away. Good on you. Cheers, Darren. All right, back to you, Churchy.
Thank you, Regan. So our last in the round of the Heat 2s heading out the gate now is the KZ2 class, our 6-speed gearbox class. Our fastest karts here this weekend. Led out again by our pole sitter, the 24 Drago kart of Graham Smythe. Alongside him, the number 9 kart of Jacob Cranston. P3 will be your 2NZ of Raymond Mellon. Alongside him will be your 31 Sody kart of Luke Thompson. Number 5, Jason Lee will be on the third row. Alongside him will be the 99 of Blake Corrin and another Drago. Mitchell Corrin, his brother, will form on the row behind. Alongside Ethan Sayer and then Dave Malcolm. These boys going around warming up their tyres at the moment. For the first lap, around for the second, warming up their brakes. Again, another great start to watch. If you want to come down here and hang over the fence, KZ2 starts, always good to watch. The first heat win from the 24 from pole. Graham Smythe got the job done. Still leading the KartStars Championship. Now has a 10-point lead over Jacob Cranston, still in second. So Cranston's going to have to come up with an answer here and find a way to get some points back. So Smythe coming through the sweeper, warming up his brakes. Two officials down on the track with their red and green flags will stop this field. And they're all ready to go, lined up. There'll be a green flag from the back. And then they'll be in the hands of the starter. Smythe takes the field up over the top of the hill. A little bit of light rain coming down again here at KartSport Rotorua. All these cadet kids down here hanging over the fence before their next race. Down here loving watching the start of a KZ. So Smythe brings around the last corner now. Get them all parked in their grid boxes. Balatahu down here with their red flag on the start-finish line. She'll stop them down here. So Smythe parks it in the box. Cranston coming to the line now. Mallon, Thompson, Lee, Corrin, Sayer, and Malcolm. Malcolm pulls into the rear box. Got a green flag at the rear. The officials will leave the track and it'll go into the hands of the starter. Here come the lights. 2, 3, 4. And out. Oh, Cranston gets a good start on the outside. He's going to try and squeeze Smythe, but Smythe, the old master, wouldn't give that up. Oh, Cranston knew he had to get it done on the start, and he nearly did, but Smythe was not going to give that place up easy. Smythe holds on to P1, Cranston in 2. There's always a little bit of pushing and shoving in these first laps of a KZ race. There's a cart parked up at flag point 2. But Smythe leads the race into the top of the paperclip. Cranston closes in under brakes. Mellon, Thompson, 3 Sody carts. Line astern behind. Oh, Cranston has a look down the inside, but there wasn't a pass on there. So he's dropped a little bit further back behind Smythe, who leads him over the top of the hill. Down through the S's onto the back straight. Smythe leading. Sody 2, 3, 4. Smythe pulls a bit more down the hill along the front straight, and he's going to have 6 to go. First lap done. Cranston in second. All running that narrow line in the wet under brakes into turn 1. Graham Smythe through the puddle at 2, up to 3, holding on to the lead. Ethan Sayer parked up at flag point 2, unfortunately. But Smythe leads through the sweeper. Sody carts are close together in P3 and P4. No changes through the pack just yet. Graham Smythe up the hill. Fastest lap in the opening laps was a 101.6 from Luke Thompson in 4th place. They're starting to spread out now. Those opening couple of laps that are close are a little bit done, and they're starting to spread a little bit of a gap between the field now. Everyone into 1. Smythe still leads. Hits the curb and the puddle through 2. Everyone choosing a bit of a different line, whether they take the puddle, the curb, or just the track through there. Sody carts in 3 and 4 close together. Thompson trying to hold off Raymond Mellon. Bringing the first of the Corrin Dragos back into it in P5. That's Blake Corrin in the 99 cart. Had an outstanding round in the KZ2 over in the last round of the Australian Kart Championship in Newcastle. But no change at the front. Smythe coming down the hill, still leading, extending his lead. Smythe's got this Drago, his on rails in the wet. Still the 3 Sodies behind him, but none of them are making inroads. Smythe under brakes into 1, 4 laps to go. Sayer still parked up at 2, that's the end of his race. Dave Malcolm into 1 now. This field starting to spread out a little bit more. Closest battles for 3 and 4. Between Thompson and Mellon in the Sodi carts, the teammates out of the IKS stable. Mellon's going to have a look at Thompson. No. Decided better against it. Not quite close enough into the top of the paperclip. That's actually dropped him back a little bit further, and Thompson's got a little bit of a gap on him now as they head up the hill. This is the last race in our round of our second heats, making pretty good time through the timetable. Cadet Rock will be the next one out, and our third heats of the day already forming up down on the dummy grid. So 3 to go. Smythe still leads. From Cranston, Thompson, Mellon, Corrin, Lee, Corrin, Malcolm, and Ethan Sayer parked up at flag point 2. Few different lines around here in every class. Different carts in the top 4 choosing to take different lines. Some are taking the curbs, some of them aren't. Some are wide, some are narrow. I can tell you who's got the best lines of any of them at the moment, and that's the cart out in front, number 24, Graham Smythe. That bright orange helmet in the Drago cart has got this cart on rails and is clearing out from this field. He's going to cross the line this time, and he's going to have 2 to go. The battle between 3 and 4 is stretched out a little bit as well. Sodi cart still 2, 3 and 4. This is a field of Sodi carts and Dragos. You want to go KZ racing, get a Sodi cart or a Drago. Or one Paralyn. Regan Hall just tells me he's got a Drago for sale. So 2 to go here, or more correctly, a lap and a half. Graham Smythe still out in front, making this look easy. So here he comes, our leader, number 24, Graham Smythe. He's going to cross the stripe here and he's going to pick up the last lap board. Thompson's a little bit worried about how quick Mellon's coming here. He's done a bit of a block into turn 1 there, and Mellon's all over the back of them on the last lap here, coming through turn 2. Mellon's going to put it down. He's not. He's going to have a look. He's decided against it. And he's dropped back again. That's what happens when you have a half look at a pass. If you don't get it done, you're going to drop some time. And that's exactly what's happened. That may have been his best chance yet, and Thompson's going to stay in P3 for now. So Graham Smythe heads up the hill for the final time, followed by the 3 Sodis, then the 3 Dragos. I don't think that position's going to change for 3 and 4. I can tell you one position that's not going to change, and that's the one out in front. Graham Smythe climbs the curb, straightens up down the straight and takes a checkered flag for the Heat 2 win for the KZ2 class. Followed home by the number 9 of Cranston, Luke Thompson, Raymond Mellon, Blake Corrin, Jason Lee, Mitchell Corrin, Dave Malcolm, and a DNF, unfortunately, from the 93 of Ethan Sayer.
here in the pit chute with KZ2. Race 2 winner Graham Smythe. You just drove away, you didn't wait for them at all, did you?
Yeah, I sort of did a couple of laps sort of pushing ish and then backed off a little bit just to try and look after the tyre, because this place is a little bit hard on a wet, so sort of that is probably going to come into it if it stays wet for the whole weekend.
What happened off the start? You guys were pretty close there into turn 1.
Yeah, I didn't get the greatest launch, and then old mate tried to move over while I was still there, so we sort of did a little bit of rubbing, but at the end of the day, that's racing, you know, there's nothing in it, so it's all good.
Yeah, that was good to watch, so well done.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we'll catch up with Cranny. How'd that go for you, mate? Bit of rubbing in the first lap in turn 1?
Yeah, man, fuck, that's just racing. If he's going to cry, he can cry. But yeah, I got a good start. Decided that I'm not just going to give it to him. And yeah, I come across, and at the end of the day, I still gave him racing room. He was on the white line. I held him to the white line, and I let him go in there. It's no dramas. So, yeah.
I think everyone thought it was clean. It was just good racing. It was good to watch. So
no, it's good. Yeah, the kart's not quite good enough, but yeah, his kart's obviously better, and he's pushing, I'm pushing, we're all pushing, so we'll just try and fiddle and see what we can do.
Nice one. I'll let you go through and way up. Cheers. Back to you, Churchy.
Tread true. It's what we are and what we do. Keep Kiwi business moving. Keep you and your drivers safe. Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners. Think smarter to save you money on every tyre in your fleet, so you always know what's what and when. KartStars tyres. Whatever you do, tread true.
Okay, some good interviews down there. Thanks, Regan. Recovery is done and the gate's open. So we're going to move into the third round of heats here. And we're going to start away with the Cadet Rock field again. Still in the same order as qualifying for their third heat. Same order as the other races. Led away by the 2NZ of Freddie Waller. Alongside him is the number 1, the 1NZ of Joey Joe. The 3NZ of Max Gosling will go from 3. Alongside Heath Phillips, the number 6 kart. The South Island champ, Taylor Costello, goes from the 3rd row alongside Kaiser Rankin. And followed up with the 99 kart of Sebastian Grant. So the light rain continues to fall here at KartSport Rotorua at the Century Batteries Raceway. And I'd suggest this track's going to be wet for the rest of the day. Maybe tomorrow we'll bring different weather. But for Dale, those wet tyres are still on. These kids are out there trying to get any heat in them they can. These 6 to 9 year olds in the cadet class. The cadet class brought to you today and tomorrow by VIP Plumbing and Gas Fitting. Thank you for their class sponsorship. So that's the first round of the warm-up. Waller across the line into turn 1. Thank you to KartSport Rotorua for putting this meeting on for the 5th round of the Hampton Downs Racing Academy KartStars Series in 2025. The Sulfur City round here at Rotorua. Takes a lot from a club to put an event like this together. So everybody here, I'm sure, thanks you for that. So they head up the hill for the second warm-up lap. Freddie Waller leading them up there. He's going to form them up at the top of the hill. These 7 karts in this race will come down to face the start shortly. So a good battle in this last race for second and third between Max Gosling and Joey Joe. Freddie was obviously able to get away with those guys battling with each other. Let's just see what happens this time around. Down the hill now. Nice, even, slow pace. Freddie doing a good job of bringing this field to the start. He's going to come around this final corner, form them up at the tram lines. Face the lights. Here they come, folks. Heat 3. Cadet Rock. Lights are out. We're going to go away. Here we go. Oh, Heath Phillips going to have a look down the middle, but no. And Joey Joe's got himself into second place, and Gosling's going to follow him through. But again, Freddie Waller's got out in front. Oh, Kaiser Rankin's got down the inside of the 6th kart of Heath Phillips at turn 2. So Kaiser Rankin moves into 4th. They go through turn 3 now. Freddie Waller out in front again. Joe 2nd, Gosling 3rd, Rankin, Phillips, Costello, and Sebastian Grant, the 99 kart. So Freddie Waller leads on the first lap. Joey Joe, Max Gosling. Gosling will want to stay on the back of Joe here. Rankin looks alive in this race. Rankin's all over the back of Gosling going up the hill. Rankin looks like he's got some pace at the moment. Rankin sitting 2nd in the championship. 2nd in the championship behind Joey Joe. 38 points behind at the start of the day. So Rankin can drive. Don't worry about that. To sit 2nd in the KartStars Championship, you know how to drive a cadet kart. So across the line after the first lap, it's going to be Freddie Waller who leads Joey Joe, Max Gosling, Kaiser Rankin, followed by Phillips, Costello and Grant. Freddie Waller set the fastest opening lap. The rest of this field's going to want to chase him down. He's got his little cadet kart going very well today in the wet as Freddie Waller put it on pole, won the first 2 heats, and now he's leading the 3rd one. Through the sweeper. The rest of them behind just starting to spread out a little bit more now. Those gaps opening up. Again, it just comes down to racing lines, little mistakes here and there from these young kids. Rankin's all over the back of Gosling again. He's going to have a look. No, he's not up the top of the hill. Rankin looks a bit quicker in this race, that's for sure. Gosling hasn't been able to run with Joe like he did previously. Gosling gets a good exit though out of the top down the hill, so that's going to help him as they come around the last corner. All managing to keep it on the track. And Waller still leads with 5 to go. Joey Joe actually had the fastest lap that time. Joey Joe's done a 1:11.6. Very close to Waller's time, but has the fastest lap in P2. So maybe he's just starting to come on. Maybe he can get up to the lead. It's the front four evenly spaced through the sweeper now. Front four have driven away a little bit from the 6 in the South Island cart. And then there's a 99 of Sebastian Grant. So the third heat race today, another 7 laps. We're going to get longer laps tomorrow though. These cadets will be out there tomorrow. They'll be doing pre-finals of 10 laps and they'll be doing finals of 12 laps. As will the Vortex Mini Rock class. So, Waller leads him down the back straight. Coming around onto the last turn. He crosses the line this time. He'll have 4 laps to go. Rankin's dropped a little bit off the back of Gosling this time, so they're evenly spread coming down into turn 1. Joe's coming at Waller though. I can see that gap closing. Joe is certainly coming. He set another fastest lap at a 1:11.4. He's only 3/10 off the back of Waller. This race is not over. There's some laps to go. Joe's coming on. They've gone through turn 3. They've still got 4 laps to go here. Joe just needs to be patient, needs to pick his time, and he's going to make a pass if he's going to do that. But Joe's certainly showing some good late pace in this race. Freddie Waller's just got to keep those eyes forward. Keep cutting out those quality laps. Don't look back. Keep looking forward and keep driving. Any battling that goes on here could bring these other 2 behind them back into it. Waller gets off the bottom corner quite well. Gets up the hill okay. Joey's following him. Front 4 have left the rest of this field behind. There's still some battling going on with Costello and Heath Phillips. It's a good lap there from Waller. He's opened a little bit more on him, but Joey's pretty good through this last corner. He's good through here and down the straight. You can see him close up on him. Oh, this margin's going to be even smaller. It's down to a 10th, and Joe's going to have a look down the inside. Joe gets it done. Joe, 1NZ moves into the lead. Oh, there's a little bit of a tap going on between 1 and 2. And that's put Freddie Waller in the fence. The 2NZer, Freddie Waller, who was leading, there was a little bit of a tap somewhere in there between 1 and 2, between the 2 of them. And unfortunately, he couldn't pull it up on the wide part of the track, across the grass and into the fence. Not entirely sure what happened there. But unfortunately, that has put him to the rear of the field. After 2 race wins today, he's now at the rear. That's an unfortunate end to this race for Freddie Waller. That puts Joe into the lead. Gosling in 2. And Kaiser Rankin is still trying to get onto the back of Max Gosling here, coming down the hill. He's only a car length and a half away. But Joe is cleared out here. He's going to come around here across the stripe, and we're going to have 2 to go in this race. Rankin is close to Gosling. Rankin is close. If he can keep his eyes forward, keep the pace up. He's got to hold 2 laps around this long circuit to go. He can get this job done, get himself up into P2. Heath Phillips and Taylor Costello are still battling behind them into 3. So that race is not done either. Here comes Waller at the rear of the field onto the front straight. And he's going to have 2 laps to go now. But Joe out in front from Gosling. Rankin. Oh, here comes Costello into the top of the paperclip down the inside of Heath Phillips, who's going to fight this back on the outside. And Phillips has switched it back, and he's got the job done, and he's held that place. Costello's going to have to come up with another idea to get past him now. I've got a lap and a half to go, whereas the leaders are coming down the back straight off the hill. Joe's going to come along the straight, and he's going to have 1 lap to go. Gosling seems to be able to put a few kart lengths on Rankin. Not sure Rankin's going to get there in the last lap. And Heath Phillips is cleared away from Costello a little bit also. So we're on the last lap now. Joe leads through 2, up into 3 from Gosling and Rankin. Oh, Costello's trying to come back at Phillips here. That battle's still not done. So Joe down through the sweeper. Gosling, Rankin, Oh, Costello's having a look down the inside on the exit of 3. Can't get it done. Phillips is holding it off. These two are having a great battle. Coming through the sweeper. Into the top of the paperclip. Running a narrow line there, Costello. And I think he's going to have the run on him. He's going to put it down the inside. He's got it done, but can he put it up? Phillips is going to try and switch him back again, which last time worked. This time it's worked as well. He blocks it into the bottom of the paperclip. He needs a good run off the bottom and he needs to cover the inside. Costello's all over the back of him, but I think he's going to hold him off. Rankin's on the back of Gosling, but Joey Zhou's going to get this job done if he gets this last corner clean. Joey Zhou is going to take Heat 3 in Cadet Rock. Gosling's going to get home in third, second, Rankin in third, and Heath Phillips looks like he's going to hold off Taylor Costello across the line to pick up fourth. Costello's going to be fifth. Grant is going to come home, 99 of Sebastian Grant in sixth. And unfortunately for our pole sitter in our last two race wins, Freddie Waller, the 2NZ, is going to come home at the rear of the field. So that's Heat 3 for Cadet Rock. So that is Cadet Rock done for the day. 3 heats out of the cadet field. Well done, kids. The next class going out the gate is going to be Rotax Max Jr. But just a quick announcement, because I've been talking to the race director about this. If there's any karts that are parked up on the track from this race going forward, we're not going to do recovery. We're going to leave those karts out there. It's going to get dark quick. We're still getting through the last round and we want to get home. So unfortunately, if you park your kart up, we're going to leave you out there and there'll be no recovery until the end of the meeting. That is, unless, of course, it becomes too large a problem and then we'll send 2 vehicles out. But for now, there will be no recovery. So try and keep it on the track. Out the gate goes Rotax Max Jr. Lead again by the 88, a Miles Baker. Followed by the 31 of Jamison, our last heat winner. The 1NZ, Marco Manson, followed by the 2NZ of Cy Finney-Moore. So Baker leads the field around on the first warm-up lap, going up the hill. A few of these kids in this junior field still got their DVS Junior seats to fill in the third heat. So some of their racing's not over for the day. A few wet suits out there if you're doing 2 classes out in this weather. Picture there on the live stream of our race control. Thanks to all of our race control personnel, all of our officials up here in the tower that help out so much. They have a very busy day keeping this place running. Keeping it in order so everyone can go at the gate one after another. Lots of posting of results. Lots of carrot cakes. So Baker will lead them around the bottom of the paper clip and up the hill to form it up the blue line. Flag point 6. Here comes the rest of the field up the hill now, joining from the rear for their last heat of the day for Rotax Max Jr. Baker, our championship leader in this class, followed by Marco Manson. And then Cy Finney-Moore, Zach Tucker, Lachlan Tombleson, then Tommy Hart. At least that was the positions at the start of the day. It'll be a bit of maths overnight. But here comes Baker round the last corner to form the start up for Rotax Max Jr. Having a look at the lights on the gantry and the lines. The lights are out and we're going to go racing. Baker's going to put it into turn 1 first. He's got Manson right on his rear bumper over the curb. Can Jamison hang out there? I think Jamison's going to fall into third. Smart decision. Manson having a look around both ways. He's going to block into 3. Hold Jamison where he is. But that's going to allow another kart to come down the inside of him. And oh, yes. And Tombleton's got himself up to third through 3. Jamison got blocked there by Manson and he couldn't go anywhere. Finney-Moore's put it in the top of the paper clip. That green helmet of Finney-Moore, and he's somebody in that's gone a little bit wide, dropped a wheel. There's a lot of jostling in there. And as everybody heads up the hill, no change at the front. Baker well in the lead here, coming down through the S's. Not much passing going on through the top. So down the hill comes Baker. Anyone going to put it in at a pass? Baker around the last corner. No one's got to run. Oh, yep, somebody's going to put it on the last corner. But that's not going to work. Coma's put it in on Atto Bailey in the last corner, but Atto's been able to cover it into 1, but then Coma's driven around him. At the top of the field, Baker's into turn 3, leading from Manson. Jamison with his pace this weekend in the wets got past Tombleson again, and Finney-Moore's in 5th. Followed by Edmondson, McDonald, Zach Tucker in the 33 kart. So the field single file through, but Cravanger's going to put a pass on the top of the paper clip. Cravanger through there, gets the pass done. Single file up the hill, spray from the tyres everywhere. Everyone trying to move aside so they can see where they're going. So Baker leads them back down the hill again. Baker in the lead. Miles Baker's going to climb the curb on the last corner, come along the straight, and he's going to see 5 laps to go. Cravanger's going to have a look down the last corner inside. No, he's not. He thought better of it. And Riley Tombleson is going to get passed by Cravanger into 1. So, back at the front, Baker still leads. Manson, Jamison. Fastest lap of the race, Charlie Jamison, our last heat winner. Charlie's got some pace here in the wet, and he might have dropped back at the start, but he's starting to come back again. A 1:03.4 from Charlie Jamison. The rest of the field file up the hill, single file. Not too much passing going on at the moment. Baker still leads him down the hill. Baker onto the front straight. 4 laps to go. Manson. Jamison, Tombleson. Finney-Moore and Edmondson. Everybody's got around the last corner cleanly. There's a couple of stragglers at the back, these karts. Not sure what's happened there. One of them, I think, is the 69 kart of Tommy Hart. And the other is the 91 kart of Theo Pilcher. Couple of Hart karts at the rear. Don't really know. Didn't see it. Still out the front, Baker. Still from Manson and still from Jamison. Finney-Moore's starting to get on the back of Tombleson here. And the rain keeps coming down here at KartSport Rotorua. Cravenger trying to pass somebody up the hill. Across the line again goes Miles Baker with 3 to go. That's Cravenger having a look on the back of Indy Irwin down the front straight. Is he going to have a look into one? He is. Cravenger puts it into one on Indy Irwin. The number 20 cart gets the job done, comes through turn 2. Baker still clearing out from here. Here comes Jameson's pace. He's starting to get to the back of Manson here. Starting to close up through the infield. Baker seems to be gone, but I think Jamison may have the pace on Manson with 2.5 laps to go. Bit of passing going on here. Somebody's showing somebody else the outside. Got a clean pass through the bottom of the paperclip. I think that was Comer making a pass. Here comes Baker through the last turn. 2 laps to go. Jamison's quick. I don't know if he's going to get to the back of Manson or not, but it's going to be close. Tombleson holding on in front of Finney-Moore. Everybody wiping their visors as they come across the start-finish line. Rain's still coming down, and those puddles on the insides of these corners are starting to build again. You're going to have to learn this pretty quick. When this rain comes and this flooding comes, you need to stay away from it. But Baker's still leading. Jamison doesn't seem to be making inroads on Manson too much. 1.5 laps to go. Most of the field spread out now, not too many battles going on, but it doesn't take much of a mistake to bring somebody back into it from behind. So Baker comes through the top, down the hill again. He's going to come around the front straight and have 1 lap to go. That gap stayed pretty stable between Manson and Jamison, so Manson doing a good job of holding Jamison off. And we got Tombleson, Finney-Moore, Edmondson, Seth Comer, and Patrick McDonald. Comes the rest of the end of this field across the start-finish line. They'll go on to their final lap as well. Jamison still looks good coming at Manson, but I think he's going to run out of lap. Baker still leads. Baker through the paperclip for the last time and up the hill for the last time. Oh, Jamison is there. He had a look into the bottom of the paperclip. He's only about 1.5 cart off going into the top corner. I'd call it a cart length now. Manson might have to have a look at covering this last corner. No, he's clean through the S's, and I think Manson's got enough of a gap to hold on to P2 as they come down the hill. As Baker comes around the last corner, Miles Baker is going to take Heat 3 for Rotax Max Jr. Followed home by Marco Manson and Charlie Jamison. Tombleson, Finney-Moore, Edmondson, Comer, McDonald, Phillips, Zach Tucker, Atto Bailey, Tombleson, Cravenger, Irwin, Angus Wilton from Southland. Okay, so we're into our next third heat for our next class, which is a Rotax DD2 class. 5 karts on track. Matt Kinsman again leads them from pole. So we appear to be missing Darren Walker from this race. So I'm not sure what's happened there. But Darren Walker, who is currently leading the KartStars Series Championship, I cannot see on track. And he was only leading by 10 points. Well, probably a few more after the last heat, but so not sure what's happened to Darren Walker, but anyhow, we've got 5 karts on track. Matt Kinsman will lead them from pole. He's forming them up at the top of the hill. So yeah, there appears to be a gap on P2 where Darren Walker should be. So here they come down to the start now. Bit of brake warming up late. Kinsman's going to lead them across the start-finish line when these lights go out. And here we go. So Dylan Bryant's going to be able to make hopefully a good start without that kart in front of him, but Arlie Hewitt has got into second place. Lorenzen in third. Oh, and Glenn Ellis is going to have a look, and no, he's not. And Dylan Bryant's going to hold on to fourth. So Arlie Hewitt and Olivia Lorenzen are going to battle for the second place. Meanwhile, Matt Kinsman has cleared out in front. He's half a lap through, and he's got a few lengths on the field. Oh, there's quite a bit of water. You have to pick your way through this. Arlie Hewlett leads them up the hill in second place from Lorenzen. Kinsman comes through the S's, heading down the hill. Kinsman around the last corner to complete his first lap. 6 to go. As the rain continues to come down here at KartSport Rotorua. Arlie Hewlett in the kart number 9 has put a little bit of time on Lorenzen here. Dropped a bit of a wheel into the water there on the inside of the second part of the sweeper, and that's allowed Lorenzen to come right back on his rear bumper just about. Got to work out this track and work out where the water is and where the grip is. So Lorenzen close on him up the hill. Kinsman still leads, coming through the S's down the hill now. Hewlett's had a better lap, managed to put a bit of time there on Lorenzen. All smashing that last inside curb hard onto the front straight. Not working. So Kinsman still leads this race. He's got 4.5 laps to go. Arlie Hewitt holding on to second place. Olivia Lorenzen trying hard to get onto the back of Ali up the hill. Trying to get another place, trying to get another point in the championship. Darren Walker, the series leader, currently not on track, didn't go out the gate. So I'm not sure what happened to Darren. That's going to hand some points back to Olivia. So Kinsman up through 3. Hewlett and Lorenzen through 2. You can see the amount of spray still coming off these karts. You can see the big tails off those rear wheels. There's a lot of water still out there. Glenn Ellis, the legend, is going to come through in 4th place, followed by the 51 of Dylan Bryant. Up the hill, go Hewlett and Lorenzen. Down the hill comes Matt Kinsman. Matt Kinsman down around the last corner, staying off that inside curb. Doesn't want to scratch that new Sodi kart. Ali Hewlett, it's really opened up a gap here on Lorenzen. Everybody's quite spaced out now. You can see Ali bang through that puddle on the inside of 2. Head up through the water onto 3. And there's Kinsman through the bottom of the paper clip and heading up the hill. Off into the distance, up at the top of the hill. Staying on that right-hand curb on the way down. Hits the left-hand curb. Down onto the back straight. Going to come through the last corner. He's going to have 2 laps to go this time. Matt Kinsman out in front in the number 30 Sodi kart. Here comes Hewlett and Lorenzen. Sometimes they're hitting the curbs, sometimes they're not. Over the line is Glenn Ellis, Dylan Bryant. Everyone with 2 laps to go now. That's Kinsman through the sweeper. Through the top of the paper clip. Comes back over the left-hand side of the track to get a good entry into the bottom. Runs to the outside of the track and heads up the hill. So Kinsman quickest on track, way out in front. Comes down the hill around the final corner. He's going to take the last lap board this time and he's going to have 1 to go. Matt Kinsman out in front of this DD2 field. Down the hill comes 2nd and 3rd place of Ali Hewlett and Olivia Lorenzen, the 2NZ. They've crossed the line now, but Kinsman's already at turn 3. The last 2 in our field, the 66 and 51 cross. Take the last lap board. Kinsman up the hill for the final time. Kinsman's going to come through these S's down the hill. Around the glass corner, he's going to wrap up this 3rd heat for Rotax DD2. That's another race win for Matt Kinsman in the number 30 Sodi kart. Easy as you like. Your next 2 are coming down the back straight. Both of them around the last corner. And Ali Hewlett's going to take 2nd place and Olivia Lorenzen's going to take 3rd. Oh, and we've had a little bit of a bump on the last corner. Dylan Bryant's fired it down the inside of our legend Glenn Ellis. And I don't know what they're going to say about that, whether it was clean or not, but Dylan got the job done, so well done. Last lap, last corner pass. So that is DD2 done for the day. You lot can get out of your race suits and get dry. But not this next lot. On the grid now, we've got Vortex Mini Rock for their third heat of the day. We've got Nico Thomason on pole again, and alongside him we've got Ivor Spence, our race winner from Heat 2, and our race non-finisher from Heat 1. So he's had a mixed bag of a weekend as Spence. Let's see how this one goes. Well, the umbrellas are starting to come down as the last of the DD field come in through the chute. Charlie Clark on 3, Benji Bellamy on 4. Bellamy gets a fist pump from Dad before he goes out the gate. Matthew Shaw, the North Island champion, on 5. There's still quite a bit of water out there. I can tell you how this one went with quite a bit of water out there in the Heat 2. So these kids have got to learn to stay out of these deep puddles. Drive the fast lines. The gate's open. We're going to send VMR out the gate for Heat 3. It's Sulfur City, round 5 of KartStars. Okay, all the engines are started and we're heading out the gate, led by the 3NZ and Nico Thomason and the Cosmic Kart. Remember that all the points that you get from today, all added up, they'll set your pre-final grids tomorrow. So every point counts in these heats to get yourself further forward on that grid for your pre-final. As all the dads and the umbrellas and the gumboots head out the gate. So only 4 more races left in today's program after this one. 4 more races before everybody can get their dry clothes on. So the field heads up the hill for their first warm-up lap. Nixon Cripps at the back again, making his way through the field in both races. So Thomason brings them onto the front straight. They'll have 1 more lap of warm-up to go. Another fun fact for you, back in 2018 when the Nationals ran here, a few names in that VMR class back then. Louis Sharp won the VMR class at Nationals here in 2018 at KartSport Rotorua. Also a few other names from that same field in that same year. One Jacob Douglas, the Rock Cup winner at that time. Logan Manson, who's here racing this year in lights. So all these kids grow up into these senior fields and into these car fields overseas. This is where it all starts. So Nico Thomason's going to form them up down the hill, through the S's onto the back straight. Let the rest of them form up from the back, close up the formation. Bit of weaving still going on. They're going to come around, line up to face the start in this final heat of VMR today. Nico Thomason's going to lead them away. Lights are out. Outside line moves into the middle, give themselves a bit of a room around the first curve. Thomason leads them through 1. Jamison goes with him. Ivor Spence in 3rd, North Island champ. Matthew Shaw, somebody's gone wide, but they've got themselves back on again into 3. I know who that was, but they dropped back quite a bit. So Thomason from Clark. Spence, Shaw, Bellamy. Into the top of the paperclip on the first lap. That bright helmet of Cripps is already halfway up the field. Few people making a pass down to the bottom of the paperclip, side by side, giving themselves room as they come up the hill. So Nico Thomason leads them through the S's, down onto the back straight. All starting to spread out into a single file line here now after the first lap. Thomason leads. No one's having a look at a pass on the final turn. So it's Thomason from Clark, Spence, Shaw, Bellamy, Lee. Dominic Evers is going to have a look at a pass on turn 1. Couldn't quite get it in there. Oh, he's tagged into the back of the 24 kart. Needs to be careful, Dominic Evers, that he finishes this race. Thomason into the sweeper. Clark, Spence, no change in the order at the front of the field. Everyone filing around through the sweeper now. No one in a place to have a pass into that corner. Let's have a look at what happens into the bottom of the paperclip. No passes through there. Single file up the hill. Nico Thomason, fastest lap of the race, a 1:10.4. Thomason through the S's, down the hill. He's going to come across the stripe and he's going to see 5 laps to go. Through the last corner cleanly. Evers has got a good run on kart number 24. Got the nose down the inside and Cripps is going to go with him, I think, too. Cripps is in there. 24 trying to hang on the outside. And Cripps is going to try and hang on the outside out of 2 as well. And he gets the job done. That's a brave move in the wet out there. He's managed to stay behind Evers and pick up a place. So Evers is in his sights next. But at the front of the field, Thomason still leads. Race order at the front is still the same. Cripps is going to have a look here at Evers down into the top of the paperclip. Shows him the rear wheel. Gets the job done. Holds it through the bottom of the paperclip. And up the hill. Up the hill goes the field. Everybody's still on track at the moment. So Thomason, down the hill, still leading. Going to come around and find that there's 4 laps to go in this final heat of VMR today. Cripps is right on the back of 79. He's going to put it out, have a look, under brakes, and he's going to put it in. 79 is going to let him go. Gave him some room. Cripps gets another pass done. Now Cripps chasing down Bellamy. Front of the field hasn't changed. Thomason still from Clark. Clark from Spence. Spence from Shaw. Cripps is all over the back of Benji Bellamy, and he's going to have another look at a pass on the top of the paperclip this time. Oh, and Bellamy's looking at fighting it back, but he's not going to be close enough. So Nixon Cripps moves into 5th place from the back of the field, sets the fastest lap at a 109.7. Only just. The other one else doing 109.7s is Nico Thomason at the head of the field. And Cripps is all over the next kart. He's lining up P4 here. Is he going to have a look in the last corner? No, he's going to be patient. He's going to have a look down into 1 though. He's going to tuck it down the inside of the North Island champion, Matthew Shaw. Pass is already done before they got to the corner. That's the benefit of patience out of the last turn from Cripps. So Cripps in 4th. Thomason, Clark, Ivor Spence, Nixon Cripps with 3 laps to go. Rest of the field spread out now. Not too much passing going on. With 2.5 laps to go, Cripps could get to the back of Spence here. Not sure he's going to get to the front though. Nico Thomason and Charlie Clark have cleared out. Charlie Clark sticking with Thomason. Sticking with him at the front of the field. So Nico Thomason comes around the last corner and he's going to have 2 laps to go. Cripps is starting to catch Spence here. Dominic Evers starting to catch the 95 of Benji Bellamy. It's a pack of 5 karts there. There's going to be some passing going on. The rest of this field's relatively spread out, but those 5, somebody decided they could jump the curb into 2, but Shaw manages to hold on to that position. No, he doesn't. He's dropped it. Shaw's lost that position to the 24 kart. The 24 kart of Jet O'Malley. So Cripps is on the back of Spence here. We've got a lap and a half to go, and Nixon Cripps has come from the back of the field into 4th place, and he's eyeing up 3rd. Cripps fastest lap of the race again, a 109.3. So Cripps is coming on Spence. There's been a bit of a coming together on the exit of the sweeper. There's somebody trying to get their kart back. Here comes Nixon Cripps. He's going to be patient on this last turn again. I hope he can do what he did on the last time and put it in on turn 1. He's got the run here on Spence. He's going to have a look down the down the inside. Down the inside goes Nixon Cripps. Pulls it up, gets the pass done. No change in the front though. Nico Thomason still leading. Has a look behind to see where Charlie Clark is on the last lap. Can Nico Thomason hold on for the race win? Charlie Clark chasing him down. Not many corners that he's going to be able to have a look on. I think he's too far back to do it through the infield. So Thomason holding on. Cripps in 3rd, Spence in 4th. Thomason holding that lead. Holding the lead up the hill. Charlie Clark's not going to get there, I don't think. There's a bit of passing going on at the rear of the field. Thomason still holding on. Keeps the kart length and a half. Down the hill, I don't think Charlie Clark's going to have a look at a last quarter dive here. No, he's not. Nico Thomason's going to come across the line and win the 3rd heat for Vortex Mini Rock. Charlie Clark's going to finish 2nd. Nixon Cripps going to come home in 3rd. And Ivor Spence, the number 9 kart, is going to get the 4th position on the track. Okay, on to our next heat. DVS Junior out the gate. So this was a tight championship class. I don't know exactly where it stands, but I'm sure it's still very tight. But the 88 Carter Baker just knows exactly what he has to do. Bring the cart home. Be in the front couple for the rest of the weekend, and he'll get the job done. So Baker's going to lead them out, followed by the 1NZ cart of Marco Manson. So just the 5 carts out here at the moment. Not sure who was the 6th that we've lost. Looks like it's the 14 of Cravanger that we're missing. So just the 5 in this race. So led by Baker, Manson, Tommy Hart, Lachlan Tombleson, and the 78 of Seth Comer. That will be your field for the third heat of Rotax ROK DVS Junior today. 3 more heats to go after this one. So Baker forms them up the top of the hill. Okay, so here we come down the hill. Baker and Manson on the front row. It's going to come around the last turn, straighten it up down the tram lines, face the lights. And out we go and off we go. Baker gets into one first. Manson's going to go around the outside of Hart, try and hold second place, which he has. Oh, he's going to do the same thing as he did in the last race. He's put it straight in on Miles Baker on turn 2. Didn't even hesitate. Worked for him in the last heat. Knew he had to get it done. Done the exact same thing again. That's quite the pass from Manson. So Manson leads from Baker. And Tombleson's put it in, taken over third from Tommy Hart. Still holding. Oh no, Tommy Hart's gone up the inside of Tombleson up the hill. Manson's still in first, followed by Baker around the top corner. So Manson leads down the hill. Baker, Hart, Tombleson and Comer. Manson over the curb leading into one. Oh, Baker got a little bit sideways there on that exit. Dropped a little bit. So Manson through 2, followed by Baker, Tommy Hart into the puddles, Tombleson in 4th and Comer in 5th. Marco Manson, fastest lap of the race on that first lap so far, 104.2. Starting to spread some gaps out already in this DVS Junior field. Manson leads up the hill from Baker, from Hart, Tombleson and Comer. Next class, setting themselves up down here on the grid, Rotax Light. Oh, Manson's really cleared out here. He's on a mission. He is on a mission to keep plugging away and keep pulling points out of... Oh, Baker's wide again on the exit of the last corner. Drops another wheel in the dirt. That's not going to help from the pace point of view. That's brought Hart back onto the back of him as well. Manson sets another fastest lap. So Manson from Baker through the sweeper from Hart. A few gaps appearing here. Back to Tombleson, back to Coma. So Manson up the hill. Still holding that lead. Still holding that gap. 1.4 seconds on the last time around. So this field's really spread out now. Oh, we've got a problem for Tommy Hart. Tommy Hart is pulled off on the inside of the track, hand in the air. Trying to get himself across, but no, he's going to park it up behind flag point 7 on the last turn. So that's Tommy Hart out of this Heat 3 for Rotax ROK DVS Jr. Manson still leads. I think Baker's coming back here though. That gap shrunk by 0.3 of a second on that last lap. Oh, it's a wide entry into that sweeper from Baker. He's made a bit of a mistake there. Ended up out in the marbles. And he's dropped a number of links from that as well. These little mistakes, they do cost you. Drop a wheel here or there, get a bit wide somewhere else, and you drop a long way back. So the yellow's out at flag point 6 because of that cart parked up down there at flag point 7. So here comes Benson. He's going to have 3 to go. And here comes Baker. And the gap's gone out to 2.6 seconds. Those couple of mistakes from Baker, just as he was starting to catch up to Manson's, really hurt him. Only 4 left in this race now. So Manson driving away with this one with 3 to go. And Manson up the hill. Baker trying his best but pushing hard. As Manson down the hill into the last corner. Going to come and have 2 to go this time. 2 laps to go for your race leader, Marco Manson. Across the line goes 88 Miles Baker and the 98 car Lachlan Tombleson. And then brought into 4th place the 78 of Seth Coma. So Manson through 3. Down the hill into the first of the left-handers of the sweeper. Keeps it off the side of the track into the second one. Stays out of the puddle on the left side. That's good driving. Pulls it up under brakes into the top of the paperclip. Out to the wood to the track. Back to the left-hand side. Gets a good exit off the bottom corner. Up the hill he goes. Starts out wide. Tucks it in tight up the top. Keep the track distance low. Keep it on the inside all the way around that top corner. Through the S's goes Manson, through the right-hander, out onto the straight. Through the last turn, and Manson's going to have 1 to go. 1 to go for your race leader. Baker's across the line. Tombleson's across the line. Here comes Seth Coma in 4th place. But Manson looks to have this all but wrapped up. Manson's going to take another point out of Baker in the championship. And tomorrow is all to play for. This class will be the closest there is left tomorrow in the championship. These two are going to battle it out all the way to the end. Longer races for these classes tomorrow, so they've got an 11 lap pre-final and a 15 lap final, so plenty of time for anything to happen. Manson's going up the hill for the last time in the Heat 3 of Rotax ROK DVS Jr. Here comes Marco Manson, the 1NZ, the defending champion of the KartStars series. Crosses the line to take the Heat 3 win in Rotax ROK DVS Jr. Followed home in 2nd place by the 88 of Miles Baker. Third place to 98, Lachlan Tombleson. And then that's fourth place for the 78 of Seth Comer. That is DVS Junior done for today. Okay, folks, here it is. Heat 3 of Rotax Max Light, the biggest field we've got here this weekend. Somebody else decided to do another lap on that last one of the DVS, so the gate's opening now. Ashton Phipps will go off P3 again. P1. Ryan Crombie, showing the pace in the wet, will go from the front row as well. A couple of race wins for Ryan Crombie. He certainly has got the pace in the wet. And goes down, and this field's going out the gate. So 2 more races after this race. Rotax Heavy and KZ2 to go. So everyone's starting to line the fence to watch this race. It's been some great racing this field all day today. Still got our pre-finals and finals to go tomorrow. With any luck we might get some better weather, but I don't think we can count on it. So Ashton Phipps, the 3NZ and defending champion of the KartStars series, will lead them away again for this third heat. Be interested to see where he starts tomorrow after his DNF. Probably a third of the way down the pack, I would think, if he can get the job done in this race. But Crombie is quick. Crombie has been quick in this weather. Everyone warming up their tyres as they go through the second formation lap. Like all of these races, the start's important. You can make up a lot of places at the start, but you can also lose a lot. So keep an eye on those first 2 to 3 turns. That's where all of that passing's done. So they slow it at the top of the hill. Allow the rest of the field to come and form from the rear. Phipps on pole, Crombie on 2. Down the hill onto the straight. Here comes the rear of the field. This is going to be a good formation from Phipps here. They close all the formation up. Get down to start speed. Bring it around the final turn. Line it up. The lights are on. Everyone's hanging over the fence. This is going to be a goodie. Here they go. The lights are out. Phipps is getting a good push from behind from Thompson, which has helped him through into turn 1. But Crombie's going to try and hang around the outside and put it down the inside of Thompson into 2, which he gets done, holds on to P2. Phipps is worried about the third turn here. Covered it. Didn't want Crombie to get in front. Can't afford to let Crombie go. Crombie is quick today, so Phipps knows that. Phipps through the sweeper. Everybody fighting for the grip. Trying to work the track out with how much water. Crombie's down the inside. Crombie down the inside of Phipps into the top of the paperclip. Phipps just needs to go with him. Oh, there's a big pile up into the top of the paperclip. I think the worst out of that, it's sort of gone backwards, is Hero Sheridan. He's certainly got a long way back, but that's dropped a few carts back. So at the front of the field, looks to me like Phipps has got back in front. Yes, he has, but down the inside comes Crombie on the final turn. But Phipps might be, Crombie's squeezing him across the track. Phipps is not quite in, he's just going to have to follow him through the corner. Jamie Thompson's looking at all of this, going, I'll have some of this. Thompson's in behind Phipps. Thompson's right on Phipps. The rest of them file through turn 2. Somebody's lost an exhaust. It looks like McGill, the 1NZ at the back of the field, might have lost his exhaust in that melee that happened at turn 5. So Johnson looks good here. Johnson's going to put it down the inside of Jamie Thompson into the top of the paperclip. So that's CRG. Oh no, yep, he's going to go back down. That's going to be CRG 2 and 3. Pulls it up behind Phipps. Thompson's going to have another go at Johnson up the hill and get up the inside, which he just does. Thompson gets past Johnson at the top of the hill. All this is doing, though, is allowing Crombie to clear off. Phipps needs his eyes forward. There's a lot going on behind him. So through the last corner, it's going to be Crombie. Phipps, Thompson's put a wheel in the dirt and Johnson's going to put it down the inside. Now it's going to bring Benton into it. Benton's looking at the scrap going on ahead, going, I'll have some of that too. Oh, there's lots of passing going on into turn 1 further back in the field. I think they think it's finals day already. It's only heat 3. Sheridan trying to live around the outside of 2. But Crombie's gone. Crombie has gone again. Phipps, though, starting to stretch his legs a little bit on Matthew Johnson, the 48 CRG kart. Passing further back, that looks like Cross down into the top of the paper clip. He's going to cover the inside around from Workman. Jackson Rooney's dropped back. He's passed down there, showing the rear wheel to somebody, put them in the dirt. So Rooney must have dropped back in that first crash that went on. He's making his way back up through the field. Meanwhile, out the front, it's Ryan Crombie, 2NZ. Rooney's going to have a look down the... No, he's not. Rooney and Cross are close together coming onto the straight. And Rooney's going to have a look down the inside of Caleb Cross at 1. Pulls the cart up and gets the job done. Still battles going on everywhere in this field. The pace is all over the show because of that crash. There's some quicker people coming from the rear. Now we've got a cart parked up in the bottom of the paperclip. Johnson looks good in this race. That second CRG there looks like it's got a lot of pace. He's got a good narrow line through the bottom of there. He's got off the bottom corner quite well compared to Phipps. But Crombie is gone. Crombie set the fastest lap of the race, a 103.6. There's a yellow out at flag point 4. So there'll be no passing there. So it's getting pretty dark here at KartSport Rotorua. Here comes Jackson Rooney from a long way back on kart 69. Blake Evans, but he doesn't get the job done from there. He's going to have another look through 2, and I'll tell you what, he's going to put it in at 3. Oh, no, he hasn't. Not quite close enough. So Crombie's still out in front. Phipps, Johnson, Thompson, Benton. Rooney's got past Blake Evans, and Caleb Cross has gone with him as well. He's got past Blake Evans at the top of the paperclip. So Johnson's got past Phipps now. So Johnson is in second place over the top of the hill. Johnson's showing some good pace here. Not sure who's going to get to Crombie. Crombie is fast and Crombie is cleared out. So there's a few carts together coming down the hill, but there's going to be no passes made in the last corner. Here we go. Crombie from Johnson, Phipps, Benton. Oh, everyone's having to go into turn 1. And Edney's put it down the inside and put it in front of Thompson and Benton. Tyler Edney, kart 51, showing great pace here in the wet. So Crombie's done everything he needs to do to win this race. He just needs to keep circulating, doing what he's doing. Johnson's been quick though. He's cleared away from Phipps, and there's a few carts behind Phipps starting to come at him with a couple of laps to go. One of those running a narrower line into these, that 51 car to Edney, and behind him is the person that's behind Phipps in the championship, Jamie Thompson, in the 96 kart. But here comes Crombie, down the hill. He's got half the length of the back straight on the rest of the field. He's going to come through the last corner over the curb, and he's going to see the last lap board. Now Edney's all the way over the back of Phipps here. Phipps is turning around, having to think about he's going to cover. He's not, but Edney's going to put it in. So Edney in front of Phipps into 3rd place. Phipps into 4th. Thompson is behind Phipps. Jamie Thompson trying to chase down the championship leader that he's behind. But Crombie just keeps on going. Crombie from Johnson, Edney and Phipps. So he's on his last time up the hill now is Ryan Crombie, the 2NZ in the energy cart. Round the top corner. Through the S's onto the back straight. Rooney's having a look at somebody up the top. Rooney's all over the back of somebody. He's going to have a look at a last corner dive down here on whoever that is. Rooney's going to put it in. Crombie's going to cross the line and take the race win. P2 is going to be Matthew Johnson, followed home by the 51 card of Tyler Edney. Ashton Phipps is going to come home in 4th. Jackson Rooney's going to get himself back up to 5th place. Jamie Thompson is going to round out your top 6. And that is Rotax Max Light for the day. There's a couple of carts parked up out there on the track, but I think the intention is that they may be left out there so we can get this day done. If they get them to a safe position.
Treat true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles.
Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener to reduce cost.
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair.
Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
Do the job right.
Okay, so we've got that bit of recovery done in the Rotax Light class, and we're going to move on to the Rotax Heavy. 2 heats to go today. Rotax Heavy and KZ2, and then we're done. So the gate's opening. We're going to send this heavy class out the gate. Can see a lot of woolly hats down there on the grid. Must be cold. Okay, engines are started. We're going out the gate. Adam Bell's going to lead them out again in the number 5 cart. So another 7 laps for these guys. And they'll have their pre-finals and finals tomorrow. A bit longer. They're going to do 11 and 15 laps. But 7 laps and this Heavy's field is done for the day. Darren Walker's done the job so far that he needs to do to put the numbers on to Trent Ingham in second place. Stays out in front of Trent for the rest of the weekend. Darren Walker will be taking out the KartStars title for Max Heavy. And the one that's at the pace this weekend is that man out in front. In the FK kart from Kart Zone, the number 5 of Adam Bell. So up the hill for the second time goes Adam Bell. He'll slow this up. Bring the field into formation. KZ karts starting to make their way to the grid for the last race of the day. Firstly, we've got Rotax Max Heavy down the back straight. Coming into formation now. I'll come around the last corner and be ready to face the start. Adam Bell on pole, and Can on 2. And the lights go out and we're going to race. Not such a great start from Bell. I think Van Can's going to get around the outside of him, but no, Bell muscles him out of it. Can Walker live on the outside there? No, he can't. Van Can gets into second. So Bell leads away. Van Can through turn 2 and Walker in third. Ash Higgins up on the grass on the exit out of 3. Dropped it a little bit further back there, but Bell leads him through the sweeper. And Ingham had to think about putting a pass on Walker there at the top of the paperclip, but thought better of it. In behind him is the 48 kart of Aaron Tahu, but Bell leads them up the hill. And there's a gap to Van Can, and the rest of the field's pretty close. So coming down to finish the first lap in the lead is Adam Bell. Through the last corner and across the stripe. So it's Bell, leads Van Can, Walker, Ingham, Tahu, Hart, Ash Higgins, Mitch Vai, Shane Wilson and Riley Brown. So again, Adam Bell starting to stretch his legs away. Oh, Walker's had a look down the inside. He's had a look late. And he's made a meal of it. He's parked up on turn 3. He had a late dive. He had to get up on the curb coming through 3. Got into the back of Van Can, and Darren Walker has turned himself around. He's dropping points in the championship right there. Where can he get himself back to? Bell leads up the hill. Van Can. Then Ingham. Now Ingham's looking better in this race. Starting to take some points back out of Walker up the back of the field here. Walker needs to get himself through the back of this field if he's not going to drop too many points. He really needs to get through the next 5 karts by the time he gets to the end of this race. Those other 4 in front, they've cleared out. There's a pretty even gap between them. But Bell leads over the line, then Van Can, then comes Ingham, then Tahu. Brendan Hart, Ash Higgins, Mitch Vai, Shane Wilson, Riley Brown, and Darren Walker trying to chase down this pack in front of him and get some more points in the bag before the day is out. Anything can happen. Bell through the sweeper, Van Can and Ingham, Tahu. Walker's got past Riley Brown, so there's a point back. Walker's got 1 more place back. He's got another 4 in front that he's hoping to get to before the end of this race. They've got 5.5 laps to go as Bell leads them up the hill. Oh, there's some switchbacks going on through the middle. So Adam Bell set the fastest lap of the race out in front all by himself for 1:04.3 as he heads down the hill. Van Can in second, Trent Ingham maybe closing the gap a little. There's a big pack at the back. There's 4 closely tight up right in front of Walker. Walker really wants to have a look down the inside here, but he couldn't get a good exit, so he's going to have to stay there for now. Ash Higgins is going to have a look down the inside of Brendan Hart at turn 1, but he's not far enough in, and Hart's going to hang out on the outside, and he's going to get it done through 2. Walker's managed to get past Shane Wilson, pick up one more place. He's got 3 karts in front of him that he's hoping to get past by the time these last 3.5 laps are over. So Bell out in front. Van Can still ahead of Trent Ingham. Trent would dearly love to get another point there in the championship as well. Walker's going to put it down the inside at the top of the paper clip, and he's going to get that job done. Another point in the bag for Walker. Walker's got 2 more in front than he's got, but Higgins is battling hard with Brendan Hart in front. Down the hill comes Adam Bell. He'll see 3 laps to go when he crosses the line. Van Can in second. Trent Ingham in third. Aaron Tahu in fourth. Here comes the pack of a couple of karts in front of Darren Walker. Darren Walker's all over the back of Ash Higgins here. He's hoping to get another point. Another pass made into this corner, but he can't get it done. He's up on the curb again with a late dive. Drops 3 kart lengths to Brendan Hart. Darren Walker knows he needs some points. He needs some passes, but he's got to be patient. So the front 4 remain the same. Higgins in 5, Brendan Hart in 6, Darren Walker desperately chasing him down. Darren Walker's going to put it in on the top of the paper clip, and he's going to get the pass done on Brendan Hart. There's a bit of a switchback, but he's going to hold it. Oh, and Mitch Vise got into the back of Brendan Hart, and that's pushed Darren Walker off, and Brendan Hart's going to hold out. He's not going to hold out Darren Walker at the top. Oh, they're side by side all the way around the top corner, and Darren Walker's going to get the pass done. Oh, there's a lot going on there to unpick. Top 4 remain unchanged. Ash Higgins has managed to find a bit of space by himself. There's 2 laps to go. I'm not sure Darren Walker's going to get to Ash Higgins or not, but he'll be trying. So Bell, gone. Out in front, Tom Van Can. Trent Ingham, Aaron Tahu. Then it's Ash Higgins in 5th, Darren Walker chasing that down. Riley Brown through the big puddle at 2. So Mitch Vi parked up at the bottom of the paper clip there. Just got into the back of another cart and got himself turned around. Oh, somebody's... Looks like Van Can's lost the front bumper from here, but maybe I'm wrong. Van Can, Ingham all over the back of Van Can. So down for the last lap comes Adam Bell. He's going to come around fast lap, and yeah, he has lost the front bumper. Van Can's going to pull into the pits. So Van Can's in the pits, so Trent Ingham's going to pick up another spot. And this is the last lap coming up now. Darren Walker will be desperate to get past Ash Higgins on this last lap. Oh, he's right on him. Shane Wilson has a look down the inside of Brendan Hart on turn 1. Can Ash Higgins hold off Darren Walker? Currently, Trent's taken 3 points out of Darren Walker on this race if these positions hold. Ash Higgins doing his best to hold off Darren Walker. Oh, they're going to have a look at the top of the paper clip. Is he close? No, not enough. Darren Walker stays where he is. He's going to have a look at the bottom. He's not going to get it done there either. Ash Higgins is going to go up the top of the hill in 4th place. But coming down the hill for a clean sweeper today. 3 heat wins from the number 5. Adam Bell crosses the stripe but takes the checkered flag to take the win. 2nd place will be Trent Ingham. 3rd place will be Aaron Tahu. A little bit of a fist pump from Tahu there. And Higgins. And who's just come in the pits? Oh, Darren Walker hasn't finished. Darren Walker's just come in the pit chute. Oh, I'm not sure what's going on there. That might just be throwing the championship away. Walker didn't take the checkered flag and he's come in to shoot. I'm not sure what's happening, but Balatahu's walking across the track with Tom Van Can's front bumper. These heat races just keep giving and giving. So we're going to leave that card out there. It's not going to be recovered. And we're going to send KZ out the gate for the last race of the day. KZ2, your third heat over 7 laps. Your series leader still out in front with 2 race wins. The 24 kart, the Drago with the bright orange helmet of Graham Smythe from the Auckland Club. Followed by the Sody kart, the number 9 defending KartStars champion of Jacob Cranston off the front row in P2. Certainly getting pretty dark out there, so it's pretty good that this is the last race of the day. And it's awesome that and the race control team and all the officials and all the club and all the recovery and everyone have done an outstanding job today to get through this program. In this type of weather with all these recoveries and all these classes and all these laps, we're going to get this all done before 4:30, which means we can start into pre-finals tomorrow and no one has to do a third heat in the morning. So well done everybody. I'm sure all the drivers appreciate that and all their support crew as well. So Graham Smythe goes through his tyre warming on the first lap, and as he comes slowly down the sweeper, he starts working on his brakes. Same thing every time he goes out. Don't need to change a thing when you've won every race today. So there's a few lining up along the fence here to watch this KZ start again. A few cold looking people out there with hands in their pockets. Okay, so the field makes its way onto the front straight. Balataho is going to give them the red flag at the start-finish line again. These guys to form up in their start boxes. When they're good to go, they'll get the green from the rear. And then we'll get some lights on. So Dave Malcolm forms into the back there. All ready to go. Either the flags come down. We're under the control of the starter. Lights are going to come on. Here we go. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. Out they go. We're off. Graham Smythe and Jacob Cranston both get a good start, but Smythe has got a better one. So Smythe's going to lead them through 1, Cranston 2. Raymond Mellon's got himself up into the 3, and the Sody kart 31 of Luke Thompson's in 4th. So they're all ducking and diving on the first lap, but not Graham Smythe. He's cleared out. He's not blocking anybody. He's got a lead already. Single file around through the sweeper. Anybody else can have a look at a pass early? No, they all put it up under brakes. Same order remains as they come through the bottom of the paperclip and up the hill. Smythe from Cranston, from Mellon, from Thompson. Round through the top right-hander. Still the spray coming off the track. It's cold out there and it's getting dark out there. Down the hill comes Smythe around the last corner. The next 2 Sody karts in 2 and 3 are closer together this time. Cranston from Mellon from Thompson. Then it's a 2 Mitchell, 2 Corrin brothers in the Drago karts. Oh, Luke Thompson got a bit squealy into the braking zone of 1 there. That's bringing the Corrin boys in behind him. But out the front, it's still Graham Smythe, looking for his third race win of the day, looking to put points on the board and looking to wrap up this KartStars title in KZ2. Just starting to spread out there now. And somebody's going to have a look at the paper clip, but they've decided against a pass on Mitchell Corrin. But instead, if you don't pass, you get past, and Jason Lee's going to put it down the inside of Ethan Sayer. Jason Lee stays on the inside, gets the pass done at the top of the hill. Smythe down the hill. He's going to have 5 laps to go when he crosses the stripe this time. Starting to spread out already. Smythe, Cranston, Mellon, Thompson. 2 Corrin boys in their Dragos, chased down by the number 5 and another Drago of Jason Lee. Then it's Sayer. Then it's Malcolm. 99 of Corrin didn't have a good exit out of 1 there. Lee's caught to the back of him pretty quick. Jason Lee on the back of Corrin. And no change at the front. That front 3, 4, 5, 6 carts, no change at all. Jason Lee on the back of Blake Corrin. Oh, looks impatient to get past. 4.5 laps to go and Smythe still leads. Graham Smythe around the last quarter. 4 laps to go. Graham Smythe from the Auckland Club. Jacob Cranston from Manawatu. Raymond Mullen in the Sodi Carton 3. Luke Thompson in the 31 Sodi Carton 4. But Smythe's doing what he needs to do. Keeping the gap to the second place. Racking up another point on Jacob Cranston in the title hunt as he heads up the hill. 3.5 laps to go for Graham Smythe in the last race of the day. The third heat of KZ2. Down the hill again comes the field. Over the curb, straightens it up, and he'll have 3 to go this time. Smythe out in front. This field stretched out quite a bit now. These guys as well, they'll do a pre-final tomorrow of 11 laps and a final of 15. So longer races for everybody tomorrow. Graham Smythe as smooth as you like, hitting all his markers. Smooth on the wheel, no mistakes. That's why he's out in front. Does look like Cranny's closing up a little bit, but Smythe knows exactly where he is. Through the last turn, and he will have 2 to go. 2 laps to go in this last heat of KZ2 today. KZ2 class brought to you by the TCL Apparel Master. Class sponsors of the KZ2 class, Terry and Karen Corrin. Love their karting. Love their kids karting. Out there in this field, the 2 Corrin boys in KZ2. Currently sitting in P5 and P6. As Smythe heads up the hill again, followed by the 2 Sodi carts, Jacob Cranston and Raymond Mellon. So here he comes, the leader. He's got 1 lap to go. This is the last lap for Graham Smythe out in front. Here comes the rest of the field to start their last lap with the last heat of the day, KZ2. Graham Smythe out in front. He's been out in front all day. He's had that Drago on rails on his wet Vegas. through the sweeper for the last time. And up the hill for the last time. Not many corners now to go. Not many corners for Graham Smythe. Not many corners for the day. We're just about done here. As he comes down through the left and the right, heading down onto the back straight. He's going to line it up for the last corner. He's going to climb that curve, but he's going to straighten it up and take 3 heat wins today in the KZ2 class. Perfect display from Graham Smythe out front, followed home by Jacob Cranston, Raymond Mellon, Thompson, the 2 Corrin boys, Jason Lee, Ethan Sayer, and Dave Malcolm. So that's a day, everybody. Thank you for all your help. Thanks to all the competitors, support crew. We'll come and do it all again tomorrow. Is he on driver's briefing?
Treat true.
It's what we are and what we do.
Stay true to our roots and principles.
Keep our customers and their vehicles safe.
Think smarter and keener to reduce cost.
So
Go the extra kilometre without cutting corners.
Own mistakes and do our best to put things right.
Work hard.
Play fair. Act with honesty.
Inspire trust.
And always
do the job right.
Pre-final in the morning at 9 o'clock. So thanks everybody. I hope you enjoyed your day. Sleep well. And we'll see you tomorrow.